JustinFREAKIN, the formidable voice of the culture. Hey Justin, are you trolling?
This is the Troll live with JustinFREAKIN.
I thought it'd be really funny to come on stream deep throating a banana, but apparently I was really hungry and just like completely downed. Torgy, Warlord, I'm stoned as fuck. Look at my eyes. Warlord, Ponder Monkey. No, you need to have election night coverage hype, Warlord. This plane crash does look insane, though. Shelly, welcome in. Yeah, apparently we've had a crash in Louisville, Kentucky. The first set of polls actually close in an hour. We're on an hour early. I apparently swallowed a whole banana. We'll get to plane crash. We'll run down all the races tonight. The big one is the New York City mayor's race. We got the governor's race in New Jersey. Another mayor's race in Minneapolis. Governor's race in Virginia. Politically, we got Prop 50 in California. It's looking to be a good night for leftists and for Democrats in general.
From the 2026 midterms and 1,099 days from the
pro-banana swallowing
election. Tonight on C-SPAN, election results from New York City, California, New Jersey, and Virginia. Candidate speeches, insights, and analysis from our guests, as well as in-depth coverage from
weird they're leaving off Minneapolis,
New York, and California. And we, of course, want to welcome all of you to the conversation. As
you know, I love C-SPAN. Let's get ready to watch some C-SPAN.
If you have voted in any of the contests tonight, here's how you can join us. Democrats, 202-748-8920.
My favorite thing in the world.
748-8921. All others, 202-748-8922. And you can text if you'd like at 202-748-8903. Just include your first name, city, and state.
I wrote in Trump.
Joining us in Washington this evening, Matthew Klein, who is with the Cook Political Report with Amy Walter. He's an analyst.
He's with the Cook Political Report.
And governor's races. Sabrina Siddiqui, who is a national political reporter with the Wall Street Journal. Thank you both for being here. We very much appreciate it. So let's set the scene, Sabrina, tonight. So big picture, what are you watching for in each of these races? We can start with New York.
Well, I think with New York City, there's been so much focus on the unprecedented rise of Zohran Mamdani, who is a little known, council member and now, is being looked at as maybe the future of the Democratic Party, not this singular future, but certainly one of the rising stars within the party. And the through line to me, if you're looking at New York City and if you're also looking at New Jersey and Virginia, is affordability and all the emphasis that Democratic candidates, whether it's Mamdani or whether it's, in Virginia or New Jersey, have placed on the economy. The presidential election last year was very much decided in large part over the issue of inflation, and President Trump at that time, not dealing with the challenges of the incumbency that Democrats did, was able to really run on this promise to rein in prices. And now he has all the challenges of the incumbency. And so the Republicans are on the defensive as voters are still looking at high prices at the grocery stores and around them. And I think that's going to be a big story tonight.
Even you think that's a through line through all of these races for New Jersey, Virginia, and New York City?
Well, I do, because if you look at Mamdani, he's been laser focused on affordability, right?
Yep, I agree. I think
someone like Andrew Cuomo,
Trump's endorsement of Cuomo actually helped Mamdani.
Institutional powers that his family has had.
I think he had it won anyway.
Talking about a rent freeze, about free childcare for children under the age of 5, about free city buses. And then you look over at New Jersey and
we have a crazy race in Virginia.
About, a utility freeze. To deal with the rising cost of utilities. Obviously in Virginia.
DJ Dub, welcome in.
Talking constantly about.
You're right on time, my friend.
And so I think that is where Democrats have focused their effort, because they are looking at polls that have shown that President Trump and Republicans, who typically have been seen as strong.
So what they do is they take a few calls.
Have lost ground on those very.
Okay, Dip Youngkin in Virginia, it's got a weird rule. You can't run for governor twice consecutively.
So what are you looking at when you zero in on these?
So Youngkin can't run again until next time.
I'm going to be watching is the
Big Ben, welcome in.
Talking about races in New Jersey, Virginia, New York. These are generally Democratic areas, and so it would be a pretty big surprise if Democrats actually lost in any of them tonight. It's possible.
I think the Democrats are on the table on everything.
How the Democratic candidates actually perform in the end. And so if we're seeing a double-digit victory for Abigail,
so we'll take C-SPAN calls, and then they'll cut back to these nerds,
by which Kamala Harris,
and I'll do the rundown of all the different races we're really going to be focusing on tonight. I've got other news sources up over here.
poll after poll indicates that Democrats are not all too excited about their own political brand. But if Democrats have a strong night tonight, it could be indicative of the fact that Democrats.
I think not only are Democrats going to have a strong night, it's going to be two leftist wins.
About, 2026, when Donald Trump is once again going to be at the center of the equation.
And in New Jersey and Virginia, back in the presidential cycle last year, President Trump did make inroads in those two states. He lost by about 6 points in each of the states, but he did gain some ground from previous election cycles.
That's right, and it's given Republicans a lot of hope, especially in New Jersey, where it was.
Yeah, New Jersey is probably the closest race where Republicans stand the biggest chance of winning.
And what I'm going to be interested in as well is, especially in New Jersey, which is a state that's heavily diverse, it's about 15% Hispanic, the electorate there. I'm going to be very interested to see how Hispanic voters in New Jersey actually end up swaying tonight. There's been a lot of discussion about whether Republicans will be able to repeat the gains that Donald.
Yes, we got to talk about Dick Cheney passing away.
If Republicans,
there's a lot of news. I haven't been on for a couple days, so there's a lot of news going on.
Not on the ballot. That's a big question mark. A lot of Republicans want to, they want to believe.
I'll eventually have to tell you guys about my trip to Dollywood.
For Donald Trump last cycle are Republicans, but a lot of the Democrats we talk to seem to think they may just be Trump voters who are more willing to kind of switch, their allegiances from time to time, and Democrats feel good about the issue of affordability right now and making sure that that's the center of center of their conversation, so that they can potentially win some of those voters back into their camp.
Jack Ciattarelli not running.
I had a traumatic experience at Dollywood.
So how did he perform with these voters that you're talking about in New Jersey?
Last time he ran?
Yeah, in 2021.
Yeah, he did very well, and particularly with a lot of the white voters in New Jersey, lots of college-educated voters. He did generally.
This dude.
Actually, it was Hispanic voters he didn't do as well, and so this cycle it's going to be.
I wonder why. Look at him.
Really can successfully manage to hold on to his.
He looked like he'd stiff you on a contracting job.
With college-educated white voters who maybe don't like Donald Trump, and perform well with Hispanic voters this cycle, then maybe that's the ticket for him. But that's a lot. That's a lot of ifs, right? That's going to take a lot to get that all to come together.
How big of a shadow is President Trump playing over the election tonight? When you look at the president's approval rating numbers, and we've seen polls recently, and we're seeing exit polls tonight too, as well, from voters. But when you look at an NBC poll that was just done in recent days, his approval rating, according to their poll, 43%, disapproval, 55%.
Well, I think there's no question that he does cast a shadow over these elections, especially when it comes to Republican candidates who have struggled with, how not wanting to cross President Trump at the same time as trying to draw some distance from him because of the very reasons that you just pointed out. I mean, we saw some polling in our reporting at the Wall Street.
We're going to flip back to them when they take calls here. We've got to talk about they're taking too long for me. In Louisville, Kentucky, a UPS plane crashed. Injuries have been reported. This is a live shot.
So a lot of different moving stories, all to bring to you this evening right now. But the big one right now, centering in, unfortunately, in Louisville.
It was a cargo plane, so we
plane that crashed. Just
we won't see that many fatalities, luckily.
Time, and you are again seeing this shot here of the fire continuing to really engulf right now. A lot of
no fatalities reported thus far.
Cargo plane,
but several people injured. Well, yeah, but who gives a shit about the pilots?
The UPS has around 290
Prometheus, welcome in.
With their operational fleet. The average fleet age for
time has Virginia actually stuck
back to C-SPAN
2013 under some pretty unusual circumstances. So Yes, we would expect to see Democrats.
If you have ordered anything that's coming
New
UPS,
Jersey's interesting.
there may be a delay.
Also, we're going to see
Louisville is one of their main hubs.
historical trends in New Jersey. Yes, New Jersey, it tends to swing against the party in power, much like the country does as a whole in midterm elections. But it also hasn't elected the same party to the governorship 3 times in some 60 years. 1965 was the last time that happened. So if Democrats pull off a victory tonight in New Jersey, and we think that they probably will at this point, then it's going to be a pretty, that would be a pretty historic win.
And that's the closest one.
We are in the final hours of voting this evening, and the polls close in Virginia in less than an hour. What are you watching for when the polls close?
I'm going to be very interested to see, first of all, I'm going to be very interested to keep an eye on this Attorney General's race. In the last couple of
yes, that's the
rocked by a major scandal.
That's the one with the text message scandal.
Nominee and a text message that he had sent to a state legislative colleague in which he seemed to support the idea of political violence against members of the Republican caucus.
He said if
we talk a lot about candidate quality.
He had
important. This is an example of a candidate who has really struggled.
2 bullets.
But also, at the same time, we talk a lot about
Hitler,
calcified
Stalin,
these days in American politics.
And the dude that he's running against.
Very interested to see.
He'd used both bullets on the dude he was running against.
Is he able to pull off a victory tonight? And on the margin by which.
And I'm like, what? Why would you say something like that?
This race by about 8 or 9 points. That's probably the threshold by which Jones can be carried over with her. We don't tend to see a ton of ticket splitting in these races.
Billy ballsed up.
The races that go, further down than the governorship. So I'm
Griggs, welcome in.
Watch that.
When you look at the election.
Hello, friends. It's election night in America.
2024 to 2020 and how President Trump did.
We've got a plane crash.
And against Joe Biden in 2020.
We've got governor's races.
There.
Yeah. I mean, I think
a couple mayor's races we're going to be keeping an eye on. Proposition 50.
Exclusive to,
I have a police chase.
But certainly it was pronounced in places like Loudoun County with minority voters. Even though
supersized troll patrol tonight.
Run on a presidential ticket, she did very poorly with Indian American voters. They're a large community in Northern Virginia. Hispanic voters are also another large chunk of Northern Virginia. And then, of course, just sort of typical sway in some of the places.
Should be big wins for leftists. Should be
class population where
running the board for Democrats.
Appeal, and she didn't quite have that same match. But I think the really interesting tell tonight will be.
So I assume good night for chat.
Watch how that turns out.
Let's turn our attention to the California redistricting battle. Sabrina Siddiqui, what are you watching there? Yes or no on redrawing the maps for the 2026 midterm elections?
Well, I expect that Governor Newsom's effort will succeed. Look, I think it's very interesting because when you talk to Democrats, Democratic voters, I should say, they really want to see party leaders fight back against President Trump and Republicans in a more meaningful way. And this is one of the more tangible ways in which they are presenting voters with the opportunity to do that. Because, this is obviously a response, the first major response, if you will, from Democrats against these unprecedented efforts by President Trump and Republicans to redraw congressional maps this year. Obviously, this happens once a decade.
Well, I mean, ultimately, the races
outside of the typical process
that we're going to be following tonight
about the fact
aren't that consequential for most of America.
Their maps in order to help prevent Republicans from losing control of the House in next year's midterm elections. So, when I talk to Democratic voters, they actually often feel like Democrats are bringing a knife to a gunfight. And so this is one of those moments where they can see a tangible opportunity to try and stand up to the Trump administration. I think it'll pass.
Matthew Klein, let's talk to the map here. We're showing our viewers what the current map looks like. And if Proposition 50 passes tonight, this is what Governor Gavin Newsom and Democrats are proposing, that it shrinks down Republican districts and you go from 9 to 4 and 2 toss-ups. These numbers coming from Cook Political Report, what the prediction is for how these districts turn out.
Yeah. I mean, California's effort was largely spurred by Texas. Donald Trump pushed Texas over the summer to try and grab an additional 3 to 5 seats. That map passed despite Democratic opposition. And now Governor Gavin Newsom has basically stood up and he's said that he is going to push very hard for a map that very much cancels out the Texas map. And so the California map, as we see it, looks very similar. 3 to 5 potential pickup opportunities for Democrats. They're almost certainly going to pick up a couple of seats in the state, and then there are a few that might get a little bit better for them. There are also a number of Democratic incumbents who get shored up on the new map in California that will probably save the Democratic Congressional Campaign Committee and other political action groups quite a bit of money from having to spend in the Los Angeles markets, San Francisco markets that tend to be very expensive.
Who are we talking that's endangered, possibly endangered for Republican representatives in Congress?
Yeah, I mean, 3 Republicans.
Also, I missed out on Nancy Mace throwing a fit
in the 1st district.
TSA workers.
That district was redrawn so that it goes down further into the Bay Area, essentially makes his path to victory just impossible. Kevin Kiley in the 3rd district, the Sacramento area, that district gets redrawn, and he would be in serious trouble. Also, Ken Calvert, who was a longtime member of the Appropriations Committee, titanic force, been in Congress since 1992. His seat is essentially wiped off the map. We're hearing rumors about the possibility of a member-on-member race between him and Young Kim for the seat that she currently holds. There would be a Republican PAC seat down there closer to Orange County. That would potentially become one of the few places where Republicans actually have a place on the map where they actually have power. And then 2 other incumbents, David Valley.
Listen, Kevin Kiley needs to
his seat would get
leave Congress. Look at that face. He has no business being in Congress.
Him picking off his seat, and also Darrell Issa, who is another longtime member. His seat would go from being solidly Republican to about Harris plus 3. So Democrats would probably have a good shot at picking that one up.
Earlier today, I spoke with Seema Mehta, who covers California politics for the Los Angeles Times, about Proposition 50 and the people and the money behind the push for this pre-midterm redistricting.
The yes side raised exponentially more money. I don't have the exact figures in front of me, but just exponentially more money. And you can see.
Okay, C-SPAN not taking calls yet. So I'm going to keep an eye on C-SPAN. We're going to do my rundown here. We're going to come back to C-SPAN when they take some calls. Let's go to earlier today. We had yet another vote to reopen the government, with this vote failing. This is now the longest shutdown in history.
All right, welcome in. Rack them up, count them up. The Senate just failed for the 14th time to advance the House-passed funding bill to end the government shutdown. 14 times. Now, this latest vote comes on the heels of Senator Majority Leader John Thune saying he believes there is a chance a funding bill could pass by the end of the week. Need a little hope, right? CBS News congressional correspondent Caitlin Huey-Burns is live on Capitol Hill. Okay, so if the Senate failed on the 14th try to pass this, what's the hope of Mr. Thune? What's the content of his hope today?
Yeah, Reed, usually I come on here sounding like a broken record and a bearer of bad news, but today does feel a little bit different because there are talks going on that seem to be leading somewhere. I know that's kind of bare bones here, but basically you have some rank and file members, Democrats and Republicans on the Senate side, looking for an off-ramp of sorts. And what they're talking about, at least at this point, is a vote to reopen the government in exchange for a vote at a later date to extend those Obamacare subsidies that have been at the heart of the Democrats' opposition to this funding.
So basically, Democrats are willing to cave
before any of that becomes real at this point. But talking to lawmakers, there does seem to be at least some movement in those conversations. And Thune told us yesterday.
Apparently, Epstein did name names, and Congress has them. Marjorie Taylor Greene threatening to read those names.
Some other Democrats who say that they don't want any part of this, that they want a guarantee that these subsidies will be extended, or else they're not voting to open the government. So the Democrats we're looking at are some of those more moderate Democrats from states either whether they're up for re-election or they're not running at all this time, next election cycle.
Sports Cars, welcome in.
Say that they want the president to get involved. We haven't really seen that yet. Meanwhile, the president, for his part, is calling on Republicans to abolish the filibuster. I can also tell you that that is going nowhere up here on Capitol Hill, at least at this point.
Apparently.
Appetite among Republicans.
The Republicans can open the government if they wanted to. All they have to do is abolish the filibuster. And they have the votes.
In American history, because everything I talked about is unlikely to be resolved by the end of the day today. So tomorrow will mark the longest in history. But the fact that these conversations seem to be going somewhere is a new development in this whole saga. And that's because look at what's happening outside this building.
This whole saga.
Air traffic controllers having to work second jobs to make ends meet. Delays, massive delays we've seen at airports already, expected to get worse.
Was it LAX was shut down today?
SNAP benefits are going to be there.
As it reopened, flights were grounded again.
The American people are starting to hit here in Capitol Hill. So we'll see, but a different tune coming from lawmakers today than we've seen in days past.
Okay, 14 down in flames, maybe 15 will be the charm. Caitlin Huey-Burns, we know one thing's for sure. You'll be there when and if it happens. Thank you so much.
Let's go to the great Kornacki. Let him do the election day breakdown for us.
And let's turn to our man at the big board here, NBC News chief data analyst Steve Kornacki. Political nerds love this off-year election. It's our first
political nerds. That's us.
Feeling. So where in those seats that we just talked about, where do things stand?
Yeah, let's take a look. Start in Virginia. The polls will close there first tonight. And you've got Abigail Spanberger
in about 38 minutes.
If this race is won by Earl Sears, she has trailed significantly in the polling. You do see this is
she is batshit crazy.
Won this last year over Donald Trump by just under 6 points. One thing we're keeping an eye on, by the way, just outside, excuse me there, Savannah, just outside Washington, D.C., Northern Virginia, federal employees in the shutdown. What effect is that having on this race? In New Jersey, this is the one tonight Republicans think they have a shot at. Jack Ciattarelli ran 4 years ago for governor, nearly beat Phil Murphy. He's currently the incumbent. The polling...
Wait a minute, it really is pronounced Ciattarelli? Because that's the way Kornacki said it.
Having on this race. In New Jersey, this is the one tonight Republicans think they have a shot at. Jack Ciattarelli ran 4 years ago, governor, nearly beat Phil Murphy. He's currently the incumbent. The polling has put Mikey Sherrill ahead, but much closer than Virginia. This race tonight is going to hinge on a very particular type of voter. They are voters who don't like Donald Trump, but 4 years ago they were willing to vote for Ciattarelli. With Trump back in the White House, he still win those voters over. He needs to have a chance tonight. And of course, this
is the way Kornacki is saying it.
High-profile race, certainly. Zoran Mamdani, who defeated Andrew Cuomo in the Democratic primary by 12 points. Cuomo running as an independent. Curtis Sliwa, the Republican. The polling has put Mamdani ahead, thanks in no small part to the fact that the opposition to him is split between these two candidates.
And perhaps why Donald Trump was weighing in last night, signaling to Republicans to vote for Cuomo in that race. Let's talk about some of the issues that people are focused on. We've got a recent NBC News poll.
Yeah, we came out with one on Sunday to sort of set the playing field for this week. And here you go. This is Donald Trump. We asked voters.
Well, Lord, Oregon gal, welcome in.
Expectations, and wanted to highlight this because these marks, I think, 34, 33, 30% say he's living up when it comes to the economy, looking out for the middle class, inflation, cost of living. These are issues people say are top of mind for them. These are issues where he fared pretty well in his first term, and we really see his numbers dropping in this second term. And what that also has led to for Trump is an approval rating overall of just 43%. That typically has spelled problems for candidates in a president's party when a president reaches that level.
All right, Steve Kornacki, thank you very much.
Hey.
Shut up, Al. Let's go back to C-SPAN. We got some calls now. This is the good shit. Put it in my blood.
Cuomo. It feels like how I felt, arguing about what to do to stop Trump coming into presidency. So I'm not very concerned about the socialist aspect because, to be honest, Mamdani's policies are very democratic and not as socialist as they're trying to make him seem he is.
Leah, can I ask you, how old are you?
I'm 29.
You're 29. And how are your friends voting? Your other New York resident city friends?
My community, my friends around my age are all voting Mamdani. I don't know anybody who's voting Cuomo.
All right, Leah in Staten Island, Sabrina Siddiqui, your reaction to hearing that caller?
It very much fits into what I've heard when I've talked to voters about Zohran Mamdani and when I've talked to Democrats, strategists, pollsters, people who've been studying his campaign. And one of the key points that they make is that most of the people who are voting for Mamdani are doing it because they genuinely support him. Whereas one of the challenges that Andrew Cuomo, just insofar as he's the main opposition to Mamdani, has faced is that there's more of a split between those who are voting to support Cuomo and those who are voting for him simply because they don't want Mamdani.
Which is wild.
Just how much Mamdani's
I'll vote for the dude who had to resign in disgrace.
Polls show that
being a serial sexual harasser,
cost of living,
slapping fannies and killing grannies.
And I think that's certainly the case for Mamdani's voters. Cuomo voters are a little bit more divided on cost of living and crime, but the majority of the city believes that that cost of living is the city.
Let me try to get some Maynard over here.
Issue. And they talk about the cost of housing and rent, and they also talk about just the fact that the city has become so expensive that many of them can't afford to live there anymore. And I think you're going to hear that a lot from people who cast their ballots for Mamdani today, and it's going to be a really big part of what we anticipate is going to be a fairly significant victory for him.
If Mamdani wins tonight, what does it mean for the Democratic Party? Is it a House divided going forward?
I think there are.
He don't want nothing to do with you guys.
And you've seen some establishment Democrats refuse to endorse him or do so very tepidly. I hear caution when I talk to, for example, like I said, former Obama advisors who say that people are missing the desire.
Abortion is on the ballot. I wore my special election day shirt.
Everyone's talking about the social.
I got on election day last year.
He promises a lot of free stuff, and he connects with voters on a very personal level, and that's what Zohran Mamdani has been doing. Now it's just the socialist tag is used to scare people away, but a lot of why.
I think it is a little while before we get mayoral results. I don't know if it's 8 or 9.
Ocasio-Cortez is because they
first polls close in 30 minutes. That's in Virginia.
Points, the doublespeak that you hear from politicians, and that was also a very big part of President Trump's appeal.
Sure, Pierre.
I do think
that makes perfect sense.
The groups, some of these groups that Democrats have lost, who are key parts of their coalition. Mamdani is the kind of person who's bringing them back. Now, New York is not necessarily a microcosm of the country, but at
the British guy over here telling us when the polls close.
If they learn the right lessons from 2024 and they are not afraid to maybe be a little bit more bold in their messaging and to not shy away from some of the scare tactics that people have used around someone like Mamdani, then there is an ability to make inroads with the very types of voters that they lost in last November.
You've mentioned some of the highlights of Zohran Mamdani's bio.
Thank you, DJ Dub. I've got Minneapolis up over here because C-SPAN did not.
Free city-owned grocery store pilot, free buses. He has
say they were going to be keeping an eye on the Minneapolis mayoral race.
Sanders and Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. What does it mean for?
Maybe you're rushing to try to get to the Kohl's. You need to buy a nice coat.
His future was probably pretty bright no matter what. I think the real question about her is whether she'll choose to run for president in 2028 or potentially to primary Chuck Schumer. Chuck Schumer finds himself.
Michael, who did I vote for?
And it's worth noting.
For what? That's
who did eventually endorse.
Not a very specific question.
And so Schumer finds himself.
Yeah, I don't live in New York.
Situation where
though I do have a New York number for the show.
Most likely going to have Zohran Mamdani as his mayor. He's going to have to.
Satan! I vote for Satan.
One way or another because the questions are not going to stop.
Yeah, and there was reports today that Chuck Schumer told reporters he voted, but he didn't say who he voted for.
Right.
So going forward then, when you're looking at results tonight, where do you expect Zohran Mamdani to get much of his support? You heard that voter in New York City talking about previous mayors haven't done much for him.
I am a firm believer that right-wingers are morons.
The mayor was Rudy Giuliani.
Michael Bloomberg. But
Michael
also,
Bloomberg.
But yes.
Leftist, welcome in.
I think, one of the things that we're going to be watching, I'll be keeping a very close eye on Brooklyn. Brooklyn has changed dramatically. It's become this, very left-wing, sort of real progressive.
I will join whatever party will allow me to achieve my goal of pissing in Dan Crenshaw's eye pussy.
The Mamdani coalition that has really powered him. So I expect he's going to do very well in Brooklyn tonight. Cuomo obviously is going to try and do
right in the eye pussy.
Looking to do well with Jewish Americans, particularly in the upper west side of New York, Manhattan. And I
Cricks, calm it down now. Simmer down.
Originally expected to be sort of
pro butt stuff,
where he did very well in the primary, may actually end up. We could see sort of a shift tonight as Mamdani has become better known, and his message about affordability seems to have resonated more with working class voters there, particularly with working class minority voters in the Bronx, which is one of the lowest income.
Well, I totally would have voted for Mamdani.
Let's turn our attention to Virginia. We're about 30 minutes out from the polls closed.
No courtesy, what it really did win me over.
From Alexandria, Virginia, an independent caller. Olivia, did you vote?
Yes, I did.
And how did you vote? Who did you vote for?
Republican.
Okay, all the way down the ticket?
All the way down.
Okay, and tell us why.
One of the things was I would be appalled if the Democrat wins, because for people to vote for the Democrat who called for the killing of Miyares and violence on his kids, they are crazy to vote for that guy. Lately, I've been here for 30 years. Democrats have become so hateful and angry against anybody who says anything against what they stand for. That's why I voted Republican. I'm also against killing babies, because it's killing babies. Let's call it by its name. That's criminal. That's why I voted all the way Republican. And I hope and pray that not all the names are, for the governor and Miyares and the other.
I want to kill more babies.
One of them gains the Republican vote, and maybe all three of them.
Okay. All right, Olivia. Matthew Clinton, let's talk about the Republican ticket.
I want more abortion.
Abortion has been a central issue in this campaign. Abigail Spanberger has, really tried to define Winsome Earl Sears by statements that she herself had made. The lieutenant governor had previously.
Winsome Earl Sears is batshit crazy.
It was wicked.
It's not just the name.
Particularly popular position in Virginia, although certainly there are people who feel passionately about it on both sides.
Lenny, welcome in.
I think, Winsome Earl Sears really.
That is Spanberger on the right, Winsome Earl Sears on the left.
Almost baked from the beginning.
Spanberger was a congresswoman. She was in leadership in the Democratic Party.
Especially in the D.C. area. But when Trump came in and started implementing.
Decided not to run for governor.
Aggressive federal layoffs with the Department of Government Efficiency and Elon Musk. That was an opportunity. That was an early opportunity for Winsome Earl Sears to demonstrate that she was, a Virginian first, that she was running for this race for governor. She was going to stand up for Virginians against the President of the United States, and ultimately she chose not to do that. She largely stuck by this sort of idea that, it's unfortunate, Virginia's going to maybe try and help people who have been laid off. But that really isn't the message that I think a lot of people wanted to hear. It came across to
Michaelo, I am not high enough for this shit.
And it's dogged her throughout this campaign, especially as, now we're in the midst of a.
Oh my God, somebody's talking to me. Maybe I am too high for this shit.
Hold on. For a lot of people in Virginia, national politics is a local issue in Virginia.
Hey, can we?
Few states where that's the case, and in this moment, that isn't helping the Republicans.
And on
I read your mind. Oh shit.
Candidates. Let's talk about those a little bit.
Yeah.
John, we got a Chud in the chat apparently.
He at times has had disagreements with Winsome Earl Sears about that.
Chud in the chat.
Same-sex marriage expressed that view as
what a song
against Abigail Spanberger. He's running a sort of a trying to be a pragmatic.
I think more people should kill their babies.
Anyone and go anywhere, and obviously that's a legitimate message. He's had a few scandals of his own.
There should be more abortions.
Democrats have largely rallied around Ghazala Hashmi, their nominee. Republicans have tried to argue that Ghazala Hashmi is too left-wing to represent the state of Virginia. But ultimately, I think the reality
anonymously welcome in
races often just go the way that the governor races go.
Okay, so Alien
won, and he swept in Winsome.
Welcome, my friend.
And Jason Miyares. Now that there's more scrutiny on,
I should tell the story now.
Defending herself
of going to Dollywood.
But odds are, however, the governor.
I will mute Matthew Klein here. We go, it's a little bit later on a Sunday. People are kind of clearing out. It's like a 30% chance of rain. We get there, we're totally stoned. We've been driving around, smoking joints. Silent, welcome in. Now, mind you, I am definitely scared of heights. So we get there, the first ride we ride, it's a little baby roller coaster. They're taking another call here.
Early last week.
And who did you vote for, Paul?
I voted for the Democratic ticket and the
Red Wine Terrorist. Welcome.
Okay, and tell us why.
Paul from Virginia, you voted for the Democrats.
Well, I think, yeah, it is a little bit of a national thing. I think the Trump administration across the board has been really bad for us, bad for Virginia, bad for federal workers, and I think Spamberger.
He ain't fun. So we do the first roller coaster. It ain't nothing, right? It's like a little indoor roller coaster. What the fuck did it even do? It barely went down a hill a little bit. Blazing Fury. Well, it wasn't fucking nothing. I'm like, I'm disappointed. It had a whole build up. Now there's not many people in line. We're like skipping the whole, waiting in line part. Like there's just like people with the main. What? It wasn't busy at all. Like it's Sunday evening. The weather's it's kind of yucky, but it's not raining. They had the Christmas lights up. So we do the second roller coaster, and it's got like 3 or 4 loop-de-loops. You go around. It had my favorite thing. You go around on the sideways and shit. I love that. That was the Tennessee Tornado. That was fun as fuck. That was the second thing we rode. So the third thing is this thing, Fly Like an Eagle, Wild Eagle, and it's like, soar on the wings of an eagle and shit. And it's starting to drizzle as we're walking into the ride and shit. And we step to the side. We get real nice and stoned, and being stoned made it worse. We hit the babe a few times. We go up the stairs and get up to the Wild Eagle, and people start coming off, and they're like, it's pouring the rain. It's like bullets in your face. So I took the other roller coaster like a trooper, because once again, I am scared of heights. I'm like, I don't want to do this. Rain in your face that feels like bullets doesn't sound fun at all. But Curiouser, she's all about it. There's these like young girls in the crowd. They're all about it. They're like, it makes it more fun. The rain makes it more fun. There's like a girl that's ready to jump the line and take my spot, because Curiouser here wanted to be on the front, in the front cart. Once again, I am scared of heights. So we're going up the ascent, and that's the first part of the roller coaster is just the ascent up. I don't even know how high to describe it, but it's like the highest point. It's really fucking high. And the entire time we're going up, it's just raining in my face. It's cold, and you described it as being waterboarded, and that's exactly what it was like. And then we're coming down and doing the loop-de-loops and shit. And I'm like, ugh, and she's saying this was a horrible decision. We got completely fucking soaked. The roller coaster actually would probably be fun. My feet were dangling. That's another thing, because the roller coasters like that make me feel like my legs are going to get chopped off. It's different when I'm in a little bucket and I can duck inside and shit. But no, my feet are dangling down. Feel like they're going to get chopped off. First time I rode a roller coaster in 20 years. Yeah, they're arguing with the chud. I guess I picked a bad time to tell my roller coaster story. Oh, this is the Attorney General race. Is what they're talking about.
Premium on the affordability issue, and something that we've seen in New Jersey.
Well, that's who they were showing the B-roll of.
Pull a premium on and that, as well as Zohran Mamdani in New York. It seems to be like if the Democrats are successful in all these kind of marquee races that we're seeing, we're going to see the affordability issue reign supreme in 2026. And so Democrats are really hoping that these three Democrats hopefully with some large margins, and then you will see Democrats use that as a springboard to get into 2026 with their messaging and try to move beyond the 2024 losses that were quite stinging for the party.
Bracken Booker, also preview races for the Virginia House of Delegates tonight. What are you watching there?
Michaelello. Do you want to call in? Do you want to have a conversation?
Another close thing that we're watching. Democrats have been very, very excited about those races. They can expand their margins. They have a slight margin in the lower chamber of the general.
Oh my God, Kaiser is threatening to walk in there and ban him.
And Republicans have really been trying to hammer Democrats, especially last week when Democrats called the surprise special session to bring up redistricting in the state.
I mean,
some of the things that we're seeing in other states.
I don't give a shit if somebody cussed you.
But Democrats feel like they did the polling, they did the messaging. They feel like, hey, we are on the right side of history.
Don't cry about it. Give it back to them.
So if
let them have it in equal,
expand their margins and the.
Yeah, I fucking hate it when people.
It's a really good night for Democrats. I've heard. I
hate it when people complain.
They can pick up as many as 10 seats. I think
play victim. That's what you're doing.
That's what some folks are telling me to look for tonight.
All right, Bracken Booker, Politico's national political reporter, joining us tonight from Virginia. Thank you very much.
Thanks for having me.
Matthew Klein, if there is a pickup of 10 in the House of Delegates, what does that give Democrats on redrawing the maps? Do they need a supermajority to do that with ease, or what are they looking for here?
Yeah, I mean, obviously there are a lot of Democrats who are going to not want to have to take the vote on redistricting. But of course, if the party leadership needs them, they will end up having probably.
She's petting my cat.
So the more seats that the party takes up, the fewer members, the more Democrats can avoid having to take that particularly challenging vote. But yes, Democrats still look like they're going full steam ahead on redistricting in Virginia. As far as we can tell, that could result in a net pickup of potentially 2 or even 3.
I have missed everything that's going on in the chat. I was telling the story.
That's quite a bit.
Yeah, let's look at the map as you're talking about it in Virginia on your screen for our viewers, and you can see this is what the current
sounds about right.
Like. And go ahead and tell me. 6 Democrats, 5 Republicans serving in the House right now. What are they hoping to do?
Yeah, I mean, I think the most obvious thing that they would do, they would probably target the 1st and the 2nd districts very easily. The 1st district.
Did you finish school? Of course, clinically finished school.
He's been in Congress for a long time.
What in the hell?
Particularly competitive.
That's a horrible insult.
If they don't end up redrawing the lines, he probably will this cycle. Democrats feel very good about their potential nominee there. And also the 2nd district, which is one of these classic bellwether seats in the Virginia Beach area, swings all the time, political wins. That is currently represented by Republican Jen Kiggins. It also would be fairly straightforward to draw her out of a job. And then in the 5th district, which is currently represented by John McGuire, that stretches down from Charlottesville all the way to the North Carolina border. You could potentially do some reworking there if you expand Northern Virginia, some of those seats out a little bit more, could potentially draw him out. I've seen Matt
root for you, Cicero.
In favor of Democrats in Virginia.
First radiation treatment on Monday.
But it is in the conversation.
And we are about 15 minutes away from the first polls closing in Virginia. By the way, on
we're getting there. Quarter of an hour.
To follow along county by county with election results. The data on our website comes from the Associated Press. We rely on them tonight to make projections, to declare winners. You'll be able to follow along with all that data, play around with the maps as you continue to watch here on C-SPAN. Let's go to New Jersey. Ethan is in Marlboro, New Jersey, a Republican caller. Ethan, who did you vote for tonight?
Who's a Republican caller?
I voted for Jack Ciattarelli, and I voted Republican down the line. And I'm going to tell you why. I'm not somebody who's super ideological, but I am a member of the Jewish community. And in New Jersey, we pay very close attention to what happens in New York. And I have never seen my community so fired up to back Republicans. The Mamdani campaign has awoken a sleeping giant, especially in places, more religious places in here, like Lakewood and Teaneck. And it is something that I've never seen my community so united behind the Republican ticket. So the Democrats, who have relied on Jewish votes for decades,
Globus, welcome in.
check themselves. Even this
This
month,
is all the elections. This is your election central.
they're alienating
What that election be doing?
been loyal to them for a long time, and that's something they want to consider for future elections.
All right, Sabrina Siddiqui, your reaction to hearing that about what's happening in New York City mayoral race having an impact on the New Jersey gubernatorial race?
Well, I think one of the issues that has obviously been raised by Zohran Mamdani's opponents is his very...
The polls close in less than 15 minutes in Virginia. We have the Virginia gubernatorial race along with the... Oh, yeah, we need to check in. This is live in Louisville, Kentucky.
Right now, away from this fire, and let crews get.
We have a plane crash in Louisville, Kentucky. It's a UPS plane,
ground at the Louisville,
but not a passenger plane.
Airport. Let's now show you the update from the mayor putting this statement out. Louisville Mayor Craig Greenberg saying, Rachel and I are praying for victims of the UPS plane that crashed during takeoff at 5:15 local time. We have every emergency agency responding to the scene. There are multiple injuries and the fire is still burning. There are many road closures in the area. Please avoid the scene. The plane was carrying 280,000 gallons of fuel. We'll have a briefing soon with Governor Beshear. We'll provide more details as they
Is it the Muhammad Ali International Airport?
on Live Now from Fox.
He was a famous Louisvillian.
More images will be coming and updates will happen, and we will have that for you right here on Live Now. We'll also be covering for you the elections happening across the country.
You damn right I'll be covering the elections. We're going to Virginia. Polls close in 12 minutes. They are going to be electing their first woman governor, no matter who wins.
For sure, from the voters we've heard from today, is that they think this race for Virginia governor is an important one. Whoever wins this race is going to make history as Virginia's first female governor.
It's important for the Commonwealth and important for the country.
Election day in Virginia. Today's gubernatorial results determine whether a Republican remains in office. This voter thinks continuing current Governor Glenn Youngkin's work by voting for Lieutenant Governor Winsome Earl-Sears is the way to go.
We have so much turmoil in the nation, so we want to have some stabilizations and stabilities for the people.
Others are dissatisfied and say it's time for a change by voting for former Democratic Congresswoman Abigail Spanberger.
Yeah, I think it's very important. The country, it's not doing very well with the current president, so it's important to change things around.
More recently, Earl-Sears has attacked Spanberger over her refusal to call on Democratic Attorney General nominee Jay Jones to resign after the release of violent texts he sent a few years ago, including using this ad with footage from the gubernatorial debate where Spanberger does not respond to repeated asks about Jones's texts. It made this voter go with Earl-Sears.
The candidate, Spanberger, where she has her head turned and totally ignores the other candidate.
Was she kind of crazy?
That, to me, said it all. That just said it all. If you can't even listen to this lady say who knows what, are you going to listen to the people?
Earl-Sears' campaign has also focused on issues like school policies regarding transgender students, particularly their use of bathrooms and locker rooms.
Yes, all her ads are about trans people.
In the polls throughout the campaign, she's leaned heavily into the rising cost of living and the government shutdown, arguing Republicans are not standing up to Trump amid federal worker layoffs and tariffs that Democrats argue are making life harder for Virginians.
Voted for Abigail Spanberger because I believe she is going to take us in the right direction. And we need some change in this Commonwealth and the country, and I think she can be a part of that.
And voters here at Stuart Weller Elementary School in Ashburn tell me the issues they most care about are voting rights, immigration, and education. Melissa, Tony?
All right.
Let's delve further into the Attorney General's race and these scandalous texts.
Continues to make headlines as Democratic candidate Jay Jones tries to recover from a text message scandal.
Newly published text messages reveal he once pondered shooting a Republican lawmaker. Sydney Persing is live in the Commonwealth tonight with the very latest developments and analysis on this contentious race. Sydney.
Yeah, well, as much as Jay Jones' campaign surely would like this to go away, this story, this scandal is not going anywhere. It only continues to pick up steam as Republicans hope it'll help them win in November. Jones, though, isn't giving up or dropping out and was seen mingling with voters earlier today. Jay Jones posed for pictures, smiling with supporters early voting Wednesday morning. But behind the scenes, his campaign remains in crisis.
It's just disgraceful. The whole thing's disgraceful.
On Friday, the National Review published texts from Jones, the Democratic nominee for Virginia's Attorney General. The messages were sent to a Republican lawmaker back in 2022 and were about former Virginia House Speaker Todd Gilbert. Jones texted the lawmaker, "3 people."
I'm surprised Curiouser hasn't hopped on and kicked him.
Gilbert gets 2 bullets to the head.
Unmitigated stupidity and absolutely inexcusable.
Director of the Center for Politics, Larry Sabato, said Jones's text could hurt his chances in what's already an extremely tight race.
This alone certainly will not defeat.
You guys could just ignore him.
It may be enough to defeat Jay Jones.
Tonight, Axios reports Jones canceled a fundraising event scheduled
Or
for
continue to fuck with him. I don't know.
since the messages were shared.
The people who
have to ban him
vote in the election could make a difference in the outcome as much as the people who do vote.
GW's Peter Loge, who's led and advised a number
The School of Pubic Hairs.
the scandal will affect some turnout, encouraging some voters to skip the race altogether, but is skeptical of
They want you to call in, Michael Lowe.
will now cast a ballot for sitting AG Jason Miyares.
Most people will go to great lengths to justify who they're going to vote for, even if that person has done some pretty awful things.
Jones's campaign has not responded to Fox 5's request for an interview, but in a statement he said in part, "I take full responsibility for my actions, and I want to issue my deepest apology to Speaker Gilbert and his family. Reading back those words made me sick to my stomach. I am embarrassed, ashamed, and sorry."
Now it's up to the voters to decide, okay, was that enough?
And I asked Larry Sabato, what's the lesson in this political story? He said it's that in this day and age, all parties need to learn to do opposition research on their own candidates. Election Day, Jim Angie, is, of course, on November 4th.
November 4th being today. You go back to the C-SPAN. Hopefully they'll take another call, but they might not before the top of the hour.
What is exit polling and
Meat Cakes, welcome in.
Yeah, so exit polling is...
They might not take another call, so you should call in. Michaelo.
The electorate that takes place when a pollster is...
917-830-4359.
They exit the polling place. For the last 8 years, we at the AP have used a different methodology that was more focused on talking to people where they are.
Should have done it.
Mail, by phone, text message,
Did it do it?
email, because of so much of the vote is conducted in advance. This year, we're partnering with the U.S. broadcast networks as well as a firm called SSRS to combine the methodology that we've used over the last 8 years plus
an hour-long poll
as they leave polling places to try to get that snapshot.
I wonder why the phone didn't work.
Really at the core of what that exit poll, or we're calling it the voter poll, does. We're trying to understand who is voting, what issues they cared about, and what motivated them to cast their ballots. We certainly
Worked for me that time.
The poll to see what
didn't work for somebody doing it from Twitch.
but we're really trying to understand the electorate and who's come out to vote and
All right, Michelob.
What impact did you
Come on, call in, buddy. Oh, do I have the phone open?
tonight? You're doing it a little bit differently than previous.
Might help if I put the phone on the right thing.
I think that it's great that we'll have all of America looking at
Now the phone's open.
One numbers from AP about what the numbers are in terms of who the country has chosen.
Can I play with the poll again?
All these states that are doing elections tonight.
I'm the only no vote.
Hard and have for more than 170 years to count the vote from a nonpartisan, transparent perspective. We add up the votes, and it's great that we're all going to be looking at one set of data that
not anymore.
says what the voters have decided. Because it's really a night that's not about the politicians or
my job.
At least to me, it's not about the media. It's about the voters. It's about the people who have gone out, cast a ballot either early or today, and what decisions they have made, and thinking about them and what that data is. And it's a reflection of the choices that all those voters have made.
Hey, Flo. Yeah, it's on Twitch.
And we try to keep them front and center.
It's pinned up here.
David Scott of the Associated Press in our conversation earlier. And again, we're relying on the Associated Press tonight to call races. You can find all of the results if you go to cspan.org. And of course,
ooh, I'm no longer the only no vote. It's actually
it's election night in America.
Tightened up. The race is tightened up.
Results in New York City, Virginia, New Jersey, and California. Joining us this evening is Matthew Klein. He is with the Cook Political Report with Amy Walter. He analyzes House races as well as the gubernatorial. And Sabrina Siddiqui is with the National Political Reporter with the Wall Street Journal. And we thank you both for being here with us tonight. We are just about, 4 minutes away here from Virginia.
4 minutes away from Virginia polls closing.
Klein, do you think we get a call right away?
I don't know how fast we get
Good question.
numbers in.
Come fairly quickly. Based on everything we've seen so far, if this is really going to be the decisive night for Abigail Spanberger that a lot of the polls have indicated that it might be, then yeah, we'll probably get a call fairly soon. It'll take a little while longer to call the Attorney General's race. Obviously, that has a history of voting very competitively. The Attorney General contests often take a little bit longer in Virginia, and I think because of the circumstances of the
I see what you did there, clinically.
And Jason Miar is the incumbent Republican. It's probably going to be, a fairly long night before we have an answer on that one.
One of our first callers came from Arlington, Virginia, suburbs here of Washington, D.C. Talk about Northern Virginia. How populated is this part of the state? And how quickly do they count votes there?
Yeah, Northern Virginia is the engine of Democratic strength in Virginia, and it's part of the reason that the state swung from being sort of a Republican stronghold back in the 80s and 90s, really one of the few southern states that was Republican, to now being one of the few southern states that votes Democratic. The growth of Northern Virginia, Arlington, but Fairfax County, Loudoun County in particular, Prince William, some of those counties really expanded out. Has just been
Prince Albert County
Democrats, and it's also been particularly hard hit by the federal workforce layoffs that have happened and the government shutdown. And government shutdown doesn't just affect people who have been directly laid off by the federal government. Around here, it affects the people who are contractors for the federal government or who work closely with federal employees, rely on federal employees, getting them to and from for their businesses, and so. Yeah, absolutely. Northern Virginia is an extremely crucial part of this equation. Some parts of it count faster than others, so we'll keep an eye on which parts do and don't. But I think we'll get a pretty good sense of it pretty early on.
When you look at the state, where are there Republican strongholds versus the Democratic strongholds that you just talked about?
Yeah, Republicans have much stronger bases of support out in rural Virginia. Particularly out in Western Virginia, more Appalachian. It's more mountainous, culturally more conservative out there. Republicans also do fairly well in some of the suburbs of Richmond, the exurbs of Richmond. They've really lost a lot of ground.
About a minute until 4:20. Oh, wait a minute. Election day. First poll in Virginia. Holiday, I tell you good evening.
There is some Republican strength still in the Virginia Beach area. That continues to be represented by a Republican in Congress. But by and large, Republicans have seen while they may have seen their geographical footprint expand a little bit, they've taken over some more of the rural areas.
Yeah, my clock says 7
has
o'clock.
diminished in recent cycles, and it seems like tonight's going to be another example of that.
So when you look at the votes coming in right away when polls close at 7, as we see the percentage start to trickle in,
He's been slightly behind.
could it look lopsided at
We
first?
ran into this at one time when we were watching New Year's Eve shit.
Based on anything that we're seeing really very quickly, we'll want to wait until we have some counties that have fully reported, which may take a little while, before we can start actually comparing them to where things were last cycle in 2024, 2021, 2020.
Abigail Spanberger, if she wins tonight, Sabrina, what does that mean for the Democratic Party? She's a national security candidate, a moderate Democrat.
She's a CIA plant.
Is that a winning formula for them?
That is what she's saying.
That it is, because I think they're looking at all of this
in Virginia. I think
where that candidate
she's a pretty big home
is
run.
elected, right? So Abigail Spanberger is a very different type of candidate than Zohran Mamdani, and it's very likely that both of them will win their races tonight. And in some ways, it's the best of both worlds for Democrats, as they are trying to reassemble this coalition that they lost in the last election cycle, where they were really struggling between appealing to centrists, in a race ultimately eventually between Vice President Harris and President Trump, at the same time as trying not to contend with the fact that they had turned off.
Oh my God, no is
progressive liberal
not going to make the comeback.
So I think
Everybody
Democrats
vote no on the poll.
About her
vote no on the
candidacy.
poll.
Also, she will make history. Either way, history will be made. Virginia will be electing also its first female governor,
That's
which
right.
is also worth marking, even though they didn't talk about it a lot on the campaign trail. But coming back,
We're now an hour away from polls closing.
This election if tonight is ultimately about cost of living, the economy,
in New Jersey,
inflation, then I think Abigail Spanberger is going to have a really good night. Again, the margin is what Democrats are looking for. They really want it to be a very decisive victory, because the more decisive, then the more confident that they'll feel about rebuilding the party's image, rather than simply a protest vote against President Trump.
All right, the polls closed 90 seconds ago in Virginia. We are just a minute and change after 7 p.m. Eastern time here on the East Coast. And we are watching the candidates in the Virginia gubernatorial race. We've got cameras at the headquarters tonight. On your left is the headquarters for Abigail Spanberger. She's in Richmond, Virginia, the capital of the state. And the lieutenant governor, the Republican candidate, Winsome Earl Sears, she is in Leesburg, Virginia. When the candidates come out to speak, we will bring you live coverage of their remarks. That's
so we should get Spanberger pretty early on. She left Congress to run for governor.
For results to come in, Brandon's in Williamsburg, Virginia, Democratic caller. Brandon, we are watching this race closely right now here at 7:02 p.m. Eastern time.
The poll results were 6-7.
Who did Abigail Spanberger?
And why did you decide to go with Abigail Spanberger?
Because she needs to help President Trump to the trains to run again.
What?
Because she's Abigail Spanberger is wonderful.
All right, Brandon there in Williamsburg.
Make the trains run on time.
And again, we are watching Virginia tonight to see if the Associated Press calls this race on the early side. We heard from the Associated Press earlier. They want to see a good representation of votes in the county.
Mamdani should win. It should be a slam dunk.
Polling. That's talking to the viewers, the voters.
I believe the only close race we're watching tonight is the
tonight. And we've heard also from
New Jersey governor's race.
Networks.
Polls close in New Jersey in less than an hour.
That the economy is the #1 issue for Virginia voters.
Absolutely. I mean, it's what we hear anytime I get on the phone with voters and I ask them what is top of mind. It always comes back to cost of living. And in Virginia, Abigail Spanberger's campaign what they framed their agenda as was affordable Virginia. That was
Warlord, you have
their
spam
agenda as, and there were promises
in the UK
to rein in pharmaceutical middlemen, to streamline permitting for certain home construction, and then I've heard from voters who are talking about how car sales tax is one of the highest in the country. I mean, and then there's also the important piece about the layoffs, here in Washington.
I do not find canned meat.
Impacted federal workers and contractors in Northern Virginia. So, I really think that
I got you covered, DJ Dub. I've got both a rundown of
that is where President Trump
Minnesota races, and I've got a live feed
strongest
from a Minneapolis station over here.
Say, well, I don't like the guy. I don't love everything he said.
We just haven't had a chance to get around to
I
it.
think that he's better on the economy. I think that he's going to improve my personal cost of living, my way of life. And that's where he's lost the most ground. And that's where I think Democrats saw an opening. And that's certainly the story, like I said, not just of Virginia, but I also think of New York City and of New Jersey as well.
Matthew Klein?
Winsome Earl-Sears did not campaign on the economy nearly to the extent that Abigail Spanberger did. And Winsome, the lieutenant governor went all in very early on the transgender messaging, particularly with regard to youth sports. And that was a message that did help Glenn Youngkin back in 2021. There was a backlash. Education was a really central issue, in part because it was still so fresh in everyone's minds after COVID and the handling of that.
I'm sorry, I will do better for you.
But Earl Sears really came into this campaign and was laser focused on that. When
C-SPAN left it off their list, and I thought that was odd.
Issue for them, and attempting to convince swing voters that was going to be more important than some of the economic messages that Abigail Spanberger was articulating. It just didn't help her, and it also didn't put her in a very good position to capitalize on the potential for a scandal like what happened with Jay Jones. Her campaign has tried to pivot very quickly, make that a top issue.
That's why I think leftists are going to have
position from the
a good night tonight, two very big wins in mayor's races.
For her benefit.
We are watching the races in Virginia as well as New Jersey.
Democrats poised to win in New Jersey and Virginia.
Of election night 2025. And
Proposition 50 looking to pass in California. They're pretty much going to run the table tonight.
748-80, excuse me, I'll start over. Democrats, 202-748-8920. Republicans, 202-748-8921. All others, 202-748-8922. And you can text if you'd like at 202-748-8903. Those are the lines for all of you tonight. We want to hear from you, especially if you voted and in any of these contests. Please call in tonight and let us know who you voted for and why. Matthew Klein, sticking with Virginia, is there a bellwether county that we haven't talked about yet that you'll be keeping an eye on tonight?
Oh my God, they're not taking a lot of calls.
It's the largest city in the state. It's sort of got this working class area. A lot of.
New Jersey is the next one. So let's cover the race in New Jersey, where apparently it's Jack Citronelli actually said that way. That's the way Karnacki said it earlier. Jack Citronelli against Mikey Sherrill.
The other big race we're following is in New Jersey, where Democrat Mikey Sherrill is up against Republican Jack Ciattarelli. They're vying to replace Democratic.
Holy fuck! She looks exactly like Abigail Spanberger. It's the exact same candidate.
Governor Phil Murphy, who is term limited.
It has been 6 decades since one party has won the governor's race 3 times in a row in New Jersey. Soon we'll learn if it will happen again, or if the state will shift back to a Republican leader.
Eyewitness News reporter Jason Patel is following this race closely, live from Montclair. Good morning, Jason.
Good morning, Pedro and Charlene. And New Jersey is just one of 2 states right now voting for a governor. So that's just one of the reasons why this race is just so closely watched. This morning, we're here in Montclair. We're expecting Mikey Sherrill to cast her vote here at Hillside Elementary School this morning. Jack Ciattarelli already voted last week. And you can see that both candidates were campaigning.
She said Ciattarelli.
Ciattarelli was in Raritan, New Jersey.
She said Ciattarelli.
Montclair. And between in-person early voting and mail-in ballots, we know nearly 1.2 million people here in New Jersey have
Democrats have a type.
Jack Ciattarelli, of course, is making his
Ciattarelli
for governor. He lost to Governor Phil Murphy back in 2021. And his opponent, Mikey Sherrill, is trying to ensure Democrats have a 3rd consecutive term as governor. But that's something that hasn't been accomplished for nearly 6 decades. Former President Barack Obama campaigned with Mikey Sherrill over the weekend, and Jack Ciattarelli had a tele-rally last night where President Trump actually joined him over the phone. But of course, yesterday, both candidates started to make the final push out to voters ahead of election morning.
The final push out.
We need turnout tomorrow, and if the turnout's anything like it was on election day back in 2021, I got to tell you, we're in good shape. We accomplished all of our goals with the vote by mail ballots, and with the 9 days of early voting, we're right where we need to be.
As we see an attack on all the things we love, we know that here in New Jersey, we are drawing a line. Here in New Jersey, we are saying that in our state, our kids, our families are going to have a great future in our state.
And polls open in less than an hour at 6 a.m. this morning, and they close at 8 p.m. here in New Jersey. Live in Montclair, Jaysha Patel, Channel 7 Eyewitness News.
Looks like it'll be a tight race. Jaysha, thank you.
Apparently not going to be that tight of a race. C-SPAN analysts feel like Mikey Sherrill is going to pull the win out.
His campaign around.
We should be getting results from Virginia any moment.
National narrative that Republicans could construct around the Biden administration, and this is Biden's America, liberal America, and look what they're teaching your children in schools, and look at all the ways in which they've refused to return back to normal after COVID era policies that at some point people wanted to put behind them. I think those are all really important points. And now, when you're looking at the state of the country, the dissatisfaction very much has to do with President Trump. And you've seen that reflected in poll after poll. Now, I did have an interesting conversation with some Democratic pollsters who told me that there are some warning signs here for Democrats, because even if they have a good night, this shift does not necessarily have much to do with anything that Democrats are actually doing. More so than this deep dissatisfaction with the Trump administration and their inability to bring costs down. So, I think that it's a little bit more of a way of expressing to the party to be a little bit cautious and not necessarily take a huge victory lap when there's still a lot of problems with the Democratic Party's image. And I don't think that those issues are going to resolve themselves tonight, even if they have a strong night.
All right, let's just take a look at Virginia right now. This is 0% of votes in. And you can see here that Abigail Spanberger, the Democratic candidate here, leading by 2,609 votes. Her share of the vote, 64.7% to 35.2%. Again, very early. Associated Press has 0% of votes in. This is the lieutenant governor race, and you can see again the Democratic candidate there, Ghazala Hashmi, is in the lead over John Reed. And then look at the J. Jones numbers right now. Again, this is very early on. We expect this to change. We're just showing you this now as polls just closed minutes ago in Virginia, and we're going to keep an eye on it, and you can do so as well. If you want to follow these races closely, you can go to our website, cspan.org, and we have the map there of Virginia, the Associated Press results. They will update in real time. You can keep your fingers on these Virginia results. If that's what you're interested, go on to New York, New Jersey, California. We're monitoring it all tonight. Speaking of New York, let's go up.
Oh, here we go.
New York Spectrum News 1. Bobby Kuza is joining us, New York 1 Spectrum's political reporter. to give us an update on the mayor's race.
Got a few votes in Virginia.
What do you have for us?
Bobby Yakuza.
Well, all eyes are on Zohran Mamdani, of course. I mean, this race has become a national story because he has really came out of nowhere. I mean, going back to the primary here, which took place back in June, he emerged from a pretty crowded field as having been somebody who was a virtual unknown here in New York City. He was kind of an obscure state assemblyman from Queens. But Mamdani, he's really a uniquely talented politician. He's a young guy, he's only 34 years old. He had a talent for making, and has a talent for making, these social media videos that got a lot of traction. He got a lot of young people excited about this race. And on top of that, he had a single-minded message that was all about affordability. At a time when some of the other candidates in the primary were talking about public safety and policing here in New York City, he was relentlessly focused on bringing.
Spanberger with a healthy lead, but they were barely
resonated with people. So
he votes in less than 1%.
Primary back in June, and then, as those who have been following the race know, we saw the former governor Andrew Cuomo, who lost in the primary, then decided to go ahead and run in the general election in November as an independent candidate. So this has really been a clash. Sort of a rematch, really, between those two.
I can't believe.
Kind of ugly in the last few weeks, but at this point,
he decided to run as an independent.
Overwhelming.
I can't believe it.
Ahead in the polls, and so we're watching tonight to see if he wins, by how much he wins, whether he can break that 50% threshold, because it's not just him and Andrew Cuomo. We've also got Curtis Sliwa, who is the Republican candidate in this race. And interestingly,
Jojo Siwa.
Trump has come out behind Andrew Cuomo rather than the Republican in the race. So there's a lot going on. Also, the current mayor, Eric Adams, dropped out of the race a few weeks ago. Usually we don't have this kind of exciting general election race here in New York City because a lot of times things are decided.
Apparently Trump has a personal beef with Siwa.
New York City here tonight.
Yeah, and where does the support for Zohran Mamdani come from? Which boroughs are you watching for, and what type of voters?
Well, what Mamdani did in the primary back in June was almost unprecedented, the level to which he was able to activate young voters, voters who were first-time voters registering for the first time. He brought them out in droves, and they supported him overwhelmingly as compared to some of the other candidates that were running in that primary. So he really banked on that. The older voters tended to skew more in favor of Andrew Cuomo, but geographically he has support all over the city. Although he did best in Brooklyn, but he won 3 out of the 5 boroughs in the primary. We're going to see what happens tonight, whether he can potentially sweep all 5 boroughs. The one borough here in New York City that tends to go Republican is Staten Island. So we'll see whether they might vote for the Republican candidate or for Andrew Cuomo. But what he has done also, and remember, the other thing about Zohran Mamdani, he's a democratic socialist. And so he has been branded as being an extremist, somebody whose views are out of step with the mainstream. I mean, that's what Andrew Cuomo has said about him throughout this campaign. And so there is some, I think, trepidation.
Says the dude that lost handily. It's a weird argument to make.
But what he did after the primary, he really tried to broaden his appeal. He moderated some of those views, including the fact that he had been a fierce critic of the NYPD. He had talked about defunding and dismantling the NYPD in years past. He sort of took that back and kind of remade himself in a way that would broaden his appeal to a larger electorate. And I think that is what has been successful these last few months in allowing him to win. If he does go ahead and win once these polls close at 9 o'clock in this election, despite the fact that he started out as a pretty far left candidate. I mean, even within the primary field, in the Democratic primary here in New York, he was by far the furthest to the left.
We got about 1% of the votes in.
And here he is now on the cusp of winning.
In Virginia.
What does the ballot look like when the voters go in and New York City residents go in to vote today and tonight? What does the ballot look like?
Well, I'll tell you, I voted today, and I had 4 pages on my ballot, if you count front and back, because this is a year where we've got city elections. And so mayor, all the other citywide offices, city council, there's 51 city council districts here in New York City. There's judgeships, there's borough presidencies for all 5 boroughs, a couple district attorney races. So it's a very crowded ballot. There's also some ballot questions that pertain to building affordable housing here in New York City, sort of streamlining that process. But look, New York City is a Democratic town, right? I mean, we're talking about a city council that has 51 seats. Out of those 51 seats, only 6 of them are held by Republicans. So in a city like this, what happens a lot of time is you get a very competitive Democratic primary for some of these races, but then not so much in the general election when the Democrat ordinarily kind of cruises to winning that election. So a lot of times these November elections are not that interesting. And again, this year there are not a lot of competitive races down ballot, but there's so much attention on the mayor's race because it is so unusually competitive this time around with Cuomo against Mamdani, and the fact you've got 3 pretty viable candidates. And until recently, there was a lot of attention on the current mayor, Eric Adams, and whether or not he was going to follow through with his run. So crowded ballot, but really all of the attention tonight is on that top of the ballot with the mayor's race.
And Eric Adams dropped out of the race. Is he still on the ballot?
He is on the ballot. Interestingly, he only dropped out a few weeks ago, and that was well past the time when
take him off the ballot. It's wild.
His name removed from the ballot. So it's going to be interesting to see whether some folks who either haven't been paying attention or decided that they are so loyal to Eric Adams, they're going to fill in that bubble next to his name anyway. We'll see whether he can ends up winning 1 or 2 or 3% in this election. But what Adams did, he came out and he backed Andrew Cuomo, even though the two of them have a lot of animosity for each other and had clashed earlier on in this campaign. But Eric Adams says that Zohran Mamdani is an existential threat to the future of New York City and that he has to be stopped however possible. And if the only way to do that is to back Andrew Cuomo, then that's what he decided to do. And that's actually a very similar rationale to what we heard from Donald Trump, saying that Mamdani had to be stopped. And if it was a choice between a communist, as Trump calls him, even though he's really a democratic socialist, but Trump says if it's a decision between a communist and a bad Democrat, which is what he called Andrew Cuomo, I'll take the bad Democrat every time. So Cuomo has gotten some support from some pretty interesting places.
Bobby Cusa, New York One Spectrum political reporter with an update on the New York mayor's race. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
And we will, of course, bringing you New York One, Spectrum New York One's coverage of the New York mayoral race later this evening. Their in-depth analysis and coverage of that race. That's coming up on C-SPAN's Election Night 2025. Let's go to Virginia. Polls have closed there and give you an update. With 2% of the vote in, Abigail Spanberger, the Democrat, former Congresswoman, former CIA agent, still in the lead here. Just again, though,
former CIA agent
vote in. For Lieutenant Governor, we can show you the results there. Ghazala Hashmi also in the lead with just 2% of the vote in. And in this closely watched Attorney General race, this is the one that we're watching to see what happens here with Jay Jones, the Democratic candidate. He's challenging the incumbent, Jason Miyares there, the Republican there. He's challenging
Miyares, I think.
Text messages purporting political violence. So we're watching to see closely what happens with this race. Matthew Klein, you were talking about this earlier. We heard from Politico. Politico was referring to this Attorney General race as the marquee race tonight.
I think that's probably fair, in part because
wow, yeah, AI really sucks.
The outcome of it has been fairly well known for a while now, and based on what we're seeing right now, there's not much indication that that's going to look any different. There's going to be a big surprise there. But the Attorney General's race does look like it's competitive, a little bit more competitive. Certainly, Jay Jones, the Democratic nominee, is running behind Abigail Spanberger. Not by a ton, maybe not by as much right now as some people expected. Again, it's very early, so we want to make sure we wait before making any big projections. But I do think that he'll probably run behind, and it could take a little while longer before we make a call in that Attorney General's race.
Sabrina Siddiqui.
I think Matthew brought a really important point earlier, which is let's see how big Abigail Spanberger's margin is. And can she actually help carry Jay Jones over the finish line? I think that political violence has obviously taken center stage in recent months, especially after the assassination of
Dick Cheney. Yes, we haven't even gotten to that yet.
That they are deeply concerned about the climate, the ratcheting up of the rhetoric, and the threat of political violence. And I think that that's why this scandal did break through. Now, you hear when I talk to some Democrats, they felt like maybe if it had happened a little bit later, in the final weeks of the campaign or final days, then it could have been a little bit more of a curveball. And I thought Matthew brought up another important point earlier when he said that Earl Sears also just was not positioned to capitalize on it. She tried.
She's crazy.
Debate. She kept going after Spanberger for refusing to call on Jay Jones to drop out of the race. I remember her saying something like, would it take him pulling the trigger? Is that what would do it? And obviously Spanberger condemned the remarks, but did not call on Jay Jones to drop out of the race because I think, as Matthew pointed out earlier, if her campaign saw polling suggesting that he was truly a liability, they would have called for him to go. But I think they saw it as more of a distraction from the campaign that Spanberger was trying to run. How it all plays out, that obviously remains to be seen.
I want to show our viewers, if they go to cspan.org, how you can play around with the maps tonight and what you're going to see from the Associated Press.
Give you something to play around with.
State of Virginia.
Greta.
You can see how they're shading in counties based on how the vote is trending at this point. Matthew Klein, if you look at this map, what are you seeing? This is just initial, obviously. Initial votes in, 2% the last time we checked with the Associated Press. But is this following along with historical patterns?
So far, yes. It does look like Republicans are having much stronger night than Democrats out in the western part of the state. You see a lot of that bright red area out there, that sort of mountainous area, coal country. Maybe used to be more Democratic back in the 1980s, and nowadays it's solidly Republican. Not much yet from Northern Virginia. I think that's worth noting, although seeing that start to fill in a little bit there. We would expect that to become very, very blue. Arlington, it looks like a small portion of Arlington County has maybe reported, and also we're still, seeing some Democratic strength around Richmond. I'm going to be keeping an eye on Virginia Beach, which is in the southeast corner of the state. Right now it's shaded red. It's early. I have a feeling that by the time it's all said and done, Abigail Spanberger will probably be leading there, but it's going to be an important bellwether.
What do you make when you look around?
Leftist, that's where I'm from.
There, you were talking about the suburbs, shaded blue there. Is that trending a different direction? Does that seem to be in line?
So far, it seems to be in line. I think, the Richmond suburbs have been one of the parts of the state where Democrats actually have improved, nationally improved from 2020 to 2024. There's, a lot of growth happening in the Richmond suburbs. Richmond area has become, it's a lot different than it was back when it was the, seat of the Confederacy, that's for sure. And I think, we continue to see Democrats do fairly well in that area, continue to make some gains in places like Henrico and Chesterfield County.
The Attorney General's race is neck and neck.
About Chesterfield County earlier today, and I've got that highlighted for our viewers on the screen. Fourth largest county, as we talked about. The president lost ground in 2024, losing 9 percentage points. Compare that to 7 points that he lost in 2020, a 2-point pickup in 2016. And this is a county Glenn Youngkin won in 2021.
Separated by less than half a point.
How important is Chesterfield?
It's important. Yeah, it's crucial. I mean, you need to, these are the types of voters that if Winsome Earle-Sears is going to win with, if she's going to be able to pull off a victory tonight, she's got to get those folks.
Spanberger with a 7-point lead.
Who weren't all that excited about Donald Trump, don't like Donald Trump. Was she running a campaign that's capable of doing that? It remains to be seen. I think most operatives would tell you that she probably wasn't. There was some frustration from the start.
Well, if I had an agreement with my cousin that after she died,
she was running this campaign, the issue set that she leaned into. But I just think about a recent debate that she had with Abigail Spanberger. One point that really complicates Winsome Earle-Sears' path to winning in some of these suburban areas was on the issue of same-sex marriage. Most people.
I asked Curious her if I could fuck her corpse after she died. She's like, yeah, sure.
And obviously in the state of Virginia, that.
Why would I care?
Supported. And
I need to get her on audio of that.
Made a comment about how she did not believe that firing somebody because they were gay constitutes discrimination.
But she, like me, also thinks that I wouldn't be able to do it.
Featured in advertisements in the home stretch of the campaign. It's been a challenge for Winsome Earle-Sears, and it doesn't do her much help in those suburban communities.
What role has the president played here for the Republican candidate for governor?
Well, I think that when you go back to this issue of dissatisfaction, that's been the key challenge for Winsome Earle-Sears. And, we've talked about it a few times, so I wanted to actually pull up the number.
Yeah.
Virginia is home to more
Sure,
than
Avalon.
100,000 federal workers. So you take
why would I care?
The Trump
I'm
administration's
into it.
efforts to slash the federal workforce through DOGE, and then
I didn't know you were into that kind of thing, but
tonight will
cool.
become the longest in U.S. history. And then you look at polling that shows that a fifth of voters in the state of Virginia said that
I think the shutdown is now the longest in history.
government or worked as a federal contractor.
I think we have crossed that
They have been
threshold.
affected by the recent federal cuts. So I think that has been one of the biggest liabilities for Republicans in a state like Virginia, where you can take any state or any local race and try and turn it into a national referendum on the president. Virginia is in the unique position because of its sharing the border with D.C. and because of the composition of its workforce, where you see that effect in real time. It's so much more tangible for the voters of Virginia to feel the impact of the administration because they're living it. So I think that's been the Trump factor very much so, because otherwise voters in Virginia actually have a fairly more positive outlook on the economy compared to voters in some other states. I just think that on this specific issue and the cuts to the federal government workforce and the shutdown, they are
apparently there's like 4 more.
Sabrina Siddiqui reminds us it's election night 2025. It's also
4 more hours
5 of a government shutdown, and it will become the longest government shutdown in U.S. history tonight. Richard in New York, Democratic caller. Let's turn to you. How did you vote today?
I voted against the socialist.
Against the socialist.
And are you a Democrat?
Yes, I'm a registered Democrat, but when it comes, I voted in all the elections available.
So you voted for the sex offender?
I vote for the person more than the party, especially when it's for president. But being in New York, as you said before, we're a heavily Democratic city. So I usually vote for the Republicans because I would like to see in my lifetime at least a 55-45 split. I don't think I'll ever see it, but I vote that way with the hopes. But in this case, I voted against the socialists.
So
the young people.
Yeah, go ahead, Richard. The young people?
Those damn young people.
Richard, are you still there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, so I was going to ask you, who did you vote for? Did you say?
I did not. I just did not vote for the leader in the polls. I voted for the second option.
Okay. All right. Well, the mayor's race.
The third one, I like him on the radio. I think he's very charismatic, but he can't run the city.
Okay.
Jojo Siwa.
Voted in the past in these previous mayoral races.
I have voted based on the person. I voted for Koch. I voted for Giuliani. I voted one time for Bloomberg. I didn't like that.
You're a horrible judge of character.
The third time, the election with Adams, I was not available, so I did not vote in that election.
All right. Richard in New York, calling on our line for Democrats, says he's a Democrat, but often votes for Republicans. Matthew Klein.
Yeah.
Voter in New York City.
Actually surprisingly common in New York City. A lot of people in New York City are registered Democrats. State has closed primaries, so you can't vote in Republican primaries, Democratic primaries, if you're not a member of the party in question. And since so much of New York politics is dominated in these Democratic primaries, we've seen a lot of people who are consider themselves Democrats might be more conservative Democrats by some national standards. And that's part of the reason that Andrew Cuomo managed to get a fairly robust share of the vote in the primary, even though he has been substantially more moderate on a lot of issues, and he has a strong base in the Italian American community. There's still a lot of registered
6% of the vote in Virginia. We're less than half an hour from polls closing in New Jersey.
Socialists, they may not be comfortable with that, and I also think it's important to note.
While we're talking about the New York mayoral race, let's go ahead and y'all want to talk about Jojo Siwa. We'll talk about Jojo Siwa. He has, and I'm saying this, he has a lot of cats.
Welcome to the Sliwa household. It's not very big, but it's comfy. My consultant said you don't want to let people know that you have 17 cats, because then they'll think you're crazy. And some people have told me that. And I say, great.
I don't think you're crazy.
I say eccentric. But in reality, it's taking care of furry little creatures that would have been executed at taxpayers.
It's the best thing about him.
Executing our furry little friends and family members. Compassion is really the key. We've had a mayor, de Blasio, who claims he's compassionate and that he's a progressive. And as a result of his inactions, we see not only animals being slaughtered who could live a good life, but the emotionally disturbed who are everywhere. He had a program, Thrive, took $1.25 billion.
17 is a lot for an apartment that
Emotionally
size.
disturbed. He never does. And then the homeless, situation which is growing.
Even I'm saying there's a lot of cats.
People don't understand who they are and where they're from. And
There's a cat on my lap right now.
Hi, everyone. I was introduced into this lifestyle by my wife Nancy, who was living the life.
The majority of the cats we
Introduced into the lifestyle like it's swinging.
that are outdoor rescues, but everyone else is on the kill list. And those are the cats that are in the shelters, and they're considered unadoptable, but they won't even give the opportunity to adopt them out to the public. So you have to be an approved rescue group to do that, which is kind of crazy because they're limiting the opportunity to do that. And
Yeah, this is old. This is about 4 years old.
them as unadoptable when so many of them are adoptable. Like this one here, I'm like, I'd rather, even if they're older, that they live out their last days here rather than just like be sitting in a cage and then be, I don't know, just euthanized by some no-name vet or something. I don't know, it's kind of freaky to me to think about that.
Over 1,000 people responded on social networking and said, looks like the gremlin Gizmo. So that became her name. But again, she was in real bad shape when Nancy rescued her. She had a fungus all over her face and her body. She was not able to really eat.
Yeah, this is the best thing about this dude.
Nurse her back to the point now where she's pretty functional. There's a form of compassion that is devoid in our city, for the most part. Definitely in the politics of the city. It doesn't matter, Democrats or Republicans. They don't exude compassion in any way. So I've always believed that a society that does not take care of its animals will not take care of its people. Voila! Look at how we treat the emotionally disturbed and the homeless. We have to care for the animals because animals are our equals. They're our furry little friends. They're our family members. And it's the one of the few things that I've seen that actually crosses the divisive line in politics. You'll see Trump lovers, Biden lovers, independents. The moment you mention animal welfare, no-kill shelters, they let their guard down. And they actually are in harmony. There's one issue that brings them together. My opponent in the Republican primary spent $2 million telling everybody I was not a Republican, which is true. So didn't matter. 70% of the Republicans voted for me. So that defies political logic. And it's issues like this. You talk about compassion that unites people, whereas almost everything else divides people. This is a 328 square foot apartment. I know that the world's richest man recently, Elon Musk, said,
Elon.
Giving up all my properties. I live in a 350 square foot apartment in Texas. I said, well, welcome to the club. You got to learn to do more with less, because there are too many people taking up too much space in the world, and then we wonder why there's no room for the homeless and those who are at least entitled to shelter. So we got to learn to do more with less, and you can't just say it. You have to be an example of it, because we have too many people who are fake, phony, fraudulent fugazis. I'm comfortable.
Fugazis?
She's comfortable, and the most important thing is
that feels like a slur.
You know, they're living a really good life, and they'll have a good life the rest of their life, as long as that is.
I don't know, Avalon. It feels like a slur. It means fake, according to Holiday. Speaking of slurs, how many are Ari Melbourne and Zohran Mamdani going to drop during this interview?
About these financial plans you have, and you made a point on New York radio, which a lot of people listen to address 50 Cent. And you know he's a critic.
He's a critic
of high taxes.
But let me tell you.
Go ahead, and then we'll play it. Go ahead.
I didn't even know what my salary would be until I opened up Instagram and I saw this thing, which was like 50 Cent offers Mamdani X amount of money.
Yeah.
I was like, that's a very specific amount of money. And I was like, oh my God, that's.
Yeah, so now we'll do this in reverse order.
Sorry.
He said, I'll give you $258,000 and a first-class one-way ticket out of New York. That's what you're referencing. So you know that. Here's what you did say, though, in a serious kind of policy radio interview. Let's take a look.
And I know if 50 Cent is listening, he's not going to be happy about this. He tends to not like this tax policy, but I want to be very clear. This is about $20,000 a year. It's a rounding error. And all of these things together, they make every New Yorker's life better, including those who are actually getting taxed.
What do you say to him now where, by the way, he has moved out of the city, but he's a classic New Yorker. I'm sure you like some of his songs.
Oh, man. It's actually tough for me in that way.
Yeah, so where does this debate go?
Incredible songs.
Because his argument, and it's fun, but it's also what we hear from certain people. His argument is there are a lot of people in New York who make a lot of money because they contribute a lot, and you're going after them. What do you say to him tonight?
You know, what I would say to you, 50, if you are indeed watching, or anyone else who's watching this show, is I continue to think that having the top 1% of New York City, who are making more than $1 million a year, having them pay 2% more for an economic agenda that would transform every New Yorker's life, including their own, is something that is worthwhile. And the reason I say including their own is when you see a city like ours that is underfunding its city agencies, that is pulling back on the most basic things like library services and trash cans, everybody feels the knock-on effects of that. And my job as someone who believes deeply in the public sector is to ensure that we're delivering public excellence. And that means every dollar that we raise, I want to be able to prove to you that it's every dollar that's being well spent. That's the relationship there. And I do have to say, even though we have a disagreement on tax policy, every time I get a death threat, I still listen to Many Men. It's true.
Well, you take Many Men for motivation. I was going to say your answer sounds a little bit like clickety-clank, clickety-clank, the money goes into my piggy bank.
Wow.
And if we had more time...
Oh, my God.
Can we do some fun stuff before I let you get back on the campaign trail? I've never asked any candidate this, but James Carville was here.
Okay.
And he's been a little bit more of, I think he would call himself a centrist.
Okay.
He said Zohran Mamdani is more on message than any candidate he's ever worked with. And he said, hands down, that's a positive trait.
Very kind of him.
So here's the test.
Oh, God.
How quickly can you go from this topic back to affordability?
Okay.
Halloween.
Here's the thing. You're seeing candy prices shoot up across New York City. And it's part of the fact that we're the most expensive city in the United States of America. You got to take a look at that.
The movie Godfather.
There are too many people who think that the only way they could afford to live in New York City is if their father already lived here. And the fact of the matter is you should be able to afford your own apartment and not just have to pray to God to get there.
Incredible.
Right?
You got there.
Nice work. Not bad.
Lightning round is in a word or a sentence. But it's your mic. If you go longer, you go longer.
Okay,
You're a
here we
candidate.
go.
In a word or a sentence, I am a democratic socialist because...
I believe in the dignity of all people.
I am the Democratic nominee for New York because...
I beat Andrew Cuomo by 13 points.
A reason conservatives are welcome in your Democratic Party is...
They also have to pay rent.
Something Democrats are right about.
That we have to take on authoritarian administration in Washington, D.C.
Something Democrats have gotten wrong.
We need to bring back working people as the focus of our party.
All right, New York, shouldn't be hard for you. My bodega order is...
Egg and cheese on a roll with jalapenos.
Bagels or Bialys?
Bagels.
Sure.
Come on. How would you...
I mean,
hey. Good. My
favorite subway line is...
For nostalgia, the 9 train.
Okay. And right now?
The N train.
Okay.
Hashtag never. R train, hashtag rarely.
You can call yourself a real New Yorker when?
You know what a bodega is.
Your favorite cannabis shop?
I would have to frequent them more often to have a favorite.
You're Willie Nelson High.
And a
You're
couple
smoking
big
some of the
picture
best
ones.
dope God ever put breath
The
in.
biggest challenge facing America is?
A belief that politics could be more than this.
And facing New York?
That we could actually have a city that New Yorkers could afford.
The biggest challenge facing the Republican Party?
That their agenda is one that is deeply unpopular with Americans.
And the Democratic Party.
That we are missing an affirmative message in a moment when New Yorkers are crying out for it.
Final two. If I lose, it's because
I didn't come on this show earlier.
If I win, it's because
I came here with a few days left before Election Day.
Zohran Mamdani, you are very busy right now. Thank you for coming through.
Thank you, brother.
Appreciate it.
Meanwhile, Andrew Cuomo getting that ringing endorsement from the sitting president of the United States.
Electing a governor, just like we're seeing in Virginia. Plus, we're tracking the race for mayor in New York City.
Well, this is really the first major test for both parties since President Trump won his second term. Erica Brown is outside a polling place in Alexandria with what's happening elsewhere tonight.
Zohran Mamdani, a self-proclaimed Democratic socialist, cast his ballot Tuesday, hoping to become the next mayor of New York City.
It is time now for a new day in our politics.
Mamdani is facing former Governor Andrew Cuomo, a Democrat running as an independent, and Republican Curtis Sliwa. President Trump is telling New Yorkers to back Cuomo, writing on social media, quote, "You really have no choice."
The president does not support me. The president opposes Zohran Mamdani.
In a tight race for New Jersey governor, voters are choosing between Democratic Congresswoman Mikey Sherrill and Republican Jack Ciattarelli.
It doesn't matter if it's national or local. Every decision that these
Ciattarelli. Everybody's saying Ciattarelli.
goes down to your own homes.
Here in Virginia, voters are also deciding on their next governor, another early test for both political parties and President Trump ahead of next year's midterm elections.
There's so many things at stake.
Former Democratic Congresswoman Abigail Spanberger is facing off against Republican Lieutenant Governor Winsome Earl Sears in Virginia's governor's race, with the government layoffs top of mind for some voters.
Especially as we head into the holiday season with people who are still out of work, I think we'll see something today.
President Trump encouraged Virginians to vote Republican, but he did not formally endorse Earl Sears, his party's candidate for governor. Erica Brown, CBS News, Alexandria, Virginia.
And nobody's showing Minnesota any love. Minneapolis could be another big win for leftists.
Many voters and candidates are eagerly waiting for the polls to open, but thousands in Minneapolis didn't wait for Election Day. More than 23,000 took advantage of early voting. That is the second highest total ever for a municipal election, according to the city of Minneapolis. Uba Ali hit the early voting sites to see what is driving people in Minnesota's largest cities.
The final rush was on full display. In Minneapolis, wait times stretched from 30 minutes to an hour. More than 1,400 people walked through these doors just today. The city's early vote total, the second highest ever for a municipal election. Ward 6 leading the charge, home to Cedar Riverside and Seaward neighborhoods. Both have a large East African community.
And I think it's important for everyone to vote.
Affordability is important for Serene Alamati.
Rent prices keep going up and up and up while wages aren't increasing.
Who feels like she's being pushed out.
Even if you're on the wait list for affordable housing, that wait list can be up to years.
Safety is also front and center.
In Minneapolis, we know safety is an issue. Just, making sure, our boys, our families are safe.
In the capital city, residents are grappling with affordability too.
In a city like St. Paul, where it feels like it's really hard to buy a house, where property taxes are really high.
Most polls open at 7 a.m. and if you're in line by 8 p.m., you are legally allowed to vote. If you still need to register or update registration, bring proof of residence like a bank statement or utility bill and a photo ID. In Minneapolis and St. Paul, voters will use the ranked choice method. That means voters don't just have to pick one candidate. They can rank their preferred choices, Frank.
Yeah, and we've seen that before. That voting method means, we may not have results Tuesday night.
Yeah, a day, 2, or even 3 it could take before we know who will the Twin Cities for the next 4 years.
All right. We'll follow it, of course.
They didn't even mention the candidates, so let's run down the candidates. The incumbent mayor, Jacob Fry, The insurgent
Hey guys, we're in Minneapolis.
Omar Fatah.
Thur King Jr. Park here on Nicollet Avenue. It's a polling place here behind me, and this location has been busy. We know the city says early voting turnout was nearly a record. It didn't quite break that record set in 2021, but this polling location has been busy all day, and later tonight we will be joining State Senator Omar Fatah at his watch party that's going on later tonight. But a little bit more about Fatah and his campaign. He is a state senator. He was first elected in 2020. He was the first Muslim and Somali American to be elected to the Minnesota Senate. And he's a big reason why this Minneapolis mayoral race is getting some national attention. People are drawing comparisons to the other Democratic socialist candidate out in New York, Zohran Mamdani. And Omar Fatah says he's running for Minneapolis mayor now because he wants to challenge what he calls the status quo. A lot of his campaign, the messaging has been around affordability. He says he will increase the minimum wage to $20. He speaks a lot about rent stabilization. And his approach to addressing homelessness here in this city is a housing first solution and programs. He also talks about when it comes to policing and addressing public safety, he's really pushing for non-police programs. So think mental health programs, increasing investment in crisis teams. He also talks a lot about youth empowerment and investing in youth programs. So we'll really see tonight, or probably in a day or two, because of ranked choice voting, how much his messages and his messaging is resonating.
So apparently we will not have a winner tonight in Minneapolis.
I'm curious, you mentioned it, kind of like the Minneapolis mayoral race is getting a lot of national attention because of kind of like the connection between him and Mamdani. Now, obviously, I mean, kind of just from early polling results and kind of just people that know way more than we do about this stuff, it seems like Mamdani's doing pretty dang well out there. Do you think that Omar Fatah is benefiting kind of from the buzz around Mamdani?
I think the surge of even just the familiarity of democratic socialism probably doesn't hurt, but we'll see how much it's resonating here in Minneapolis shortly. We know even this afternoon as we speak, he's still door knocking, he's still campaigning on election day around town, trying to speak with and reach as many voters as possible. So it'll be interesting to see. That's a big part of the conversation.
So Young, is there any indication when we're going to have a result on tonight's Minneapolis mayoral race? You think this is one that, you know, the polls close at 8, we might know at 10 o'clock, or you think it could be going well past midnight tonight before we get a firm, clear result?
Like you mentioned before, this is ranked choice voting, so voters here in the city can rank up to 3 candidates, and it's a crowded field. So there's 15 candidates on the ballot. Omar Fatah, in Frye's words and in the incumbent's words, and by many measures, is that primary challenger. So it's unlikely we'll have a final result tonight. Likely it'll take another day or two, but we'll watch those closely and watch those numbers closely for you.
Just in general, I feel like we're very familiar with the incumbent mayor Jacob Frye, but what are some things about Omar Fatah that you think that people should know?
I think the top 3 serious candidates, when you talk about State Senator Omar Fatah, Dwayne Davis, and Jazz Hampton, I think kind of a way to characterize the 3 leading candidates that are challenging incumbent Mayor Jacob Frye is they are a little bit more progressive than Jacob Frye and his policies, so they would kind of move the office a little bit further to the left, and I think that's an interesting thing. I think a lot of the differences, I think Karen kind of pointed out, but approach to homelessness, approach to public safety, kind of in his mayoral campaign, he kind of shied away from using the term defund the police, but that's something he's mentioned before publicly. So there's some differences there where his policies are a little bit more progressive than the incumbent Mayor Jacob Frye.
So Young, Karen Scullin told us that Mayor Jacob Frye's watch party tonight is at a downtown Minneapolis, a restaurant and bar. Do you know where Senator Fatah's watch party will be later tonight?
Yeah, we're also going to be headed downtown, most likely at a hotel in downtown Minneapolis.
there you go. You know.
So Young, who would you vote for if you? And I'm kidding. I'm kidding. We're never gonna put you in that position. I'm kidding. We appreciate you, so Young.
The afternoon shift election poll is closed. But the actual municipal election here in the city of Minneapolis, you guys already mentioned, but polls close at 8 o'clock, so there's still some time to go. And just a note for viewers, if you're in line, if it happens to be a busy polling place, as long as you're in line by 8 p.m., you'll be able to vote tonight. So get out there to the polls if you have a contest in your city, and we do here in Minneapolis.
Awesome. Thank you, So Young. We appreciate you.
So since we're doing the rundown here, let's go ahead. We'll finish up with California. California has Proposition 50 on the ballot. This is the thing that will amend their constitution that will allow the Democrats to gerrymander and add somewhere around 5 more seats.
Today, Californians do head to the polls for that special election. Voters will decide whether to approve Proposition 50, which would allow state leaders to temporarily redraw congressional districts.
We have Mario Ramirez live in Huntington Beach now with more on how voters, what they're saying this morning. Good morning.
Yeah, they're definitely sounding off as they come in to cast their ballots. Now, the outcome of this special election today could help determine which party wins control of the House next year. We've been watching here at the Huntington Beach Central Library as people have been coming in. The polls have now been open for just over an hour, and they'll be open all day here across the city, across the state, before they officially close at 8 o'clock tonight. So let's get into it. California voters are deciding the fate of Prop 50, also known as the Election Rigging Response Act. It would let state lawmakers take control of California's congressional maps, overturning the work of the Independent Redistricting Commission through 2030. Supporters say it's all about standing up to Republican-led gerrymandering in other states, but critics call this a dangerous step backward and a political power grab that would undo years of fair, nonpartisan redistricting. And it could actually flip 5 Republican-held House seats while strengthening Democratic incumbents in other battleground districts. And Governor Newsom, with Democratic leaders, they've been rallying support ahead of the special election, saying California needs to fight fire with fire. Meanwhile, this is what voters here in Huntington Beach are saying this morning.
I'm voting no, of course, because everything you hear,
of course,
Newsom, from Obama, and the commercial,
Obama,
total lies.
I said absolutely yes. I am in favor of Newsom, even though many people aren't, but I think he's doing the right thing. Other states have taken advantage of their opportunity, so now it's our turn.
It just seems unconstitutional what Gavin Newsom's doing, and I don't think that we should take more seats from the Republicans. Obviously, the state's starting to turn Republican, and the people have spoken. They just keep trying to take our rights away.
Former Governor Arnold Schwarzenegger, who helped create California's
You look very dyed.
system, has been one of the loudest voices against Prop 50, and it could have implications here locally. If approved, the city of Huntington Beach would
Hair dyes.
Robert Garcia,
Creeped into his head.
coastal city, could be represented by a progressive Democrat if Prop 50 passes. So that's just one example. Back out here live, the price tag of this special election today, estimated to cost over $250 million. Ultimately, it's up to the voters here as polls are open throughout the day until 8 o'clock tonight. For now, that's the latest here in Huntington Beach. I'm Mario Ramirez. We'll send it back.
That's the rundown of all the different elections we're going to be covering tonight. Going back to C-SPAN, I believe we have a call in the Virginia governor's race. We've got the polls closing in New Jersey in about 2 minutes.
NBC and CNN, by the way, calling the Virginia gubernatorial race for Abigail Spanberger. Look at the reaction at her headquarters in Richmond, Virginia tonight. You can see the crowd. They are getting pumped up. They want to hear from their candidate and from the next governor of Virginia. The Associated Press not called this race yet, but NBC and CNN have both called the gubernatorial race for Abigail Spanberger. Matthew Klein, Sabrina Siddiqui, we are looking.
The lieutenant governor's race following the same pattern. It looks like the Democrat will win.
Finally,
the attorney general's race, much, much closer.
The votes in, take a look at the numbers. 54.7% for the former Congresswoman, Abigail Spanberger, and she is leading by over 108,000 votes over the lieutenant governor and Republican candidate Winsome Earl Sears at 45% of the vote. Again, 33% of the vote in. Matthew Klein, what do you make of CNN, NBC calling this race?
Yeah, writing seems like it's on the wall here for Winsome Earl Sears. Just looking at Loudoun County in particular is one county where we have all the data that's come in. Abigail Spanberger's winning that by 29 points. That was a Harris plus 16 county last cycle, so this is a big swing. That is one place where we're seeing that. We're seeing that in other counties across the board. It looks like Kamala Harris, Abigail Spanberger, excuse me.
Dominion isn't even a thing anymore.
A county closer to Norfolk from Kamala Harris last cycle. That's a huge deal.
Norfolk.
This is on pace to be a pretty big win for Spanberger. I see very little path for Winsome Earl Sears at this point.
I think this what's going to be really fascinating about this, and clearly, Abigail Spanberger, as we said, it was expected, and we're really just waiting to see what the margin is going to be. Is it kind of crystallizes the two paths that we've been talking about for the Democratic Party moving forward. How do they define themselves? And I think her victory will certainly be touted by the centrist wing of the party.
Yeah, I'm just going to interrupt you. Abigail Spanberger called the winner by the Associated Press in Virginia. Go ahead.
I think her victory is certainly going to be touted by the centrist wing of the party as where they need to direct their messaging, how they need to rebrand themselves at a time when they've taken a significant hit to their image nationwide. And then at we're also going to be waiting to see what happens in New York City.
So Spanberger wins.
Johnny, who's again
polls just closed in New Jersey. She's a former CIA agent.
The kind of promises that he's made, very much standing in contrast to a much more carefully choreographed campaign by Spanberger, and so
I do have
going to be a really
all the campaigns up
tonight. Is which path do
if
Democrats?
we get a concession speech from Winsome Earl Sears,
but still does not.
A victory speech from Spanberger, we'll take that.
About or the broader question of what the Democratic Party's identity looks like moving forward.
All right, it's 8 p.m.
Well, this is a flip.
On the East Coast, it's election
Virginia had a Republican governor.
Is next to Abigail Spanberger's name. The Democrat running for
Winsome Earl Sears was the
win tonight. 34%
sitting lieutenant governor.
Will change over the evening as more of those votes come in, and we'll continue to check in on that as our election night coverage continues.
The Attorney General's race is going to be razor thin.
In the capital of Virginia, and you can see the crowd has filled in there in front of the podium, waiting to hear from the former Congresswoman. Mark in Tulsa, Oklahoma, an independent.
Yes.
You are part of the conversation tonight here on election night. What are your thoughts?
Hey, can you hear me?
We can.
Okay. Sorry, I didn't hear the bell. I wanted to say a few things. It's good to talk to you again, Greta. It's always nice.
It's always a pleasure to talk to Greta.
I want to talk about three things. I'll do it real quick. Okay, the Mondani race or Mamdani race and Cuomo. I mean, people need to understand that this is all theatrics. I mean, these politicians don't mean anything. Cuomo is
bitches ain't shit.
Mondami's going to go in there and start making these real estate moguls lower their rent price. Ain't happening. They're too greedy. Do you think he's going to be able to bring government grocery stores in there? It ain't going to happen.
Well, not with that attitude.
Cargill runs it all, and they're the head mafia of the whole. They feed the planet, the Cargills. So anyway, that's nonsense. All these politicians are nonsense. Now I want to go to the.
No, he's from Oklahoma.
Topic is, how they divide us. Like the government's been shut down for 35 days or whatever, and then
34 days and
with the Texas.
21 hours
in their map so they can have all Republicans, and the Californians doing the same thing. This is all theatrics. It's like Plato's cave. That allegory.
All right, and Mark, your third point.
Did you understand the allegory of the cave?
Voting doesn't mean anything the way it's set up right now. The rich people control it. They hire the people, they support the people, and they control the people. Okay, so the third point. Let's talk about our world leaders. Okay, the thing I love about I'm an independent.
I don't know, brother. Rich people are awfully worried about Mamdani for some reason.
So and I probably will never vote in this type of system again because it's so fake. But we have Trump, we have Xi, we have Putin. These people are figureheads. They don't run anything. If these people wanted to nuke something, it ain't happening.
All right, Mark there in Tulsa, Oklahoma. I'll take his first point about
that was a lot.
Zohran Mamdani and his progressive agenda. It has, when you look at the mayoral race, it's a three-way race between progressive establishment and conservative forces. What is Zohran Mamdani saying about the establishment?
Well, I think that when he's been pressed on his platform and that he's not necessarily going to be able to enact or follow through on a lot of the promises that he's made, the response from Mamdani is that he feels voters would rather someone who's at least going to try, and that the establishment is out of touch with what the Democratic base wants, and frankly what everyday voters want, which is, again, not just talking out of both sides of their mouth, but actually having some kind of meaningful, actionable policy agenda. What's interesting.
It is a live shot of
at the same time that we're talking about Spanberger's victory.
The Zohran campaign headquarters.
We
should be getting a Zohran victory speech here in a couple of hours.
That his promises.
Less than an hour until polls close in New York City.
If he's unable to follow through, and that she doesn't, promise government-run grocery stores because it's not something that she could ever pass. So kind of to the caller's point, she doesn't make promises that she can't keep. So I do think that there is this tension between what Mamdani is promising, between his vision for the party and for the city of New York, and what Democrats feel is perhaps the more pragmatic approach, incremental change. Obviously, but again, Mamdani has moderated some of his positions, so I do think that he's showing that there is room, for moderation, but it is a really interesting point of tension, I think, within the party right now.
We are about 5 minutes after the top of the hour. The New Jersey polls closed at 8 p.m. Eastern time. Let's check in on that race with about 6%.
6% in.
Cheryl in the lead with 54 to 45%. Again, this is only
this
6%
is the
of the
one
vote
that
in. We'll continue
is poised to be the closest.
See what happens in this New Jersey gubernatorial race. If you go to the map on cspan.org, you can see that the counties are getting some shaded colors of red and blue here, but it's very early.
Jay Jones ahead.
Look at Ocean
by about a half a percentage point.
The map, and 2 areas filled in as blue. Does this track?
This tracks. Yes, Hudson County is one of the blue dot in northern New Jersey that we see up there. Right now, 40% of the vote in. It looks like Mikey Sherrill leading 78 to 21. That's a huge overperformance relative to where Kamala Harris was. She won that by about 28 points last year. That's a really Latino area. That's been sort of a ground zero for the Republican shifts, the Republican pickups that they've made in New Jersey. If Democrats are winning by a margin like this, they're probably feeling pretty good, not just about the New Jersey government.
Matt, we got 53 minutes until the polls close in New York City.
And then what
I expect a call pretty quickly, within a half hour to an hour.
This typically...
Democrats already have one big win on the board.
No, Gloucester is...
Abigail Spanberger is the governor-elect of Virginia.
So it's one of those more working-class kind of suburban communities near Philadelphia. Obviously, early right now, Cheryl with a lead, but worth keeping an eye on.
Yeah, very early in New Jersey. Again, 6% of the vote in. And you can see on your screen where the vote stands. We'll continue to watch that as we talk to our viewers across the country tonight as well. We want to know what all of you think about these key races happening in New York City, Virginia, New Jersey, as well as the California redistricting ballot initiative. Here's how you can join the conversation with us. Democrats dial in at 202-748-8920. Republicans 202-748-8921.
Any you guys want to call?
All others 202-748-8922. You can text if you don't want to call. Include your first name, city, and state at 202-748-8903. We'll go to Brad, who's in International Falls, Republican. Brad.
Well, thank you, Greta, for taking my call. I waited it out for almost 2 hours, but I steadfast.
They haven't been taking a lot of calls tonight.
I enjoy this. I think it affects everybody, right? But what I'm looking at in seeing what's happening right now, it's somewhat basically a referendum on Trump, okay? More importantly,
okay,
it's the CR deal that they're pulling right now, the Schumer shutdown, that they're pushing this to push the vote. That's all it was to get the vote out, to get their base energized to get out and vote, because truly the Democratic Party is broke. Not kind of broke. They're dead broke. And they are so mad right now that they lost all that money. That it's these NGOs that aren't getting all this money, that they have people like Act Blue going and extorting them to come back and bring back this money for their candidates.
Okay, Brad, in International Falls, I'm going to jump in at that point. Sabrina Siddiqui, he started out talking about the government shutdown, Schumer shutdown, a talking point by the Republicans. Is that having an impact on tonight's election night?
Wow.
I think there is probably a level of dissatisfaction that we've been talking about with President Trump.
Lieutenant governor race tracking with the governor's race. It looks like the Democrat
maybe
Hashimi is going to win.
Factor though, I mean, I think it's still about affordability.
There's the lieutenant governor's race in Virginia.
The polling does show, at least some of the polls that we've seen. There was one from NBC that voters.
Mikey Sherrill running away with it, and
Trump and Republicans.
Similar numbers in New Jersey with just 4% in.
Time. That same
12%.
Voters who blame Democrats was the highest for the party when compared to any other previous shutdown. So it's not that Democrats are, overwhelmingly winning the shutdown politics. I think there's a lot of people who are just frustrated with both sides. But I think, I don't think that's the reason why, Democrats went ahead with, holding up government funding over the Obamacare subsidies. But I think maybe the argument you can make,
I should have made coffee.
This broader image of dissatisfaction with Trump.
And
this may require coffee.
Of a government shutdown, Matthew Klein, have you seen anything in your analysis that shows that this has had an impact on any of the races?
I think for a lot of people, particularly in Virginia, where we were watching this possibility from the beginning that it could affect the outcome here, people were already, they have their opinions on this. The national polling seems to indicate that people are viewing this in a very partisan lens. Neither side really has given much of an inch or given any reason for their supporters to believe that the other side should, that they're to blame. And so I think ultimately people in a lot of these races just viewed it from their traditional partisan perspectives. And in that sense, I don't think it made much of a difference.
All right, we'll go to Edward, who's in Keyport, New Jersey, independent. Edward, before we hear from you, let me just check in on New Jersey. If you look from the Associated Press, with 11% of the vote in, Mikey Sherrill is winning right now, 59.2% to 40.3%. Again, only 11% of the vote in, so those numbers will change. Edward, your thoughts?
Yeah, well, I'm calling from the Republican stronghold of the Jersey Shore, and I voted for Mickey Sherrill as a protection against the Trump administration and their Gestapo ICE tactics, et cetera, et cetera. But I would like to also comment on the socialist thing in Mondami and the idea that socialism has failed, or capitalism has failed. It's failed housing, it's failed health care, it's failed wages, it's failed the environment. And this is why people are yearning for something different. And I believe that Mondami is going to win this one. And there may be room in the future for a Republican candidate in New Jersey once the MAGA movement gets placed in the populist dustbin of history. But it's not going to happen this time.
All right, Edward in Keyport, New Jersey, with his prediction. What do you make of it, Matthew Klein?
I think that's the sentiment we hear from a lot of Democrats in New Jersey, that they were much more fired up this time around than they were in 2021. There was a much greater recognition this cycle than last time that Republicans could actually flip this office. And when Governor Murphy came just 3 points from, being ousted from his job in 2021, when Donald Trump came unexpectedly close to carrying the state last cycle in 24. It really woke a lot of Democrats up, and you have to give credit to Democrats this time around in New Jersey. They got their act together. The Hudson County Democratic machine, led by Brian Stack, a popular state senator, mayor of Union City, has been out in full force in this race, getting the vote out for Mikey Sherrill. Most of Sherrill's rivals in the Democratic primary rallied behind her very quickly. Josh Gottheimer, a colleague of hers who currently serves in the U.S. House. Ross Baraka, who is black, the mayor of Newark. There were initial questions about whether Mikey Sherrill would be able to get the support she needed from the black community in New Jersey. Baraka came out early. They brought Barack Obama in as well. Both of those, I think, will have helped her in the end. And ultimately, I think he's probably right that in the future, in a different cycle,
she's running like the same numbers as Spanberger
in New Jersey, but
so we should get a call relatively soon.
Chitterelli this time. And Jack Chitterelli, the Republican nominee.
Shit, she's running away with it now. She's opened up an even bigger lead.
Primary, it helped him get through that primary, but he really didn't distance himself much in the general election campaign. That could come back to bite him.
How did Jack Chitterelli run this time versus how he ran 4
Chitterelli.
years ago?
Yeah, I mean, 4 years ago, Jack Chitterelli had the benefit of Donald Trump not being in the political spectrum center of the universe, right, like he is right now. That was actually a period shortly after January 6th when Donald Trump was probably at his lowest point in terms of just presence in the media. And so I think Jack Chitterelli was able to really put Democrats on defense in 2021 in a way that he has tried to do this time, potentially with some success, particularly on energy costs and arguing that there's need for change in Trenton. Democrats have controlled Trenton now for 8 years, the state legislature there. But he's had his own problems, right? He just hasn't been able to escape this sort of accusation that he's a MAGA acolyte, that he supports Trump. He gave him an A grade at a debate, said he supports everything the president's been doing. The Gateway Tunnel Project was mentioned earlier. That's another huge problem for Jack Chitterelli. He hasn't been able to navigate that.
Chitterelli.
I think as a lot of Republicans would like. That speaks to how Donald Trump is sort of weighing him down in this race.
Well, Sabrina Siddiqui, has the president been in New Jersey? Has he campaigned for Chitterelli? What role has he played?
Well, I think
I don't think so.
You know, he has been supportive of Chitterelli, but he
campaigned for Sears, but didn't mention her name the entire time.
I think that one of the struggles for Chitterelli is that he wanted to appease the president, and he wanted to appease the president's supporters, at the same time trying to carve out this identity for himself, that he would, you know, somehow still govern independently at a time when Trump is in office. And, you know, the thing that we've seen over the years, you know, in the era of President Trump, is that you are either for Trump or you're against him. You cannot straddle both sides of that coin. And I think that, you know, that was one of the biggest problems for Chitterelli, giving that A grade when one of the biggest sources of criticism from Mikey Sherrill and her campaign was, or the biggest strategies, I should say, was tying Chitterelli directly to Trump. And I do think it's hard to overstate the impact that project, the Gateway Project, did pose, and the impact that it had in the final weeks of the campaign. You know, when I've talked to Mikey Sherrill's campaign, they said that they felt like that was actually a turning point for them, that, you know, as this race had tightened, that was really, they really saw an opening to really seize on that issue as part of her closing message to the voters of New Jersey, that Chitterelli simply would not sufficiently stand up to Trump when they needed someone who'd be more independent, perhaps.
All right, here are the latest numbers from the Garden State, courtesy of the Associated Press. We are relying on them for calling winners tonight, with 17% of the vote in New Jersey. It's still very early. Polls just closed.
She's running away with it.
You can see that the Democrat Mikey Sherrill in the lead, former Navy pilot and member of Congress there, challenging Jack Chitterelli, the Republican candidate.
And she looks like Abigail Spanberger.
Is it Dove, a Republican in
veteran
Muncie, New York? Is that right?
Yep. Hello, thanks for having me on.
It's your turn. Go ahead.
So I have mixed feelings about today's night, tonight. From one side, I expect to see a good night for the Democrats. The question is how good it's going to be for them. That's going to show what's going to be up in the midterms. On the other end, as a Republican, I see that if Mamdani is going to win, that might be a good ticket for the Republicans to use in the midterm and even in 2028. Using him, showing how it's going.
I think we're about to get a Spamberger speech.
People might associate him with the Democratic Party when we see like Hakeem Jeffries and others try to distance from him. This is my view.
Yeah,
in one word.
Yeah, Colin, let's take those points this evening, because it's something that we've been talking about as well. Is what does the party do if Zohran Mamdani wins the New York City mayoral race? We'll get to that in just a minute. We're also tracking what's happening in Virginia, just outside of Washington, D.C. As we told you,
yeah, I think they're gonna cut to the Spamberger.
Called the victor in the governor's race by the Associated Press, and there are her headquarters on your screen in the capital of Virginia, Richmond, Virginia. If we see the candidate come out, we're going to bring you her remarks this evening. I'll be bringing you the candidates' remarks
victory
from
speech.
all of these key contests tonight live. If we miss any of them, you can find them on our website at cspan.org. That's all part of our coverage, and you can see on the stage, folks are lining up behind the podium. So we expect then to see this candidate fairly shortly. While we wait, though, let's go to Mike in Bessemer City, North Carolina, Republican. Mike, we'll hear your thoughts.
Well, I'm near Virginia, and it's this Democrat socialist is like a cancer. You see how it started in Washington, D.C., and it spread into Virginia.
The fuck are you talking about?
It's not going to go much farther south like it is up in Raleigh, Durham, in our area. But, the New York, the Mamdani thing, they talk about, he shifted his ideas from defund the police. His first thing is what he's going to be if he is mayor. He's going to do exactly defund the police, do away with misdemeanor crimes, close prisons. He's going to do that.
Let's do it.
And there's no such thing no more as a moderate Democrat. Everybody trying to say Mikey Sherrill and Spamberger are moderate. No. The closest thing to a moderate the Democrats has got, believe it or not, I can't believe
it, OK Jr.
is John Fetterman.
Oh.
But they are all following in the AOC, Mamdani.
They are?
Thing. That's all it is.
All right, Mike. Well, Sabrina Siddiqui, what do you think Abigail Spamberger would say to that caller, saying that she's not really a moderate?
Well, I think she would beg to differ.
Yeah.
But it goes back to the point I was making earlier where
herself
was asked about Zohran Mamdani, and she said something like people want
Abigail Spamberger has won the governor's race, the Democrat in Virginia. We're waiting on her victory speech. Polls have closed in New Jersey.
So that's one side.
Democrat Mikey Sherrill is seemingly running away with it.
Republicans have made it very clear, and certainly President Trump has.
Over Jack Shittarelli,
Mamdani is
the Republican nominee.
As they think.
We're coming up on about 30 minutes until polls close in New York City.
We've seen before. I mean, they did it with AOC and some of the other squad.
DJ Dub, you still here?
It's really going to be about standing up the right candidate.
37 minutes till polls close in Minnesota as well, but we
for both Abigail Spamberger and
not expecting results out of Minnesota
for Zohran Mamdani
for a day or two.
That it's not so black
due to their ranked choice of voting.
Republicans might like to simply make Zohran Mamdani the face of the Democratic Party and use him as a cudgel. Ignore
California voting on Proposition 50.
Candidates that Democrats are going to continue to
would allow Democrats to gerrymander
headquarters in Richmond,
pick up to 5 seats.
People just keep piling up on the stage behind the podium. Folks continue to line up there waiting for Abigail Spamberger to come out and address her supporters. Sabrina Siddiqui, have you been at headquarters?
I don't know what time polls. Warlord, find out what time polls close in California.
Who are the folks that get to stand behind the candidate?
Well, a lot of the supporters, the day one supporters from the campaign,
I think usually 7 with California.
They're canvassing, and community members often, there's a lot of energy from those groups inside the room. I mean, I haven't been to Spamberger's headquarters, of course, but I've been to many election night rallies, and it's just I think, when the energy is on
I just
your
can't believe her name is Spamberger.
it feels much bigger than about any one race. And I'm sure that's the sentiment over there in Virginia today, that this is about something bigger than Virginia. Our, elections, even if the candidates are...
And she's former CIA. It's almost like the CIA named her. What's the most American thing we can name her?
Day and age.
Spamberger.
I'm sure that there is a lot of, feeling within that room about the state of the country, the direction of the country, and this being a key moment in Democrats trying to stand up to and fight back against the Trump administration. Again, really going to be interested in that margin to see just how good of a night is for Democrats, but I'm sure the energy in that room is indicative of everything that they've been trying to achieve.
All right. Well, we'll continue to watch the Spamberger headquarters here in Virginia.
Spamberger.
And when the candidate comes out, we'll bring you live coverage of that. Let's go to New York, though, because joining us from New York One Spectrum headquarters.
Jay Jones still ahead by about a point
For New York Spectrum.
in the Virginia Attorney General's race.
Mayoral race there.
So this has been a nationally, in fact, internationally watched contest where you have three men facing off. Obviously, there's Zohran Mamdani, the Democratic candidate here, who's a Democratic socialist. He's 34 years old. He doesn't have that much government experience. In fact, he won his assembly seat just a couple of years ago. But polling has shown him with a double-digit lead. Now, he faces off against the former governor who resigned in disgrace a number of years ago, Andrew Cuomo, and he has been behind Zohran Mamdani in the
Libertad, welcome in.
He lost the primary election to him, but has decided to continue on in this race on an independent line. And then, of course, you have Curtis Sliwa, who is on the Republican line in this contest.
Jojo Siwa.
Pretty low, and most people do not think that he could pull this contest out. But that's generally the lay of the land, is Mamdani getting all of this international, national attention, really just taken off as somewhat of a political star in which people on a national level are wondering whether or not he is the future of the Democratic Party.
We are about 35 minutes away from the polls closing in New York City. Courtney Gross, what will you be watching for?
So we're a local news station.
We got about a quarter of the vote in New Jersey. It looks like Cheryl's going to run away with it.
We are seeing historic turnout here.
Flash, welcome.
In the 5 boroughs. So much so that we are most likely going to be hitting 2 million voters heading out to the polls, which is something we haven't really seen since
they're still piling in behind Spamberger.
Giuliani in the early 1990s. So we're going to be taking a look at where that vote is coming in. Is Zohran Mamdani energizing a new group of voters? Obviously, people who are very young, who may not have participated in a mayoral contest before. That's going to be specifically what we're keeping a very close eye on here at New York One.
Courtney Gross, where does this support come from?
So most of his support has come from young people, but Zohran Mamdani, if he is indeed elected mayor of New York City, he will be the youngest mayor. So he is really tapping into a lot of the young energy we're seeing in New York City. In fact, we were doing an analysis of the number of people who voted early. We have 9 days of early voting here in the 5 boroughs. And of those people who cast ballots, about 735,000 people who cast ballots early, 150,000 of them were people who had never voted in a mayoral contest before, people who had registered to vote after our last mayoral contest. So he's really tapping.
But they had a fucking governor-elect sign made. What a waste.
And some of that has to do, I think, with what's happening in Washington, obviously, and in the White House. We are a democratically enrolled city here. Democrats out.
That was not needed.
Here 6-1, and there's a lot of sentiment that is against the White House, against the Trump administration, and Mamdani is seeing an opening there, seeing a vacuum, and he's tapping into that anger.
This is a woman that wants to be president, I bet.
Gross is a political reporter with Spectrum News New York One. Thank you for that insight tonight.
Of course.
We'll be bringing Spectrum New York One coverage to you later on this evening. They'll be digging into the results of that New York City mayoral race. The polls closing at 9 p.m. Eastern Time in the nation's largest city. We're also watching tonight in Virginia at the Richmond headquarters.
Spamberger should be speaking any second now.
Sign on the podium just went up. Governor-elect Spamberger. The Associated Press giving her the check mark tonight. She has been declared the winner. With 53% of the vote in right now, her margin is 54.8% to 45%. We expect that to change as the votes continue to come in the state of Virginia. You can see her supporters all lined up there behind her on the podium, the crowd in front of her, and we expect to see Abigail Spanberger any moment. Joe in Rockville Center, New York, Democratic caller. Joe, we'll hear from you.
Hello?
Hey, Joe, your thoughts tonight on election night 2025.
So many. Thank you for this forum. This forum is great for people like us that feel like we don't have a voice anymore. First of all, I'd like to say that there is no Republican Party anymore. This is the MAGA Party. Everyone who's elected on that forum seems to just echo what Trump says and what he wants them to say. Even in local elections, I'm in Rockville Center on Long Island, and we have a local election going on right here. And it's MAGA against other people with freedom for ideas. And I just don't understand how these calls keep coming in and keep backing him after what they see is happening in our country. How our democracy
blows my fucking mind.
Right. Joe there, his thoughts in New York. I'm going to jump in because
I think they called the lieutenant governor's race.
The Associated Press in the lieutenant governor's race in Virginia.
It was following the same numbers as Spanberger, so.
With 55% of the vote in, Victor tonight over the Republican John Reed. Matthew Klein, your reaction to what you're seeing here?
Not a huge surprise, just because we knew that the lieutenant governor's race was probably going to end up going the same way as the governor's race. That seems to have happened tonight. Hashmi's running a little bit behind Spanberger, but she's obviously still the winner tonight. The lieutenant governor job is, not the most exciting position. It never is in these states, but it is often the bench for political candidates. Lieutenant Governor Winsome Earl Sears,
smoke a bowl, sir,
was of course the Republican nominee. So it's reasonable to expect that Ghazala Hashmi could end up becoming the Democratic nominee in a couple of years, or certainly at least vie for the position. All eyes now on the Attorney General's race, which has not been called yet, although I must say, looking at some of the data that we've gotten so far, it looks pretty good for Jay Jones. He's actually outpacing Kamala Harris in Loudoun County. He has flipped counties from Donald Trump that Donald Trump won last year. It's 57% of the vote in on that. Still plenty of time, but I would think that Jay Jones is probably the favorite.
He's been in the lead the whole time.
Here with this dynamic, were Republicans hoping that the controversy over his text messages would split?
Yeah, they were.
Split ticket outcome here in Virginia?
Totally, and Jason Miyares, the Republican incumbent, the sitting attorney general, ran ads at one point that actually directly contradicted what Winsome Earl Sears was running in her ads. Basically, Earl Sears was arguing that Abigail Spanberger hadn't come out forcefully enough to Jay Jones. Miyares was basically making the case, hey, if Abigail Spanberger can come out against this guy, you can too. They were not at all on the same page. I think there was a disjointed message coming from Republicans, but I also think this scandal broke early, relatively speaking. We used to talk about an October surprise. I wonder now if it almost has to be a November surprise, because by the time Election Day actually comes around, people's partisanship becomes so much more calcified. As soon as Trump weighed in for Jason Miyares, it was reasonable to expect a lot of the goodwill toward Jones was going to evaporate, or there were going to be a lot of Democrats who went in and held their noses and decided that they would vote for Jones in spite of the texts that he had sent, just because they wanted to send a message to Donald Trump.
57% of the vote in the Attorney General race in Virginia. And as we've been saying, Jay Jones in the lead, 50.5% to 49%. It's tightened, though, since we've been watching this. But Matthew Klein, you believe that this is looking good for Jay Jones?
I think so. I think Jay Jones is probably a pretty clear favorite to pull this off right now. And if so, that would be... you're going to hear
trifecta for Democrats in Virginia.
This being they're going to be very disappointed about this. This was something that they thought, particularly as there's been a recent rise in political violence, the assassination of a state lawmaker in Minnesota. Charlie Kirk obviously was assassinated earlier this year. There was a lot of hope and expectation that this would be what motivates people to come back to earth, maybe, and split their tickets, or maybe approach politics in a more rational way. Certainly some people have split their tickets tonight. Jason Miyares is vastly outperforming the top of his ticket, Winsome Earl Sears, but it doesn't seem like it's going to be enough, especially because Abigail Spanberger appears to be just clobbering Windsor Earl
Spanberger
top of the ticket. This is going to be a decisive double-digit victory for Abigail Spanberger. 57%. There's still plenty of vote left in Fairfax County, plenty of vote left in Richmond. Only 22% of the vote is in there. This is going to be a huge win for Spanberger tonight.
Well, Sabrina Siddiqui, going back to that Attorney General race, if Jay Jones can hang on and gets across the finish line with Abigail Spanberger, what does that mean for the lawsuits that are that many state attorney generals are pursuing against this Trump administration?
Well, I think for Democrats, obviously that has been one of the key tools that
he's walking out now. You see the crowd going nuts.
Try and fight back against.
Are we taking Abigail Spanberger?
The Trump administration.
For her victory rally in Richmond, Virginia.
I think they would much rather have a Democrat in that position. I do want to make a point, though, about why the Jay Jones controversy. I think,
you know, I'm going to interrupt you. We'll push pause. Abigail Spanberger has just come out on the stage. She's waving to her supporters. Let's listen in and see what she has to say.
What is that song? Is that Black Eyed Peas? No. Oh, it's Florence. The dog days are over. You got good taste in music, at least. Unless the CIA just selected the song for her. And seriously, Flash, and then the woman that's going to be governor in New Jersey also looks exactly like her, and she was Air Force. But hey, I'm going to go ahead and say it. She could be my GOP mommy. They are chanting Abby.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you all so much. My fellow Virginians, tonight we sent a message. We sent a message to every corner of the Commonwealth. A message to our neighbors and our fellow Americans across the country. We sent a message to the whole world that in 2025, Virginia chose pragmatism over partisanship. We chose our Commonwealth over chaos. You all chose leadership that will focus relentlessly.
I thought she was kind of a, an attractive woman, but she
lowering costs, keeping our communities
looks like Larry King.
Strengthening our economy for every Virginian.
Larry King had long hair.
Leadership that will focus on problem solving, not stoking division. We chose leadership that will always put Virginia first.
Has a peg leg, too.
And Virginia, I cannot wait to get to work for you. Tonight we turned a page. We turned that page by listening to our neighbors, focusing on practical results, laying out
I mean, I'm not one to talk about people's noses.
agenda, and leading with decency and determination. To everyone who helped us achieve this win, from the bottom of my heart, I thank you. I thank you for the trust that you have placed in me, and it is the honor of my lifetime to be elected the 75th governor.
First female governor. First woman to be elected to the governorship of Virginia.
I would like to thank my opponent for a hard-fought race.
The Democratic candidate for lieutenant governor also winning.
The lieutenant governor's story, her military service, and her years of service here in Virginia deserve our respect and our gratitude, and I ask that you join me in wishing her and her family well.
I don't, Flash. Spanberger trouncing Winsome Earl Sears of Virginia.
I also know that those who were supporting my opponent are disappointed today. And to those Virginians who did not vote for me, I want you to know that my goal and my intent is to serve all Virginians. And that means that I will listen to you, I will work for you and with you. That is the approach that I've taken throughout my entire career. I have worked with anyone and everyone, regardless of political party, to deliver results for the people that I serve. And that's because I believe in this idea that there is so much more that unites us as Virginians and as Americans than divides us.
It's true, though. You know me well.
And I know in my heart that we can unite for Virginia's future, and we can set an example for the rest of the nation. Our founders understood this from the very beginning. They didn't choose to call Virginia a Commonwealth by accident. They chose it to signify that our government would be based on the power of the people united for a common good. Not for a political party, not for a president, not for a monarch, but for a common good, together. And tonight, Virginia proved that that tradition is alive and well. We are still a Commonwealth in every sense of the word. We are built on the things we share, not the things that pull us apart. And I am proud that our campaign earned votes from Democrats, Republicans, independents, and everyone in between. That's the Virginia I know, that's the Virginia I love, and that's the Virginia I will have the honor of serving.
She already is, Flash. She was in leadership in the House.
I want to thank so many people for the support that they have given to our campaign. Thank you for your work. Thank you for your support. To our tireless volunteers, to those who believed in me, thank you. Thank you for devoting your time, your energy, and your conviction to this campaign. Thank you for braving the weather, the heat, and then the cold, and then the rain, and then the sun. It's Virginia after all. Thank you. Thank you for talking to your neighbors about the
Virginia is for lovers.
race. Thank you for recognizing that when we went person to person engaging, that we could bring people not just into supporting our campaign, but into engaging in our democracy. Thank you.
Jay Jones starting to break open a lead, about 2 points in the Attorney General's race. Mickey Sherrill opening it up. The New Jersey governor's race should be called anytime soon.
You're the best in the country. Every single member
Mickey Sherrill may win it by more than Spanberger won.
tirelessly for the change, the progress, the policies, the connection, and the respect that you want to see in our communities. Thank you for working so hard. Thank you for giving people.
Virginia is the best Virginia. I know this for a fact.
Thank you for showing kindness. Thank you for showing up in every corner of Virginia. Thank you for diving deep on policy. Thank you for capturing moments and the essence of our campaign. Thank you for reaching voters everywhere. And thank you for believing that Virginia could and would send a hopeful and joyful message tonight. Thank you for giving everything to this campaign and then some. And thank you to my
Oh, I bet she did, leftist.
to my husband Adam. My partner in everything. I love you with my whole heart. I am grateful for you. And it is very strange to declare my love for you in front of millions of people. But every adventure.
You should do it in front of millions of people. That'd be fun.
Because you have been by my side. I love you. I'm grateful for you. And I cannot wait to
you
see
live
what
in
the next couple
sexual
years bring.
anarchy.
Take it off.
To my daughters, Claire, Charlotte, and Catherine, you inspire me and motivate me every single day. Everything I do to build a better future for you and for all of Virginia's children, and I am so proud of you every single day. I am lucky to be your mother. And Catherine, you did not clean your room today as you promised me.
How you gonna call her out in front of everybody?
If I was working on it, we wouldn't have won this election, okay?
Dang.
To my sisters, my dearest and earliest friends.
Those kids may be Nepo babies. They didn't deserve that.
I love you, I love you. To my friends who have traveled from around the world to be here with me today, thank you. Thank you for making me who I am, and thank you for always believing in me. And to my parents, I love you. Thank you for leading by example every day. And I know that today is a day that you all could have never imagined. But you taught me the importance of service to others and relentless hard work. And Mama, when I think about your life, from the time spent in foster care to putting yourself through nursing school and the challenges along the way, you made clear to us that to whom much is given, much is expected. And you have given me so much, born of your own struggles and your own challenges, and I know much is expected. And Dad,
she's just calling everybody out.
Service and tireless
Lenny, welcome back.
Family and country, nothing has made me prouder than to follow.
This is Abigail Spanberger. She just won the governorship in Virginia, the Democrat nominee. Looking like a Democrat sweep kind of night.
I've talked a lot throughout this campaign about the importance of service and how it's shaped my life and my approach to public office, and that all came from my parents. But this commitment to service, it is not unique to my family. It's ingrained in so many of Virginia's families. It is part of Virginia's story. Here in Virginia, this is where American democracy was born and where we are still working to perfect it.
I thought it was Philadelphia.
Where James Madison built the framework for our Constitution to protect us from tyranny, where Washington and Jefferson fought to establish a government of, by, and for the people. It is also the place where Barbara Johns, a 16-year-old student from Farmville, led a walkout of students that became part of the Brown versus the Board of Education case to integrate public schools. Barbara Johns never gave up, and she showed us that
Farmer John, there is 69% of the vote in Virginia.
And the progress that you want to see here in Virginia and across the nation. We are a nation founded on ideas, but we are a country where it is up to us, the citizens, who must put those ideas into action. It is us, the citizens, who work to make the change and
Should have really pulling
foundations laid out over
pulling back on
and Virginia
Cheryl or Shekel, Mickey Cheryl
to reflect on the nearly 2-year journey that we've taken together on this campaign.
She's still leading by about 18 points, though.
And just a few minutes ago, Adam said to our daughters, "Your mom's going to be the governor of Virginia."
Oh, that poor girl. She looks just like her.
And I can guarantee
oh, she's got her nose, too.
Been spoken in Virginia ever before. It's a big deal that the girls and the young women I have met along the campaign trail now know with certainty that they can achieve anything. It's a big deal to the women older than I am who forged the path in dreams, hard work, and in a belief that change and progress would be possible so that so many of us
is she still talking?
Their footsteps in any career, in any role, in any challenge.
We'll go back to C-SPAN calls.
The history Virginia is making tonight, it is yours. And I thank those who have come before.
We're coming up on the polls closing in New York City.
She was the first woman elected statewide in Virginia. And because of her and the continued work of so many, there will be many more women to come for generations to come.
I think we will get a Mamdani victory call pretty early on.
So now that the campaign is over, the real work begins, because this was never.
I think we'll know he is mayor-elect within the hour.
Comes next. It's about the governing. Virginia voters made our choice tonight, and that choice was loud and clear. We are going
It's looking like Mickey Sherrill is going to win in New Jersey.
Staying in your home. We are going to cut red tape and
Which one? Which cat you want?
actually afford. We're going to lower healthcare costs. We're going to crack down on predatory pharmaceutical practices and surprise billing. And we're going to produce more energy. And we are.
I don't think so, Flash.
Costs, and we're going to do it by producing more energy here in Virginia, and we're going to make sure that large utility users make sure that they pay their fair share. We're going to grow Virginia's economy by investing in apprenticeships and job training of the future. We're going to leverage AI and cutting-edge manufacturing to bring more capital investment.
Flo, you're just in time. Polls close in 5 minutes in NYC. Abigail Spanberger is the winner in Virginia in the gubernatorial race. Looks like Mickey Sherrill is going to win in the gubernatorial race in New Jersey. Also, I think Nancy Pelosi is going to announce her retirement tomorrow. That's pretty big news. Where she's going to announce her re-election campaign.
We are going to make sure that our teachers are well paid and well respected. So that our students can focus on actually learning.
She stepped down from being the leader of the Democrats in the House,
Succeed.
but she retained her seat.
And we are going to make our communities safer by providing the training, pay, and support that our law enforcement community needs and deserves. These aren't slogans on a bumper sticker. They are actionable policies that I am ready to implement starting on day one. And starting now, that work begins. So as we begin this transition to a new administration, I want to be absolutely clear about a couple things. First, Virginia is the only state in the South that hasn't restricted women's reproductive rights since
Luckily,
the Dobbs decision, and under my watch, it will stay that way. In Virginia, healthcare decisions about contraception, fertility treatments, and reproductive care will continue to be made between women and their doctors, not politicians. That's a promise I've made and a promise I intend to keep. Second,
in Pennsylvania,
for Virginia,
all 3 Democratic state Supreme Court justices won their races. This is going to be a clean sweep
workforce is
for Democrats. They're going to run the table.
coming out of Washington is killing Virginia jobs and creating economic uncertainty for tens of thousands of families.
In Virginia, Democrats have flipped 6 seats
Business owners who are
in the Virginia State House.
by the chaos coming out of Washington. Virginia's economy doesn't work when Washington treats our Virginia workers as expendable. To those who have been impacted by the mass
We have a call in the New Jersey governor's race. Mickey
we're
Sherrill
experiencing, please
has
know
won the New Jersey governor's race.
the full power of the governor's office to support you. And to those across the Potomac who are attacking our jobs and our economy, I will not stand by silently while you attack Virginia's workers. I will fight every single day for every single Virginia jobs, the ones we have now and the ones we will bring to our Commonwealth into the future. I will stand up to anyone who tries to harm our economy or the livelihoods of our
She's still going. Victory speeches are usually like 5 to 10 minutes tops.
will be to put Virginia first, full stop. And tonight, as the governor-elect, I call on Congress, Republicans and Democrats, and our president to make real progress on bringing this shutdown to an end. The Virginians, the Americans who work tirelessly for their fellow citizens deserve nothing less. I know we're living in a time filled with chaos. We live in a time marked by uncertainty. And along the way, we do our best to try and explain it to our kids. I know the list of challenges that we are facing is long, but I also know that the only way we're going to solve these problems is by tackling them together. Democrats, Republicans, independents, all of us, because that embodies the message that we sent tonight. That is what being a Commonwealth is all about. Standing united for our future. That is what Virginia is about. So let's show the world what we're made of. Let's get to work. Thank you all so very much. And I'm so excited we got this party started a little earlier than expected.
Polls are closed in New York City. I suspect we will get a call for Mamdani within the hour. Everybody in the club getting tipsy. Everybody in the club getting tipsy.
Spanberger addressing the crowd, the first female governor elected in the state of Virginia. It's election.
That's the only words I know. I'm sorry.
Live coverage here on C-SPAN as we continue to bring you results from the key races in Virginia, New Jersey, the New York City mayoral race, and California redistricting battle. All of that to come here on C-SPAN. Let's check in on the Virginia results with 72% of the vote in. Abigail Spanberger, as we said, declared the winner earlier tonight by the Associated Press. Her margin of victory will change as more of the votes come in.
I like how I flip it over to the Minnesota station. They're talking about Virginia.
Me also being declared the winner tonight over Republican John Reed.
Oh shit, should I queue up some Fox News?
Watching closely tonight, it is too close to call. 73% of the vote in. The controversial candidate Jay Jones, Democrat there, against the Republican incumbent Jason Mieres. Matthew Kine, let's begin with these Virginia results. When you look at the map tonight of Virginia, how did Abigail Spanberger perform? And what's it looking like for Jay Jones?
Yeah, Abigail Spanberger performed very decisively, at least so far in the results that we can tell from Northern Virginia. It looks like she has outperformed Kamala.
All right, let's see what the chuds are doing. So this is Fox News' reaction to
4 years ago, where you had an amazing candidate in Governor Glenn Young.
They're saying governor's race too early to call.
You know,
The New Jersey governor's race has been called.
in a state that many describe as purple, I would argue is blue, and I thought that was an uphill race from the beginning. So I think people need a little context as we look at your numbers tonight.
Yeah, I can appreciate that. I thought we had that board debate. I thought we had settled that, Sean. Like,
it's yours.
Like 15 years ago, didn't we? All right, here we go. Polls are now closing in New York City. And Sean, what's interesting about New York, they close at 9 o'clock on the East Coast. That is a late closing time for anything.
Closing time.
All right, let's go into Gotham City here and show you what we're looking at, okay? Here we go now. Some numbers starting to come in, about 1/3 of the vote. Sean, you're seeing this as I'm seeing this, okay? So we got fresh eyes on the story, right?
We got a third of the vote in. Mamdani,
A third of the vote coming in.
over 50%.
Mamdani holds on to about a 12-point lead over Andrew Cuomo, and Curtis Lee was in single digits, and that could be very important to try and figure out who was the ultimate winner here, because Sliwa's number is really something to watch, okay? Let me show you, just for, you're in the context, Sean. I'll show you context 4 years ago. Eric Adams, in a two-person race, won the vote in New York City with more than 2/3 of the vote throughout the 5 boroughs. Curtis Sliwa, his best showing was down here in Staten Island. It is the least populated of the 5 boroughs by a lot. Just about 500,000 people live there. But you see what Sliwa's number was, almost 70%. That's where you find Republicans. That's where you find conservatives. That's where you find moderate Democrats who are willing to vote for a Republican in Staten Island here, okay? But watch Sliwa's number here as I tick on out here to the borough of Queens, which is fascinating. You see where it drops? 37%. Down here in Brooklyn.
Why are we talking about Adams and Sliwa from 4 years ago?
21, and here in Manhattan and New York City, he's at a mere 15%, and that makes the point that you're making, Sean, about the prominence of the Democrat vote here in New York City. Let me come off of that, and before I pop around here, let me just see right here, okay? Mamdani holding right now with a 12-point advantage here in New York. Give you a sense of what's happening here in the 5 boroughs, all right? You ready? Population, 8.5 million. We dropped 4% between the years 2020 and 2024. You got the highest median income, but you got the highest taxes in the entire country right here in the 5 boroughs. New York City spends $30,000 on every student it educates in the public school system. That's twice any other state, any other city in the country. Nearly 5 million people now work in Manhattan, New York City on a daily basis. Let me go ahead and clean that off there, okay? Pop around here. Before I take it to New Jersey and Virginia, just want to make sure nothing's really changed here, and it hasn't. It hangs on to 12 points. I'll come back to that, Sean. Let's look at the governor's race in New Jersey, and we'll find out right now.
Poor Sean Hannity.
We already called Virginia right now. Mikey Sherrill is running a pretty good campaign.
Pretty good. She's trouncing. Shitterelli.
4% is the estimate that's in.
They're saying it's too soon to call. It has been called by somebody.
But Cheryl at the moment hangs on to about a 13-point advantage, and I just keep looking at this number in black because a few
I don't know about the AP.
minutes ago it was 18, then it popped down to 15, then it went 16. Right now we're at 13 points here, and I was talking earlier on Jesse's show about all the blue you're seeing down in southern.
Wish that I was on Jesse's show.
12 months ago, this was all red. Donald Trump over Kamala.
Squirrel, welcome in.
That fills in.
It should get called for Mamdani like within
and until now
10, 15 minutes.
38%. Mikey Sherrill, an early lead, 20 points in Passaic. Why is that important? Go back 4 years, and we'll go ahead and compare.
Fox News is boring me. I want to go back to C-SPAN. Looks like we could be getting Mikey Sherrill speaking momentarily. It has not been
They do going forward.
called yet.
Hold on to this lead. 36% of the vote in.
He's over 50%. That's what he's got it in the bag.
Margin of ahead right now of
With a third of the vote in.
Well, Republicans have made no secret that they plan to tie Democratic candidates more broadly to Zoran Mamdani, identifying as a socialist, and to a lot of his more left-leaning policies. I do think we have seen some of the limitations of that message already when you look at Virginia, when you look at New Jersey, which of course is a better example just because of its proximity to New York City. And also the other big factor here is that President Trump is actually going to be very much be on the ballot next year, as the incumbent president. And for Democrats, a lot of their messaging is going to be laser focused on the Trump administration and its record.
Oh, I'm sure there's a lot of Republicans that hope he croaks between now and then, and that they can ride sympathy and goodwill
their entire messaging
from Trump passing away.
City. I think there are a lot of people who might be skeptical of that. And then there's also, been another element of this campaign that I did want to address really quickly, which is that, Republicans have trafficked in a lot of anti-Muslim conspiracy theories with respect to Zoran Mamdani, made a lot of Islamophobic attacks against him and his background. We even saw, a former governor, Andrew Cuomo, engage in that. And some Democrats also, attack Mamdani in ways that I think risk turning off the exact kinds of Democrats with whom they need to restore trust and rebuild a relationship.
Begging to another? It's weird that you say Democrats hate America.
So I think, Democrats...
Right after you said New York people are so stupid. It seems like you're the one that hates America.
Maybe from some of the policies.
Since you called Americans stupid.
A little bit more vulnerable with centrist voters. There's also the historic...
Just saying. That's one of the reasons why I call right-wingers morons.
Candidacy and expected victory tonight. And so, if you distance yourself from the first Muslim mayor, potentially, of New York City and what his candidacy has meant to so many key constituencies across the country, I think there's a lot of risk in doing that as well.
On the issues from the Associated Press, take a look at these numbers from exit polls. New York City voters see living costs as the city's top issue. 56% said it was the cost of living. 22% said crime. 10% of immigration. Healthcare coming in about 5%. Cost of living, Matthew Klein. Do you see this resonating from here on out?
The rent is too damn high.
6 midterm elections. As we said at the top, we're 364 days away.
Absolutely. This is going to be the dominant issue, I think, especially after seeing how Democrats have done tonight. This seems to be a very big, successful night for them. They're going to make affordability the cornerstone of their campaign messaging heading into 2026. It's broadly palatable. It's something that you can message in every district in the country. It's very easy for voters to understand.
C-SPAN's still not showing that New Jersey has been called, but I'm pretty sure it has been.
Inflation down, said he was going to bring costs down. Voters don't feel like that's happened. And so who are they going to take it out on? They're going to take it out on Donald Trump. And the more Donald Trump tries to argue that that's not a problem or that it's not something that, is immediately concerning to voters, I think you're going to see more and more resentment from voters. I think that's going to bother them. And I think it's a serious headwind for Republicans.
Sabrina Siddiqui, your final thoughts on that?
I mean, I think that's just been the through line that we've seen in all three races tonight. And frankly, when we talk to voters across the country, anytime, and we do our own polling at the Wall Street Journal, when we ask voters to rank their top issues, the economy and inflation are always at the top of each one of those polls. It ultimately is what voters are facing on a day-to-day basis. There's so much chaos in Washington, and it's really hard sometimes for Democrats to craft a message against
Mamdani beating Cuomo in virtually every category.
But if you stick to the one that the American voters feel in real time, which is the inability to pay bills, you know, struggling with the cost of groceries, struggling to pay rent or buy a house because they can't get a mortgage, that is what many Democrats I've spoken to believe will be the defining message in next year's midterms. Certainly was a big message tonight. We'll see if it carries them forward next year.
All right, Sabrini Siddiqui, national political reporter with the Wall Street Journal. Matthew Klein, Cook Political Report with Amy Walter, covers the House and gubernatorial races. Thank you both for spending Election Night 2025 with us.
Oh, is C-SPAN wrapping up? No way.
We'll continue here on C-SPAN throughout the evening, bringing you results from the key races. The New York City mayoral race with 38% of the vote in. Right now, you can see the results. About 51.2% of the vote for Zohran Mamdani. Andrew Cuomo, who's running as an independent, the former governor, after losing the Democratic primary, he's got about 40% of that vote so far. 38% of the vote in, so we'll see those numbers change throughout the evening. Curtis Sliwa, the Republican candidate, with about 8% of the vote. We'll bring you results from the
you're probably right, clinically.
Virginia, New Jersey, and we're tracking California redistricting battle as well. We want to bring you now to Spectrum New York One's coverage.
Oh, yeah, they're taking Spectrum. That's right.
Big Apple, live coverage here on C-SPAN.
I'm Mamdani
They're interviewing Hassan.
for a New York that people can't afford to live in.
And just keep in mind, Hassan Piker, he's a social media online influencer. He has a channel with a large...
So I've still got other campaign headquarters up over here. If Mickey Sherrill speaks, I will take it. But that's Spectrum News, so they're probably going to
of the 5 boroughs. It's interesting to see
cover New Jersey as well.
In Los Angeles or even across in Europe are engaging with Mamdani's messaging as well as the campaign. Errol?
Yeah, you know, Bernadette, that's been a phenomenon. I know some of you have...
I need to go take a leak, and I do not have Dan Crenshaw's eye pussy
international
nearby.
That are showing up to a local election, which is a little unusual even for New York. What are you seeing there?
Right. I mean, over the past couple of weeks, Mamdani's been taking questions from those from Germany, from London, from France. And of course, as a local reporter, I'm always thinking to myself, he's running for New York City mayor. He should be answering New York City questions. But take that with a grain of salt. What these reporters are trying to find out is if what's happening in the U.S. will have any influence over other big cities across the world, and especially other big cities like London.
Rip New York. What a dumb thing to say.
Democratic socialism is more of a norm as opposed to here in New York where it's the center of capitalism. So, you know, the questions often have to do with affordability, how he would achieve that, and if he thinks that message is something that's transferable on a broader scale, Errol.
Okay, thanks very much, Bernadette. We'll be checking in with you later. Let's check in now with our Dan Rivoli. He's standing by at the campaign party for Curtis Sliwa on the Upper West Side. Good evening, Dan.
Hey, good evening, Errol. So the polls closed, the votes are coming in. Sliwa, so far in a distant third. That has not dampened the mood too much here. I think a lot of the Sliwa supporters are genuinely proud of the campaign he ran, hitting the streets, the subways, the buses, and talking to voters and running a vigorous campaign and defying the odds from billionaires, conservative influencers, even President Trump trying to get him out of the race, and even that last-minute endorsement to Cuomo and saying that a vote for Curtis Sliwa was a vote for Zohran Mamdani. He persevered through it all, and I think there's a lot of pride from Sliwa supporters on that. Of course, one of the big stories of the Sliwa campaign was whether he was able to retain Republican support. There are a few Republican officials who ended up backing Cuomo, a few stuck with Sliwa. And even tonight, the campaign told me they were expecting a GOP city council member to show up. I texted her. She's staying in Queens in her district. But there was one big Republican name who came in here to applause and people taking selfies, and that is former Governor George Pataki, the last Republican governor in New York, and he stuck by Sliwa to the end. I was able to catch up with him and get a few brief comments on what he thought about the Sliwa campaign and whether Donald Trump made the right call just before Election Day.
How do you feel about
Curtis Lee would never bowed out and stayed until the end. I think Curtis is running a great race. He loves the city. No one is more committed to the future of New York than Curtis Lee. I'm happy to be here tonight.
Do you think Trump made the right call?
No.
And there you hear it from
Who's this David Schwimmer looking fucker?
Donald Trump make the right call, a flat no. So you have a prominent Republican there praising the Sliwa campaign for sticking it out until the end.
Yeah, I mean, and Dan, this is for Republicans in New York.
I mean, I like that JoJo Siwa stuck it out.
The idea that they're standing on principle and maybe fighting a losing.
Got 43% of the vote in New York City. So we're on still above 50%.
He thought he had the moderate, common sense, middle of the road kind of policy on issues of law and order, and he was not a doctrinaire conservative. He was pro-choice, pro-gay marriage. He was a critic of Donald Trump's immigration and deportation policies, particularly in New York. Perhaps that is why he is faring so poorly and not getting what a typical Republican would get, or why Donald Trump did not see him as a credible candidate. He was not a pro-Trump Republican, and Trump treated him as such. And Trump is so influential. What we are seeing perhaps could be the influence of Trump in that last hour coming out on his social media pages saying, don't vote for Sliwa. And that is why perhaps you see Sliwa in such a distant third. But we'll have to see what the election day vote totals come in and see if that pushes Sliwa.
I don't know. I don't think Sliwa had the support.
Behind in third place.
Yes, indeed. The night is still early. Thank you, Dan. Let's check in now with our Kelly Menner. She's in Midtown monitoring Andrew Cuomo's election night party. What is the latest there, Kelly?
Election night party.
Well, the latest here is the room has completely filled up as of now. No big reaction from those who are here. We're still waiting to see when the former governor will show up. He still is in second place as those return
Distant second.
results start coming in. In the crowd, no big names as of yet, but I have seen some close allies of Mayor Eric Adams and some of his, at least one of
They still have not called Mickey Sherrill's race.
Tonight.
But by God, she won.
The other attendees, that include some volunteers that were out earlier campaigning into the final hours of this race, trying to get the governor's message out there, trying to make sure that voters know that he's more of this moderate Democrat, and continuing that message that this is about the future of the Democratic Party, this moderate versus progressives, moderate versus Democratic socialists, and what that future could look like. Nobody in the room necessarily worried about the returns that are coming in so far. They're saying it is still early in the race. There's still many more votes to go. The night is young, and so we'll have to see as those returns come back in. But this is a second bid for the former governor. This is not looking good as of now, but the same place that he was in earlier this year when it came to the Democratic primary. He was looking to get a boost from Republican voters in this last final stretch, his last days going into tonight. So we'll have to see if that's going to be enough as the night continues, Errol.
Yeah, that's right. It's important to keep in mind, I guess, there are about 970,000 votes have been counted so far, which means we're not really even at the halfway mark. So they have good reason there to hope for an outcome that will favor their candidate.
Yeah, that's definitely right. And these are people who are aware of that energy coming out of Zohar Mamdani's camp. They're aware of this could be a very long night. That's something that many people have been telling me as I've been walking around the crowd. So they did not expect this to be an early night or something that would be clear right away. So they are waiting, just like everybody else, to see how this all shakes out as the night goes on, Errol.
Okay, a nail biter, at least at this point. Thanks very much.
A nail biter.
We're going to go now to, well, let's see. If Zohran Mamdani wins, he's going to make history as the first Muslim mayor of New York City. New York One's Noraline Khawaja is at an election night watch party. This is in Astoria, Queens, and it is hosted by the Muslim Democratic Club. Noraline, what are you hearing from the voters there?
Good evening, Errol. Yeah, as soon as, and by the way, they have New York One on their TVs here, and as soon as we announce the early results, all of of the, community members that have gathered here at this Yemeni coffee shop in Astoria, which of course is a part of Mamdani's assembly district. They were cheering, they were excited. There's a lot of enthusiasm, although of course it's still early, as we've been mentioning on air. And this event is being hosted.
You keep saying it's early because I think you don't want people to tune out. That's why you don't want to call it.
Joins us now. Rana, I want to ask.
Mamdani under 50% now.
On the front lines, if you will, campaigning for
But still a lot of vote to go.
Right now in this moment.
I feel really proud of the coalition that we've pulled together. This is a historic moment. This is a hopeful moment. I think especially throughout this campaign, there's been so much Islamophobia and hate and vitriol towards Mamdani, and so much of that resonated with our community, and now we get to celebrate so much of the labor that went into this race.
And you are a supporter of Mamdani.
I think it's possible we're going to get a Mickey Sherrill speech
Assembly district. So
shortly.
How hopeful are you when it comes to coming out on the other
I think Spectrum News in New York will probably take it, but if they don't,
supporting him?
I've got the AP over here.
I'm looking forward to rent stabilization. I'm looking forward to fast and free buses. I think so much of his affordability agenda, and look, everybody is so excited. So much of his affordability agenda resonates with our community here in Astoria and Queens as working class communities.
And why do you think that so many young voters, first-time voters, a lot of Muslim voters, immigrants, this is a working class neighborhood, why do you think they turned out for Mamdani? Of course, this watch party is full of supporters of Mamdani.
Exactly, as you mentioned, this is a working class community, a community where the message of affordability really resonates, but also a community that has not been engaged politically, a community that has been ignored. And finally, we're engaged in the electoral fold, and we're being seen and represented.
And a message here that is resonating with so many New Yorkers, Errol, is the fact that they feel seen. They believe that if indeed it is Mamdani to become the next mayor of New York City, that these are, New Yorkers who finally feel like that they're having their moment, that this is his
Tones, welcome in.
possibly the first Muslim mayor. You can hear all of the chants.
Democrats flipping 6 seats.
I can't hear you.
Looks like they're cruising to a trifecta with the governorship, lieutenant governorship, and attorney general. Looks like they're going to run the table
Excitement, but again,
in all the races.
the votes are
Mamdani winning in New York City. Looks like
Okay.
Mickey Sherrill is winning in New Jersey.
Just the caffeine. We've got a handful of citywide races to call at this point.
Spectrum News New York 1 coverage of the New York mayoral race. We're bringing you live coverage of that this evening here on C-SPAN, part of our Election Night 2025 coverage. We're going to break away right now to bring you an update from the New Jersey gubernatorial race. Mikey
Here's
Sherrill,
C-SPAN with the call.
Congresswoman, declared.
We're waiting on Sherrill victory speech, which should happen any second now.
You can see right there the margin, 57%, nearly 57% is what she has right now, with 61% of the votes in. For Election Night 2025, we are joined here in Washington by Evan McMorris Santoro, Notice reporter, and you can follow his reporting at notice.com. Evan McMorris Santoro.
Oh, yeah, he's good. He used to be with Vice.
Being declared the winner in New Jersey, 9:30 p.m. East Coast.
This has been the kind of night that it has been all night, right? It was supposed to be this was the one to be the nail-biter one. We're going to wait and see what happens in New Jersey. Might take a long time. The polls are kind of close in that race, and the Democrats just sort of seem to have walked away with it, which we've seen with
Trump has not truthed anything the last
huge blowout
3 hours.
This race in New Jersey is very interesting because in Virginia, there's a conversation about candidate quality, right? Republicans are saying now we had a bad candidate for governor against Abigail Spanberger. You can't blame this on us. They had a good candidate who almost won in 2021 against Mickey Sherrill this time, and she beat him. So it's been a wild night, and for it to be so early, really, for this race, I think is one that if you're a Democrat and you're a Democratic strategist, you're thinking this is really the best case scenario for us.
Yeah, Jack Ciattarelli, the Republican, ran in
this
2021, came close to beating Phil Murphy.
This is a blue wave night.
3 percentage points.
Very close. A nail-biter night, actually. I remember I ran down to that part of New Jersey where his headquarters was because of how close that race was. And this is a guy who knows how to run in New Jersey, but couldn't get away from whatever momentum we're seeing from voters tonight about the president, about politics generally. He couldn't break away from that, and now he's been soundly defeated by a Democrat.
Soundly.
President Trump made some inroads in New Jersey. I mean, in 2020, lost by 16 points. In 2024, lost by 6. What happened tonight?
Well, this is one of the stories we're going to be looking at as we go forward from tonight, right? Because the reality is we're seeing some narrative, some conversations that we were having before this election day have come to an end.
I think we're going to get Cheryl speaking here momentarily.
This new Republican Party under Trump can change the map, change everything dramatically, and hang on to it. And the idea that you have, starting with Citarelli, sort of getting close in 2021, Trump coming in, winning that, almost winning in 2024, and then you have that going back the other way, that changes that conversation about what is happening with Republicans in places like New Jersey, in some of those urban places that they were doing well in.
We'll talk more about this race and others with Evan McMorris-Santoro, part of C-SPAN's Election Night 2025 coverage. But let's bring you back to Spectrum News New York 1. It looks
60% of the vote in.
The candidate is speaking to supporters.
In New York City. I guess he's ready to go home.
We, the people, will always be united. We, the people, will always be united. That has been our quest from day one. Some of the most powerful people in the world mobilized to silence us and to tell people, don't vote for Curtis Sliwa. Don't vote for you, the people. Vote for Andrew Cuomo. They tried to bribe me out of this race. The best thing I have in this entire world is my lovely wife, Nancy. And so many other New Yorkers who dedicated her life to rescuing animals in distress. And yet,
best thing about him,
powerful people in the world made fun of Nancy and me for what we do. To care for animals, to care for people, that's the humanitarian thing to do. That's not political. That's what people should be doing for other people. Woo! Right on!
his wife looks like basic bitch Kristen Cinema.
Turned others against us. In this time where we could have saved the city, we will continue on.
The cinema shopped at Temu.
Even though Florida or Georgia or North Carolina or South Carolina, Texas or Tennessee, we stay, we fight for what we know is right. This movement continues on. In the subways, in the streets, in the highways.
This is Jojo Siwa, the third place candidate in the New York mayoral race.
And think we're powerless.
This is his concession speech.
Understand that the people have spoken. One person, one vote. And now we will hold the mayor-elect to make sure that he serves all the people and that socialism does not replace capitalism. Law and order must be imposed to keep our city safe and secure.
Because he's part of a paramilitary group called the Guardian Angels. That's why he wears the beret.
You can live the American dream. I swear to all of you, on behalf of my wife Nancy, myself, and everybody who made this effort possible.
I have a picture of him from his young days here.
We will prevail in honor of our parents and grandparents. The tradition of America grow and prevail and prosper, and it will be we, the people, who will be successful. Bring it home! My campaign team, it has been magnificent.
Curtis Sliwa.
Yes, that was a real picture.
Defeat.
This is the gang from the movie Warriors.
Far behind where he was even just 4 years ago. So far, with about half of the vote in, he seems to have.
We have Donnie back over 50%,
By
with 69% of the vote in.
ended up with over
Nice.
200,000. So a very tough night for Curtis Sliwa. Let's go over to our Bobby Kuza at the big board for some analysis of where things stand in the race for mayor. Bobby.
And Errol, did I hear Curtis Sliwa make reference to the mayor-elect? I think he might have been calling the race before the rest of us were ready to, because Zoran Mamdani is in the lead. We have seen that lead shrink a little bit since the last time
Slightly.
we showed these results. It's now an 8-point lead over Andrew Cuomo, and he has dipped a little bit below that 50% mark. So Mamdani in the lead. I don't know, do we call this a comfortable lead? Certainly has to be feeling good about his position right now, considering the fact that he is hovering so close to the 50% mark. But like you guys talked about earlier, I think the surprise to me anyways so far is Curtis Sliwa. I mean, I was looking back through some of the recent polls.
I kind of thought he may beat Cuomo.
But he was always at least getting into the double digits. So for the fact for him to be down at 8%, I think is maybe an indication that Andrew Cuomo was able to eat into his base of support with his appeal these last couple of weeks to the Republican Party. He's been on Fox News. He got the endorsement from Donald Trump, if we want to call it that, yesterday. So it seems like Cuomo may have taken away some of those Sliwa votes by making this case that a vote for Sliwa was a vote for Mamdani. And then, you know, as to this idea that Sliwa is a spoiler in this race, you take a look at, just look at the percentage numbers. If you add together Cuomo's percentage total and Sliwa's percentage total, you get 49.5. Mamdani's at 40.
Politically, why'd you have to put that vision in my head?
Even, not to suggest that every Sliwa voter would have necessarily gone.
I don't want to see either of them eat ass.
The dynamics at play here with a 3-person race. So Mamdani is ahead. We can give you a breakdown by borough. Brooklyn is where Mamdani is really routing Andrew Cuomo. He's running away with it here in the city's largest borough. He's got a 23-point lead over Andrew Cuomo with 58.4% of the vote. Mamdani also leads in Queens, although it's a little bit closer. Also ahead in Manhattan by about 9 points. And then this was a surprise to me in the Bronx. The Bronx is actually where Andrew Cuomo did the best in the primary.
Spectre News New York won with their coverage of the election night. We have a winner declared in the New York City mayoral race. The Associated Press.
There we go.
Projecting tonight that Zoran Mamdani, Democratic Socialist, becomes the first Muslim mayor of the largest city in the United States, New York City. Joining us.
Congratulations, Mamdani.
Coverage is Evan McMorris Santoro of Notice News. And Evan McMorris Santoro called already for Zoran Mamdani. He was leading in the polls heading into.
See what told you.
We were listening to Spectrum New York One analysis there, showing that his lead had tightened a little bit over Andrew Cuomo. And
Stay tuned. We still have a police chase. I got an awesome animal video.
Check mark from the Associated.
We're gonna pay tribute to Dick Cheney.
It's such a it's a smaller number than you.
Much more to come.
The results as they come in, of course, things
We still got the California proposition.
This is a huge deal. The fact
Minneapolis mayor's race,
the way he won. You're going to hear a lot of people say it's New York. It doesn't count. It doesn't matter. Nothing. The rest of the country isn't like this. The reality is, this is a guy who nobody knew had ever heard of. He had no experience.
69% of the votes in. Aw, Flash, I'm glad you spent tonight with me instead of Majority Report.
Months and months, and defeated the Democratic establishment's pick.
Makes me feel warm and fuzzy inside.
Damaged candidate in and of himself, and then comes in and.
By the way, Guy Fieri is the reason I haven't been on.
Those guys again, despite the president saying I'm going.
Guy Fieri is the reason I did not do a show last night.
There's a lot that he has to do as a politician now moving forward. He has it's a big job, mayor. It's a very different job than a lot of other political jobs. But from the politics end of this, what we have seen the left be able to do in New York in terms of building a machine, new voters that we haven't seen before.
I ate at his restaurant, and I have pooped
have a lasting effect
nonstop since
2026. You are going to see people try to replicate this in other races. And
I had his award-winning macaroni and cheeseburger.
Huge moment, this win that we see tonight.
All right, we want to get our viewers' reaction to the winners called by the Associated Press tonight, beginning with the New York City mayoral race. Zohran Mamdani gets the check mark from the Associated Press with 70%, about 70% of the vote in. In Virginia, Abigail Spanberger, the former congresswoman,
Spanberger with the win.
Agent, becomes the first female governor of the Commonwealth. The Associated Press declaring her the winner tonight. Going to New Jersey, Mikey Sherrill.
Seriously, Democrats ran the table
Tonight in the Garden State. Evan.
They won the lieutenant governor's race in Virginia.
Well, like I said,
probably the attorney general's race.
And they start new conversations. And let's talk about two conversations that are now over with.
Mamdani now declared the mayor-elect of New York City.
Can we run a woman? Can women win? Can we have a woman at the top of our ticket? And
we're still waiting for a Mickey Sherrill.
And they did in big.
Mikey Sherrill.
The other question is, now the question opens up is, these two women are from the more moderate end of the party.
What, I got to have Guy Fieri next year as well? I don't want to.
Right, in states that Democrats...
It was perfectly fine. I think it was overpriced.
New Jersey, but reflective of what
if the burger had been $5 less, it might have been a good value.
There's Zohran Mamdani. They're going to have an argument with themselves now about what they're supposed to do, what kind of candidate to pick next, right? But that conversation is over. Women can do fine and be Democrats and win. The other conversation has been, can Republicans kind of stick close to Trump and not have to, have any burden from that? That conversation is also over, right? The fact is, this president, who has changed a lot about politics, talk about change, he changed numbers, changed electorate, changed turnout. He is a president that is not very popular, and Republicans who had a hard time figuring out whether to be close to him or far away from him, they were too close to him, and they lost. So those are two conversations that are over. Now we have to have the conversation of what comes next for them. And Republicans are talking about now, I'm seeing on my internet feed already on Twitter, the two sides of the Republican Party are talking, where you see MAGA leaders are saying, the problem is our candidates weren't MAGA enough. They need to do more of that. And you're seeing other folks say, well, they were too MAGA. We had to be too MAGA. We can't do that. So this is a party that seemed very unified yesterday. Tomorrow morning, wakes up. What are we doing? What's our next plan? That's what happens when you have elections. And that's where we are right now. We have two new conversations that are starting and several that are over.
Well, we're going to have a conversation tonight with our viewers. The phone lines are on your screen.
Let's see what it was like for Fox News to have to announce this.
To you. The Fox News decision desk can now project New York City has elected Democrat Assemblyman Zohran Mamdani to be its next mayor. Now, he will become the first Muslim mayor of the city and its youngest in more than a century. Not really a surprise. I don't know why people were waking up in the last, 2.5 weeks. I think they should have woke up after the primary where he handily defeated Andrew Cuomo.
He handily defeated Andrew Cuomo again.
Are at all. I think Spanberger worked with the Republicans, and I think that's what she said in her acceptance speech, and I think we need to get back to working together.
It's such an interesting point, because this is a thing that I think a lot of folks have forgotten that the electorate really does want, which is politics to actually work and things to actually happen. We've seen so many of these ideological races lately where the idea has been it's my way or the highway, right? That's been a very huge part of the political conversation. And if more voters are like Steve, that's a good sign for a lot of these moderate Democrats who want to run. Because this is one of the things they're running on, that we can get back to this idea.
The Mamdani campaign.
And do stuff.
Ecstatic.
It's not been the motivating factor we have seen from a lot of voters out and about. We've seen a lot of them talking a lot about wanting to fix a broken system.
We're still waiting on Mickey Sherrill to speak in New Jersey.
To politicians who just kind of work together and compromise and do stuff. that is a huge rebuke, I think, of a certain type of MAGA politics that we've seen. And, for these left-wingers who are very excited tonight, could be for the Zohran Mamdanis of the world as well.
Democrats take 3 key races tonight. Zohran Mamdani, the winner, declared.
Democrats running the table.
Mayoral race. Abigail Spanberger, Democrat, declared the winner.
Winning the top 3 races in Virginia.
Mikey Sherrill,
winning 6 seats in the Virginia State House.
Only the second female governor in the Garden State after Christine Todd Whitman in the early 90s. We're also watching out of New York City, the headquarters for Zohran Mamdani, his supporters gathering in New York City. We expect to hear from the mayor-elect any moment, and when we do, we'll bring you live coverage here on C-SPAN. Let's continue with callers. Sebastian in Phoenix, Arizona, Democratic caller, you're next.
Hello there. I'm Sebastian from Phoenix. Me and my buddies, we were extremely excited about this. We're not really sure if this is a broader message for the rest of the Democratic Party because we believe that Mamdani is a unique candidate. He's a very charismatic guy, but we're not really sure if his policies can be replicated easily across the country. If you look all over the news and just people in general, they were all extremely scared of his really left-wing policies. So we're not really sure if it can be replicated nationwide, but we're very excited for this victory today.
Sebastian is right that people were very, very afraid of Zohran Mamdani and remain very, very afraid of Zohran Mamdani from all across the political spectrum. Very recently, I was on a television show on another network, not as good as this show, obviously, with a Democratic strategist who
CNN, I would assume.
He's not a Democrat. He's a socialist. He's not one of us. Former Biden official. This is a conversation that Democrats have to have with themselves to figure this out. But there is a thing that this is a guy who has activated an electorate in a way that I don't usually see. Like, I've covered a lot of elections, and a lot of times you see these moments. I mean, look, it was pretty much a perfect lineup for Mamdani. I mean, Cuomo was an incredibly flawed candidate. Silwa, incredibly flawed candidate. Eric Adams obviously dropped out, but before then, very flawed candidate. It was an easier path. But that's not the win that we have seen, at least in the primaries from some of these early results. We have seen actually a new coalition developing, and that's something that whether or not the governing comes, if that's going to be difficult or hard to replicate, as Sebastian mentioned, that's true. But these political answers about can you run a candidate like that and appeal to certain kinds of voters that you thought would not listen to that kind of candidate, Mamdani has changed that conversation.
And that caller sounded young, appealing to young voters on issues that they care about. When we showed the Associated Press exit polling of New York City residents, they were saying cost of living was the biggest issue by a large number.
And that is something that actually you've seen Democrats all over the ideological spectrum pick up on. Like, that's actually something that Cheryl talked a lot about in New Jersey. You saw her mention it in her acceptance speech.
Someone is speaking at the podium at
topic
the Cheryl campaign rally, so I assume we're going to get a victory speech from her.
And incredibly powerful to a lot of voters who are concerned about the economy right now. I mean, this is the thing. If you think back to 2024, inflation, prices, that's sort of what made it a bad night for Democrats. Well, those are still real things. And the Democrats are not the president anymore. The Republicans are the president, and they're the ones who are sort of seeing that, carrying that as a very difficult thing to do into an election.
All right. Let's go to John, who's in College Station, Texas, Republican. John, your
Come on, John.
2025.
This was something stupid.
John, it's your turn. Yep, we're listening to you, John.
It's my turn? Okay, well, I would say my biggest takeaway is that basically I think the center, candidates are losing American voters on Israel, and I think Mamdani's election is representative of that. I think both on the Democratic and Republican side, you have politicians that are basically saying we need to support this country no matter what, which honestly, that's kind of an illogical thing to say, that you have to trust a country no matter what. I think we need, on both sides of the aisle, politicians that are willing to say basically basically to look at this issue more critically and not just be supporting a country 100% of the time. That's like kind of crazy. And so, I mean, I'm not saying I would support Mamdani at all for a million reasons, but what it is showing is that, like, our politicians do need to pay attention to what the shifts in the young voters are, because I'm on Twitter all the time, and I can tell you young voters on the right and the left are wondering, why are we supporting a country 100% of the time? Whenever, I'm not saying, I don't support Israel's right to exist, because I do, but it's just like, it's kind of...
Understood, John. John, how old are you?
I'm 19.
Evan McMorris-Santoro.
This is why you come on C-SPAN, because the punditry from the callers themselves. John has absolutely nailed it. I mean, this is another one of these conversations that has been ended with this election, which is that starting out, when this race started out, the idea that you could be very publicly opposed to Israeli policy was anathema to the Democratic Party and to a lot of politics. And as the callers mentioned, you've seen more and more Democrats from all across the spectrum now moving in the direction that they sound more and more like Mamdani when it comes to Israel. Not as far as he goes, but they sound more like him. And as John mentioned, you are also seeing the Republicans begin to have a fight amongst themselves about this topic as well. And the fight is an age-based fight. This is a completely an age gap thing. People who are older feel one way, younger feel the other way. In New York, that really tore people apart. Families were really mad at each other. People were really upset. But now this has sort of, changed the nature of those politics.
All right, let's hit pause. Let's go to Spectrum New York One's coverage. They're talking to Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio.
AOC.
Intimidated. We're going to fight for working families. We're going to stand with immigrants.
They not like us. They not like us.
We're going to make sure that first and foremost that this is a city that working people will not be displaced out of.
What do you say to President Trump? He says he'll withhold billions of dollars from New York, make it impossible for Thur and Mamdani to govern.
Well, I think that President Trump was born in New York City, and he knows that if you mess with New York, you mess with the whole country. And so, I think this isn't a city that doesn't fight back. We'll see.
What do you say, AOC? Okay, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, basically promising a fight.
Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, they're live from New York One Spectrum News. What does this mean if Mamdani win? What does it mean for AOC and her future in the Democratic Party?
It means a lot, quite frankly. I mean,
I think it's a huge boost for her.
There is some conversation that she is deciding between whether to run for president in 2028 or to run against Senate Democratic leader Chuck Schumer, her senator, in the coming election cycle. Then she hasn't decided. It's sort of how the reporting has gone, but tonight sort of gives her a jumping off point for either of those races, right? We've seen Schumer said he voted early in the mayor's race in New York, but wouldn't say who he voted for, right? This is
insanity.
Who has never endorsed Mamdani. Mamdani, a hugely powerful and now popular figure, adding more energy to AOC, right? She could maybe run against him if she wanted to. And for the presidential level, there's a playbook now that has been shown that these young voters, when you activate them, when you speak to them correctly, and you really ask for their support, they actually do show up and come out in big numbers. And that's a big deal for candidates like AOC.
When you say speak to them correctly, is it speaking to them authentically?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's exactly what it is. I mean, I think that when AOC won the first time, it was sort of along those lines that she spoke to them. People believed what she was saying. And the thing about Mamdani is that he doesn't have to double talk a lot. He has done some moving to the center, as people might expect or might be disappointed by, but politicians do it, so get ready to watch it happen. But he has not lost this core message of affordability that he can speak to from his own sort of kind of experience. He pays rent. He's paid rent for a long time. He knows his way around New York. He knows he knows how things work. And when you deal with a situation where the older candidates are so much older, right? I mean, Mamdani is 34 years old. You're talking about a generational gap that is very hard for anybody to close, right? If you are 30 years older than that, trying to have a conversation with a 34-year-old, you're going to have a hard time doing it regardless of how good you are as a politician. Mamdani is just speaking to people who have not felt like they've been spoken to in a long time because the politicians have been too old.
In New York City, residents are largely a younger population.
Well, I mean, we have all different kinds in New York. We have all different kinds of people, but the electorate has not been that young. I mean, it's actually a very hard place to vote. That's the reason why I, as a nerd, I'm geeking out about this guy. I don't really know what the future of this ideology is or what the future of his governing coalition is going to be. But it's a very hard place to vote in New York. You register early, and if you don't register on time, you can't vote. It's a closed primaries. You can't just sort of catch a whim to go vote for somebody in a primary. Mamdani's team had to get people young people interested in voting way before they were ever going to do it, sign up, go through all that rigmarole they have to go through, show up, do it. This is just sort of relatively unheard of idea, and he did it. So if you're someone like AOC, you're like, okay, well, maybe there's people here, maybe there's lessons I can learn from this, and maybe there's a lot of people who are so mad that they're willing to go through these rigmaroles and jump through these hoops to do it, and that is what you need to build an insurgent campaign.
From the Democratic leadership, we saw Hakeem Jeffries break with Chuck Schumer and endorse Zohran Mamdani about a week out.
Very
barely.
Schumer did not. Schumer, of course, is also the leader of the Senate, where there are a lot of Democrats who are running in places that do want to have nothing to do with Mamdani, right? Jeffries is a bit of a harder time. Mamdani's going to win his district probably by a lot. But this is a difficult moment for Democrats in the middle of this great night. I mean, everyone's going to talk about this.
Jay Jones pulling away with it has a 5-point lead in the Virginia Attorney General's race.
New York City, the way they have, ironically makes this conversation harder because everybody can say we're right, and they all have to go forward now and figure it out as they go into 2026, where there's a lot of tough primaries that they have to fight out, and then into whatever 2028 is going to be, where this conversation will probably continue. If you'd rather be Democrats tonight than Republicans, for sure, but some of these bigger questions about what is a Democrat and what is it going to look like, a Democratic candidate going to look like in 2 years or 1 year, are still very much in play. And these results only sort of add fuel to those conversations.
Democrats have swept the key races so far tonight. The New York City mayoral race, the governor
They've swept everything.
Jersey and Virginia. On your screen is the Zohran Mamdani headquarters in New York City. When he comes out and speaks to his supporters, we'll bring you live coverage of his remarks and the other candidate remarks throughout our coverage here on election night. With 85% of the vote in, this is what it looks like for Zohran Mamdani with the check mark by his name. 50.5% of the vote for him, 41.4% for independent Andrew Cuomo, the Republican
trounced Cuomo
Sliwa with 7.3% of the vote. This is 85% in, so those
Democrats not only winning, trouncing their opponents.
Seem to have lost support from his first bid for mayor in 2021.
That's right. He had something like 20-something% in 2021 against Eric Adams. He had gained some momentum, and actually in the debates and things, he had done fairly well. But his problem was Trump doesn't like him. Trump wouldn't endorse him. Trump endorsed Cuomo, kind of. And he could not get a foothold in that race. I think that if you didn't like Mamdani, you voted for Cuomo because you thought that he was going to possibly beat him, and Sliwa couldn't really pull that off. But I do think that he did a lot of damage to Cuomo in the debates, and you're seeing there's a sort of I think a tweet going around now that's going to become kind of the classic of the night. A supporter at Cuomo's headquarters simply holding up a sign that says Sliwa was a spoiler. The numbers may not.
Every single county.
Truly, I think a lot of folks who are
in Virginia shifted blue
feel that way. And that's kind of ironic because the truth is Cuomo was a bad candidate from day one.
All over 4 points.
A lot of support from
some as many as 16.
In kind of a baffling way, considering he had so much baggage going into the election.
Wow.
Sliwa did not get enough votes to really make an impact, but the real people who should be feeling bad about themselves right now are the folks who thought that Cuomo should be their nominee. It was not a great idea.
Well, the Spectrum New York One reporter was making the point that if you add Andrew Cuomo's percentage with Curtis Sliwa's percentage, if you did it, right now, that they would come. Those two numbers would come close to Mamdani, but they wouldn't overcome Mamdani right now.
Right. It's still early, but it would still not be enough. And this is what we saw in the primary as well, which is that in the primary, Mamdani just blew the doors off everybody. This is a different kind of result. And if the numbers do stay this tight, that's a conversation that Mamdani supporters are going to have about the work that they tried to do to kind of build bridges with folks who were afraid of them and don't like this guy. They may have a lot more work to do based on numbers like that.
We are watching tonight Mikey Sherrill's headquarters as well this evening. She was declared the winner earlier by the Associated Press, and we're expecting her to come out to talk to supporters as well. She's in East Brunswick, New Jersey, so we'll keep
any moment now.
You can see family and supporters lining up there to hear from Mikey Sherrill, declared the winner, the second female governor to win the Garden State, 78% of the vote in, and she leads with 56.5% of that vote, 43% for Jack Tittarelli, who is the Republican candidate.
Greta said Tittarelli.
2021 as well. We'll go to Gregory in Belmont, Massachusetts. Gregory, your thoughts on election night 2025?
I think this just shows really an absolute success for progressives, and I think this is going to be just a key turning point, because we saw Zoran's campaign really switch from an identity politics-based progressivism to an economic one, instead of focused on who he was, really as being the first Muslim. That, of course, was relevant to the campaign and relevant to his detractors, but that was not his main focus, of course. His main focus is, of course, freeing the rent, the city-run grocery stores, and the buses.
Yeah, Evan McMorris Santoro.
This is a very important night for progressives for this reason.
I guess he meant Democrats.
In these things,
switch.
This is the kind of campaign that progressives want to run on economic issues. There are a lot. Again, everybody sort of gets a ribbon tonight if you want to sort of go this way. Which Cheryl ran against some strong progressives and beat them in a primary, and then went out and beat the Republican in a race that Republicans really tried very hard to win. They spent, $20 million or something trying to win this election. They thought they could do it, and against a sort of far more moderate candidate who again beat progressive candidates. She won. So it's a mixed message there.
All right, Mikey Sherrill looks like she's coming out to talk to her supporters on this election night 2025
this is
live coverage.
Mikey Sherrill in New Jersey. This is the New Jersey governor-elect. I got to turn the boss down. He likes to claim that copyright. You'll notice that she looks a lot like Abigail Spanberger.
But man, with this vote, you guys just scream from the rooftops. And people around the country have heard you. I hear you too. This was a tough fight, and this is a tough state. But I know you, New Jersey, and I love you. I've fought for you. I've spoken with thousands of you over this last year. I know your struggles. I know your hopes. I know your dreams. So serving you is worth any tough fight I have to take on, and I am incredibly honored to be your next governor. When I was 18, I raised my hand and I swore to defend the Constitution. And that moment defines me. It taught me that leadership means carrying the weight of other people's hopes, standing firm when it's easier to bend, and always putting the common good above personal gain. And I know how hard it can be to serve in these times. And I just got a call from Jack Chittarelli, and I want to recognize him for stepping up.
Jack Chittarelli.
And all of you know, I love our history. And our state motto has always stuck with me. In 1777, New Jersey was one of the first states to choose a motto. Anybody? Liberty and prosperity.
Stupid motto.
I'm going to get some more civics education going. We'll get.
I like live free or die hard better.
But it was a demand for freedom from oppression and a commitment to creating better opportunity and a better future. That idea has defined us for almost 250 years. We fought for liberty at the crossroads of the American Revolution, turning the tide for our young nation at the
Should have been something gabagool.
We offered prosperity as we built the nation during the Industrial Revolution. We've been the cradle of scientific discovery, inventing everything from the
New Jersey
laser, liberty, and prosperity. I've seen the genius in that motto over the last year, because both.
The fuck are you talking about, Chuck?
Democracy. And as the president is backing away from this ideal,
Motherfucking red states live off of the blue states, you fucking idiot.
we here in New Jersey are bound to fight for a different future for our children. We see how clearly important liberty is. We know that no one in our great state is safe when our neighbors are targeted, ignoring the law and the Constitution. But prosperity is equally essential. Liberty alone is not enough if the government makes it impossible for you to feed your family, to get a good education, or to get a good job. So in this country, that shouldn't be too much to ask. But right now, all of it seems at risk. Governors have never mattered more. And in this state, I am determined to build prosperity for all of our citizens.
Flash, I don't know why my phone thing isn't working.
And I've heard from thousands of you about what liberty and prosperity mean to you, what it's going to take for your family to thrive. So I hear you, Newark. I'm going to work with communities from the ground up so all of our neighbors thrive.
Paradigm shift, welcome in.
I hear you, Sham, so I'm going to declare a state of emergency on day one to drive down your utility costs. I hear you, West.
She needs to wrap it up pretty quickly.
And schools have the resources.
Because Ma'am Donnie's going to be walking out.
The mental health crisis. I hear you, Jersey City, so I'm going to hold government accountable.
That third Clerks movie is weird.
Liberty with collective responsibility.
Wasn't expecting it to get all introspective.
Healthy, educated, and free to pursue their dreams. I hear you, New Jersey. Good government doesn't just manage problems.
Good golly, Miss Molly.
So I'm going to continue to listen and work with you to move our state forward. Because I have learned so much as I've traveled our state, our innovations, our businesses, our...
The highest number of government assistance goes to California. Now, what you mean is that California receives federal money back, but what you don't realize is that it pays far more in than what it receives back because you're a fucking moron. I'm so goddamn tired of right-wingers not knowing what the fuck they're talking about. You're all the dumbest fucks walking the planet, and you make your ignorance
They want a seat at the table
our fucking problem.
for their future. The little girls who come up to me to say that they're going to be a governor or they're going to be a president. It reminds me of my own belief that anything was possible. Akim's team, who worked their butts off 60,000 doors.
That's a lot of doors to knock over. Who's going to pay for all that?
Akeem told me these are not the kids who will succeed in Trump's vision of this country, but they will in mine. The men and women in labor. Union jobs at a time when our economy is set up to make it harder and harder for working people. You know what? They don't just fight for their brothers and sisters in labor. They fight for all of us. For working families everywhere, so everyone has a shot. So thank you. Thank you to each and every person here tonight. And across the state,
We should be getting Mamdani any minute now.
thousands of volunteers who made millions of calls, texts.
Wrap it up, lady.
To everyone who's ready to stand and demand a better future for our kids and our families. To my running mate, Dr. Dale Caldwell.
Dr. Dale.
You've already served our state so well, and I'm proud to have you by my side as we embark upon this new chapter for New Jersey. To my team, who put together a campaign the likes of this state has never seen, and helped in our efforts to create a great future for New Jersey. And thanks to my family.
Come on, come on, come on.
Who put up with missed soccer games, lacrosse games, football games, volleyball games, swim meets, and rugby games. All to put up with this, so thank you. And a special thanks to my husband, Jason. Through 4 kids, 2 dogs, a hamster, numerous goldfish, 5 campaigns, an insurrection, and 2 impeachments, you have been a truly amazing partner. So thank you to everyone who's joined me in fighting for a better future. I know these are tough times. I know not everyone voted for me, but I'm working for everyone. Every single one of you.
Vaginas can take it.
We all do better. So tomorrow begins a new day. And at each new day in New Jersey, the sun rises over the Statue of Liberty. A daily reminder of her promise. Give me your tired, your poor, your huddled masses yearning to breathe free. She declares that her lamp lights the path to the golden door. That golden door is New Jersey. It always has been. And that expectation as well.
The golden door is New Jersey. Are you shitting me?
This election, where we chose, we're going to follow Lady Liberty's beacon. We're not going to give in to our darker impulses. Here in New Jersey, we know that this nation has not ever been, nor will it ever be, ruled by kings. We take oaths to a constitution, not a king. We've chosen liberty, the very foundation of democracy, and we've chosen prosperity necessary to create opportunity for all. So New Jersey, to quote the boss, the future is now.
Oh, that's why she played Springsteen.
Passion flow, the country we carry in our hearts is waiting. Thank you, New Jersey.
Textillian, you'd think after the 4th or 5th, the grandmother would get tired, right?
Governor-elect
Like, stop coming in me, pull out.
in the Garden State tonight, becoming only the 2nd female governor of the Garden State. You can see the confetti has come down.
Bang, bang.
In New Jersey, she's talked to her supporters, and that's part of our live coverage here on C-SPAN on Election Night 2025. We want to bring you an update leaving New Jersey, going to Virginia. Jay
Jones pulls it out.
Candidate for Attorney General has been declared the winner by the Associated Press. They're projecting him to beating Jason Miyares, the Republican candidate there, with 87% of the vote in, 52.2% for Jay Jones, 47.4% for Jason Miyares, the Republican incumbent. Joining us as part of our election night coverage this evening, Evan McMorris Santoro of Notice. What do you make of these numbers? Jay Jones, first of all, his candidacy declared the winner by the Associated Press. We thought it might take a little bit longer tonight.
Yes, Trump is
throwing
a fit on Truth Social. He said the reason Republicans didn't win is because he wasn't on the ballot.
I mean, this scandal around these text messages that were uncovered that he sent were, they were awful. I mean, he apologized for them. He said they were awful. Voters apparently believed that. But this is just goes to show how embarrassing this night is proving to be for Republicans, because Jason Jones was a national rallying cry for Republicans. They activated over this. They talked about it constantly. Ads were ran about this. And, it was sort of a soft spot in the Democratic ticket, right? Whereas the Democrats sort of did this thing where they all sort of stuck.
Yeah, give this man a couple ferns.
His comments. They didn't call for him to drop out. This was seen just a couple weeks ago as maybe a huge problem for the Democrats in Virginia. But in the end, it turns out voters were more interested in punishing Republican policies and Republicans, it seems like, than punishing this guy for saying these horrible things.
45 minutes until polls close in California.
Wake-up call moment.
We are waiting Zohran Mamdani to speak
going forward
momentarily.
Explaining to people are not happy with them, or a guy like Jay Jones would not have won. That's how I fix it.
Chuck, man, you're an idiot.
And Democrats win the
You're just fucking stupid. Free stuff.
The Attorney General goes to Democrats. Jay Jones.
God damn, dude. Why are Republicans so stupid?
It seems that Democrats are poised for their biggest majority. They've had there since
I've been eating
this is a dramatic shift for this state.
I've been eating frosting.
Are we purple? Are we red? Are we blue? What are we doing? They're blue after tonight. That's what they're doing. We're already seeing some Republicans try to characterize that, try to push this result away. As you're going to see in the next couple of days, everybody, as they process this, are going to tell you why they either matter more than they do or they don't matter at all. And, Ron DeSantis, the governor of Florida, recently tweeted earlier tonight.
What truth, you fucking dipshit?
That Virginia is shifting really far to the left, and that's what's going on. But really...
you spout off like the dumbest shit, and then you're like, it's truth. You can't handle the truth.
This is a place where Republican messaging around social issues was very effective.
300 clinically.
Past elections, which they tried to do again in this governor's race. A lot of ads about trans rights, for example, that just didn't work at all. They had this sort of moment where they had this candidate with Jay Jones who really had this massive scandal, polarizing scandal, and they had the Democrats.
I'm thinking about going out there and grabbing the bowl.
On it. This is not simply like, well, poof, I guess Virginia is a blue state again. The pressure above all of that.
My buzz is waning.
The President of the United States went and tried to fire a significant amount of people who live in Virginia. And this is that thing of like, this is why these first year elections are so important. They seem like they're not. Like, I don't know. We have a bunch of them coming up next year. This is all local.
I think I might, but I don't want to leave and Mamdani come out.
Weigh in on how they feel about how this presidency is going.
My butt buzz.
And in Virginia, I think that's probably right. And in Virginia, a place where this
I need to go use the bathroom, refill my drink. I'll be back shortly.
Felt right.
Probably gonna grab the bowl.
His ideas of how to remake government, his ideas of how to change the way things work, have been like flatly rejected to the tune of the fact that Jay Jones won his election. And this is a conversation the Republicans are going to have with themselves in the next couple of days. But this is really more of a night than any of us thought Democrats are going to have walking in to today. I talked to a lot of people before I came to talk to you all, and I had nobody saying to me, "Well, Jay Jones, we know we've got that one. We're good." They were very cautious about that one, and they were very skeptical about it. And it is more narrow. This does show that voters, are upset by this scandal, and obviously it was very polarizing and a lot of conversation about it. But to be unable to capitalize on that, it just shows what a hole Republicans are in, at least tonight.
And that follows a modest win by Kamala Harris in 2024 in Virginia, whereas 52% to 46%, barely 6% there for Kamala Harris. President Trump losing by almost 6 percentage points in 2024. It was 10 percentage points in 2020. So he made up ground. And I expect the electorates will be somewhat different, but one of the stories that we saw coming in was that the places that Kamala Harris needed voters to turn out, they were turning out at 100% plus in this election for Spanberger. Like they were like huge numbers in this Northern Virginia area where a lot of these federal workers live, and places that the Republicans needed and that Trump had relied on, in Southwest Virginia. You saw those numbers like very below where they even were in 2021, the last governor's race. Those are early numbers. I haven't checked on those since then, but this sort of narrative, it just shows if the momentum, the energy, the enthusiasm was fully with Democrats in a way that people didn't expect. This is a party that people thought was kind of in an electoral wasteland, I would say, like 7 hours ago, and now we're in a totally different perspective. Yeah, Winston Earl Sears needed Glenn Youngkin numbers from 2021, not President Trump numbers from 2024. Right, and she was a flawed candidate too, right? I mean, she had a lot of issues. She never really got the full-throat support of the president. She never really was able to sort of capitalize on that energy. A lot of Republicans didn't really like her very much. They didn't spend a lot of money to help her. But yeah, like she was Youngkin's LG, and he did come out and try to support her. But the numbers that, these polls that have been really bad all along, but the results are even worse than the polls. Let's go to Lacey, who's in Blacksburg, Virginia, an independent. Lacey, who did you vote for?
He's like, oh, yeah, I know all about.
Hey, Lacey in Blacksburg, Virginia, it's your turn. Independent caller. Who did you vote for?
Yeah, I know. She doesn't.
All right. I'm going to put Lacey on hold.
What?
Let's go to Knoxville, Tennessee. Gwen,
what just happened?
Caller. Gwen, what's your reaction
Hello.
to... Good evening. What's your reaction to Election Night 2025 so far?
I am thrilled. I feel like people are waking up to the fact that our nation is pretty much in the hands of lawless people. And especially with this business about food supplements, people are going to go hungry. Health.
Light one up, tip one back.
What they want to make inroads on health, and now the president is saying until people come back to the Congress, until they come back to Congress and go into session, that he will not give benefits and so forth. This is threatening. ICE is terrifying. American troops on American streets as a police force is terrifying, and I see people waking up.
She ain't wrong.
Can I ask you, in 2026 for the midterm elections, what kind of Democratic candidates do you want to see? Do you want to see more Zohran Mamdanis, or do you want to see moderate candidates like Abigail Spanberger
oh my God.
And Mikey Sherrill?
She's in Tennessee.
I want to see people who care, and apparently all of these people care. I am happy with anyone who puts the people ahead of their own selfish ambitions. I read a thing on the internet the other day. Everything Trump does is for a party of one, himself. I want people who are for the people, not for the...
All right, Gwen, we will leave it at that. Evan McMorris-Santoro.
You know, there's a story that Democrats tell that we don't talk about that very much. They've been in the political wilderness for a long time. And that story is the 2024 election was very, very close. And in all the special elections since that election, Democrats have overperformed.
Oh, my God. Woke is back is trending on Twitter.
It was just a straight line shot from 2024 election night to tonight. Momentum building for them. We don't usually talk about this because they have not been winning. They've not been in charge. But what the caller was talking about, this idea of she's just sort of happy that all of these Democrats have won, that is a very powerful moment for Democrats who are trying to think about what they need to do next. Because if they can build a coalition that has all their pieces in it, we've seen before, they can win elections when they do that. It's felt right. It's felt lately that's been very divided. But if you have a lot of candidates, a lot of voters out there saying, listen, as long as you're not Trump, as long as you're different than the president and you are offering me something that says that maybe you care about me, I'll give you a look. That's a very, very powerful thing for Democrats, and something that Democrats themselves have been saying has been happening for months and months and months.
Detroit electing the first female mayor.
Approval ratings for President
Mary
Trump
Sheffield wins the Detroit mayoral election.
From NBC News, 43% of those polled by NBC said they approve of the President Trump's job performance, 55% disapproving.
Yeah, I mean, they're not great numbers, but he has not had great numbers for a long time. The interesting about him is he is not governed in that way. He is governed as a guy who has great numbers and a huge mandate.
And fucking Obama, who had an actual mandate and great numbers.
Like the president, they think that this kind of
governed like a compromise candidate. It's insane.
A very dramatic shift in a different kind of politics, and they think that they were delivering it. This is one of those referendums on that politics, and it seems like a lot of voters, at least the voters who wanted to get up off the couch today and go vote, didn't like it.
We're watching tonight the New York City mayoral race. As we've told you, Zohran Mamdani declared that
we are waiting for Mamdani to speak.
Zohran Mamdani, the mayor-elect, to come out and speak. There are his headquarters there in New York City. And we also have cameras tonight at Andrew Cuomo's headquarters, who ran as an independent after losing the Democratic primary. The former governor, plagued by sexual misconduct.
Where's that music coming from?
And we're waiting for the former governor to come out and speak to his supporters as well. We're hearing that is any minute. Candidate remarks are part of our coverage here on C-SPAN, and we'll bring them to you when we see the candidates. Evan McMorris-Santoro, what do you expect to hear from Andrew Cuomo? What's his future here?
I think it was at Cuomo's.
On primary night in New York City when he lost, and I think he was very surprised by it. A lot of people were surprised by that turnout. He kind of had this sort of look. He was like, I guess, Mamdani did okay, and people want to do this. We've seen him now kind of be a bit more fired up and energized. It'll be interesting to see. I mean, this is a guy who was a very, very powerful New Yorker. Obviously, the long legacy.
And he has been rebuked.
To be over now, I think, but I
would hope
how he
your comeback has been squashed.
The two headquarters there on your screen, Mamdani and Cuomo. Let's go to New Jersey, though. Pat in Keyport, New Jersey, Republican caller. Pat, how did you vote today?
I voted today. I waited till today to vote because in order to vote early, I would have had to drive to the next town. So I voted at my local voting place, which is like a 5-minute walk from my home.
And Pat, who did you vote for?
I voted for Citarelli. It appears that it's a lost cause, but I think New Jersey is a lost cause. But my interest right now is what's going to happen in New York City. What are the globalists going to do when Mamdani takes over in January? What's going to happen to the people of New York City? Are they going to be left to rot? Thanks.
Pat's concerns there with the mayor.
I can't tell you which DJ he used because there's a lot of articles of him with DJs.
Mamdani.
He's got a lot of friends that are DJs.
Election.
Oh, the ultimate boogeyman, sort of like this communist.
Ooh, here's the city. They might have it.
Islamophobia stuff has come up.
They're at the event right now.
An interesting conversation with a Republican strategist not long ago who was saying, we're so excited about Mamdani. We're really thrilled about having this guy and be able to run ads against him and talk about how every other Democrat is a Mamdani Democrat. And, that does make sense. It's a pretty classic political strategy, that not always effective, but there is this sort of thing about the tides turning. We've talked about the ages and the changes of the electorate. You have a candidate who is young, who has captured the attention of the young, who has a huge internet following, incredibly famous, incredibly popular with young voters, and he's not a Republican. And that's supposed to be good for the Republicans. It doesn't totally wash for me, but I understand what they're saying. What's interesting about what the caller mentioned is this idea of what happens next when, when Mamdani takes power. She mentions, what shadowy groups are going to do. It's the president of the United States, the Republican president.
The article is long, but if it's anywhere, it's in this article.
So we'll see if that actually happens and what that actually looks like. But the Republican,
because they're at the event right now.
Future plan, making life in New York miserable to punish those voters for supporting Mamdani, and that is the kind of rhetoric and policy that they did leading up to tonight. So we'll see what kind of impact that has in 2026.
What kind of power does the mayor of New York City have?
Well, a lot of power, right? The interesting thing about the job is, of course, while it's an ideological victory, a lot of what the mayor has to do is, get the trash picked up on time, the schools, make sure the snow plows work, all that stuff. And so this is why it's such an interesting test to have Mamdani take this job, because generally when you have these ideological candidates, they can sort of go up there and they can make a lot of speeches.
Wow, this has been the best election night that I have experienced.
Mamdani has
since doing the Troll Patrol.
Progressive politics by making it, easier to get your trash picked up, right? It has to be easier to ride the subway. It has to be a nicer experience to try to go and deal with the government bureaucracy, because he runs all that now.
I did 2020, but that was Democrats still kind of underperformed.
Wave a magic wand and have the whole state taxation policy change and the housing policy and how the buses work. He has to work with other people to make that happen if he really wants to make that happen. But he does now have to carry his banner into the real nuts and bolts of where politics are in people's lives. And that's what makes it such an interesting experiment, because now he's got to own calling the wrong snow day or whatever that stuff is.
Okay, we got some preliminary results out of Minneapolis.
He's at 50 points.
Right now, Jacob Fry up 10 points on
next to his name.
Omar Feta.
For Andrew Cuomo.
I know I'm butchering his name.
Margin does he have to declare a mandate, and what does that mean?
Well, I think
this is with 99% of precincts reporting.
The primary they've been declaring.
But neither gets 50%, so it goes to a runoff. Okay.
A concerted effort by Mamdani and his team to broaden their support base, to actually show other folks who are not immediately.
So incumbent Jacob Fry with 42% of the vote.
There's a place for him, for them in his coalition.
Insurgent candidate.
The number that he's
Omar Feta.
That's not been a totally proven case.
32% is going to go to a second ballot. There is enough vote out there for Feta to pull it off.
Freeway race. That's a pretty good number for anybody.
But we might not find out the results of that one tonight.
Tonight has acknowledged that they have work to do with some New Yorkers, and now he has to go out there and try to make that happen.
We'll continue to talk about that New York mayoral race in the Big Apple tonight. We want to go to Lacey, though, who's in Blacksburg, Virginia, an independent caller. Lacey, who did you vote for?
Hello, yes, I voted for Spamberger for governor, and I voted for her based on the fact that I look at the Trump presidency and what has taken place in Virginia as a result of the Trump presidency.
This is lazy.
That affects us, number one, with the immigrant, as far as the social issues are concerned. And I feel that this election of Spamberger is a rebuttal or a reproof of the administration's attack on not only this state, but the state of New York and the state of
Rebuke,
which we see this this Democratic sweep of the positions, that are open as far as governor and the state legislatures. So what my particular question is to the panel is, how does this affect the rest of the nation as it pertains to future elections that come up in 26 and 28, and the future of the nation as it pertains to these 3 elections moving forward?
All right. Thank you, caller. Evan McMorrison.
It's a great question.
Toro.
It's exactly my question. But no, what's interesting about tonight is, this is history does dictate this kind of night for the party out of power, as has been said earlier in the evening. You could imagine what this was like in 2009 when Obama just won and we saw Republicans win in places like Virginia and New Jersey and things like that. But what's interesting about that is that for this presidency, particularly for this moment in Republican politics, they have spoken a lot about sort of changing political dynamics and sort of breaking down a lot of those old rules, right? Like the midterm election historically would favor Democrats simply because Trump is a Republican and is president. But this Republican Party has said, no, we're building an operation and we're building a machine to change that reality. We have all this money. We're going to run a different way. And also they point to how bad the Democratic brand has fallen, how low the Democratic brand has fallen as an opportunity to change some of these dynamics. They didn't change those dynamics. So suddenly a conversation that was about a midterm election that was like, I don't know, Trump is very different, Republicans are very different, electorate's very different now, maybe looking to the past, maybe that's not the right thing to do, maybe we shouldn't think about history, maybe some of these things don't stick to this president or stick to this Republican Party. I would say that now, looking at this result and being such a historical win for Democrats, but along the lines of what kind of should happen in an election like this, that would suggest that maybe looking forward, political gravity does apply even to Trump.
We are 364 days
It's a long
away.
So DJ Dub, here let's
2026.
But I am saying that I think that
this is the math on the Minneapolis mayoral election.
Who could have believed that this night could have gone very, very differently?
Let me try to make it
the way Trump carries himself.
Fuck.
Political operation. Now they're sort of set in the place that a lot of presidents find themselves in, which is like, how do you go back to your party now?
Frey has 42% of the vote.
I say
Feta has
go out and run in the midterm.
32%.
Think about those last elections.
We've got
There are a lot of Republicans now who are thinking about
16% outstanding.
Keep my job.
Does tonight?
26%
for the government
outstanding.
We're at day 35. Making history tonight on election night with the government shutdown.
You would assume a good chunk of these
history
would rank Feta.
I really don't know the answer to that
as their second choice.
The question is that this government shutdown has been so different from any of the others. We have not seen this has not been a running, open negotiation.
So this one isn't done yet.
Figuring out a way to, sort of.
You'd think a lot of Frey's support as an incumbent would come from the first ballot.
And I don't know if you are a Democrat tonight. Are you saying, "Look, entrenchment's great. We should be more entrenched"?
But hey, even if he just runs a strong campaign,
if you're a Republican, maybe you're saying, maybe we should
loses.
be as entrenched. Maybe
That's cool. He got his name out there.
You have to then, sort of cross the president. And that has proven very
he has name value for the next run.
I don't really know what is going to happen with the shutdown after this, but I do know that the conversation around it is going to be very interesting tomorrow on Capitol Hill.
Let's go back to the Associated Press.
We're a little over 20 minutes
governor's race. It's now
before polls close in California.
You can see Abigail Spanberger with 57% of that vote, about 43% for Winsome Earl Sears, the lieutenant governor.
What a name, Winsome Earl Sears.
The Republican candidate here in 2025. Here's what Winsome Earl Sears
she
had to
is
say to
crazy.
her supporters earlier tonight.
I'm really not even supposed to be here. Think about it. I mean, I'm an immigrant from another country, and yet you all have given me the opportunity to do this. This is such
And yet you're part of the Republican Party.
Really, even when I had the protesters from the other side, I looked at them in wonder. They thought they were hurting me, but they weren't, because I thought to myself, this is America. It's amazing that we can protest each other and go home and cook dinner for the kids and not wonder who's coming to get us. And we must never lose that. America is such a wonderful place. I don't think we know that. I'm watching people teach their children to hate their country. Why would you do that? Where else are you going to go? And so I thank you. I thank you for giving me this very great opportunity. And it started, of course,
she is the current lieutenant governor.
My father, the opportunity to come to this great country with, again, you heard me, his $1.75. And that's what started the trajectory of my life, where I became, of course, a Marine, a business owner, CEO.
This is her concession speech.
And then a delegate, and now lieutenant governor, second in command. Now, I have to tell you, I am like everyone. I wanted to wait until every single ballot was counted. It's just because I have faith.
But you lost.
And I wanted to wait.
Stupendously.
I wanted to wait because I know that God had called me for this purpose. And so remember now that God has called prophets. And sometimes the prophets were even beaten and some of them were killed. And so we understand that victory to the Lord looks a lot different than what we think of as victory.
So somehow you're still making yourself a martyr.
With obedience. Obedience. Never forget that.
That sounds abusive.
So, before I say anything else, although I've said everything, I want to thank you because you believed in me. You who voted for me.
Oh, I totally didn't believe in you.
To make our dream for Virginia come true. I still want to continue to thank God for this journey and his grace that brought me again to this wonderful country, this wonderful Commonwealth. And a special gratitude goes
Yeah, she should have done her concession speech hours ago.
39 years.
We heard from Spamberger hours ago.
Wonderful children, Janelle and Katja.
Lieutenant Governor Winsome Earl Sears, the Republican candidate for governor in 2025, suffering a defeat tonight to Abigail Spamberger, the
Damn.
candidate there, the former congresswoman,
Almost 20
CIA
points.
agent, and she is declared
15.
Associated Press with 91% of the vote in. You can see that Abigail Spamberger has a 14-point margin there. And then moving on to Lieutenant Governor Ghazala Hashmi, also declared the winner by the Associated Press earlier tonight. She also with a sizable lead. And then Jay Jones, the Attorney General. It's Democrats all the way down the ticket here for
It is a Democratic walloping.
Santoro.
And to run legislature.
Democrats won big in Pennsylvania.
For Democrats in that state.
We're going to go now to New York City.
A justice
Cuomo
recall.
His supporters.
Here we go.
Let's go live there.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you. You're taking my time. You're taking my time. First, let me. I love you too. I love you too. Let me acknowledge part of my special campaign team. We have from the right, Telef Lundaval, the new son-in-law, husband of Mariah. We have Mariah, Cara, Michaela. I want to thank our campaign chairman, Bill.
7 people ended up dying in the plane crash
Greg Gold.
in Louisville, Kentucky.
I want to thank Mayor Adams, who stepped out of the race to make us more competitive, and that was a very gracious thing to do. I want to thank Mayor Bloomberg, who gave us his support, Governor David Patterson, all the unions, and I am blessed. I am blessed to have the people in this room. You have been a phenomenal team, great friends. You are superstars. Even more, you are New York patriots, and I am proud of you. This campaign was the right fight to wage. And I am proud of what we did and what we did together.
That's the problem. You shouldn't be.
This
You should feel shame. Learn to feel embarrassment. It would save the rest of us a lot of trouble.
the future of this city and the future of this country. And this coalition transcended normal partisan politics. It brought together
I never want to see you again.
and independents, joined by the simple fact that their first allegiance is as citizens of New York City. $2 million voters, the largest number in modern political history, cared
Is that his daughter?
to show up in a municipal election.
She's cute.
And 42
Could be my GOP mommy.
voted for us on an independent line. That is the highest percentage in modern history. Ironically, it is just higher than when Mario Cuomo got 40% on an independent line against Ed Koch in 1970.
Oh yeah, he pretended to live in his daughter's apartment. That's right.
To know
That is probably her.
that almost half of New Yorkers did not vote to support a government agenda that makes promises that we know cannot be met.
Did you hear that? Almost half of New Yorkers voted not to support.
Of entrepreneurship.
You know that means over half of the voters did,
That's what
right?
New York must remain. We are a nation of laws, and we believe in law and order, and we need the police to keep society safe. We will not make the NYPD the enemy. We cherish our diversity, and we have no tolerance for discrimination of any kind by race, religion, sexual orientation, or creed. And we will not tolerate any behavior that fans the flames of anti-Semitism or diverse attacks. Our strength is our unity. Black, white, brown, Christian, Muslim, Jewish, Buddhist. We are one. We are the family of New York. We believe in interconnection and mutuality and
Yeah, Trump is starting to fire off
You attack all of us.
truth socials.
What it means to be in New
He just told the Republicans to nuke the filibuster.
York will ever divide us. And this campaign was necessary to make that point. A caution flag that we are heading down a dangerous, dangerous road. Well, we made that point, and they heard us, and we will hold them to it. Also, my friends, feel proud. because we accomplished the two important
I am not high enough for this shit.
characteristics. We got up off the mat after the primary, and we made it a real race when the media had already commenced the coronation. And feel
It wasn't a real race.
because we fought
got
our
trounced.
hearts out and we left it all on the field. Congratulations to Zoran Mandami. No. That is not right. Hey, that is not right, and that is not us. That is not us.
That's exactly you.
Tonight was their night, and as they start to transition to government, we will all help any way we can because we need our New York City government to work. We want it to work for all New Yorkers because our city is the greatest city in the world, and we will unite for New York City because we love New York City. And from the bottom of my
Okay, just over 10 minutes until polls close in California.
one of you, I love you for the fight.
Oh, fuck off. You don't love me.
Soul that you showed and the example that you set. New York City heard us, and we will be the...
Hell yeah, clinically. Light one up, tip one back. What is that, Jay-Z? Damn right he did, Pimbox.
The largest city in the United States. We are waiting now a victory speech by the...
This has been a huge night for
the winner by
Democrats and the left.
Headquarters across the city in New York, and we're waiting for him to come out. We expect it to be any moment now. Evan McMorris,
Even if Fatah doesn't win in...
the arms are waving in the air.
I think that's probably the closest I've said it.
From the cameras have started.
Even if Fatah doesn't win in Minneapolis,
So let's
which was
go.
a strong showing. Oh shit, here's Zoran. This is the Mamdani headquarters. Mayor-elect Zoran Mamdani to speak momentarily.
Music is playing for supporters of Zoran Mamdani. They are all waiting for the mayor-elect to come out and address the crowd tonight. He, with a resounding vote, was declared the winner by the Associated Press, getting
Resounding.
100% of the vote as it stands right now. Not the whole vote's not in. We don't have 100% yet from the Associated Press, but Evan McMorris Santoro, we got a little bit of a false start there. Looks like the arms have come down. The signs aren't waving anymore. So while we wait for him.
Well, I mean, these people have been patient for a long time
Yeah.
for this win. They got to wait a little bit longer, I guess, to hear it.
What did you make of his candidacy and the remarks that you heard there from the former governor?
YouTube
has had such an interesting campaign cycle because, you know, he was sort of out and gone, came back, and everyone just assumed he was going to be
politically just fucking everybody in the crowd, including Hassan.
He lost the
Hassan is there.
And then he ran a very interesting general election campaign that sort of veered all over the place, right? It ended this morning. I think he was on Fox News thanking President Trump for his support. You know, it was really interesting. And then in the end, in this concession speech, he took some shots at Mamdani, but then also did this big magnanimity, we're all going to come together. If you need me, if I can do anything, please give me a call. This has kind of been what Cuomo's campaign has been like throughout the whole cycle, which is sort of it can't really decide what it is, right? Is he, a fearmonger about Mamdani? Maybe he can work with him. Maybe he can figure that. Maybe he supports some of the stuff he supports. I think that this is sort of an ignominious end to a long political career. Maybe there's more to come, but I
hope not.
That speech, from what I saw, was there's a lot of folks who still want to be really, really angry about this election.
Why did Elliot Spitzer never
give them some voice?
Never was able to mount a comeback?
He did also say, to his credit, he did also say, look, we need to all come together and support the mayor. It is clear that there are a lot of folks who are really nervous about this, and Cuomo, I think, was happy to speak for them.
He also thanked Eric Adams, the current mayor, who dropped out of the race. Did he pick up the supporters of Eric Adams tonight?
Well, it does look like, right, as we look at these final numbers, as they become more and more final, that, we talked about earlier about Sliwa's numbers did not come in very big, that maybe that did happen. And I think that, you can look, from what I've seen, from what Cuomo supporters have been talking about today and tonight, you can look at that Eric Adams thing as kind of almost a veiled attack on Sliwa for not dropping out. Their belief was, if it had been
the results are kind of surprising to me. I thought
Cuomo versus Mamdani.
I thought JoJo Siwa would get a lot more of the vote.
I don't think that the final result suggests that that's true, but this is kind of the story, and they're sticking to it.
I thought
showing the numbers
Cuomo would be 34, 35%.
With around 140.
JoJo Siwa would be like 14, 15.
Votes in. But when he ran in 2021, we heard New York One Spectrum News say he got over 300,000 votes.
That's right. So whatever votes, like I said, whatever votes are really into stopping Mamdani, I think Cuomo picked them up. The idea of a place like New York, which is not a very Republican place at all, a guy coming in with just 100,000 votes, that's fine, but that's not enough to really sway an election where the guy who won more than 50% in a three-way race. It's a tough story for Cuomo, but I do think that you're seeing his supporters stick with this idea that they were kind of robbed of the opportunity to have the race that they wanted to run. But they didn't. Whatever happened, they didn't get it. And now Mamdani's going to be the mayor. And those folks have to figure out what they're going to do, right? And because there is.
I was expecting him to clear 50. I thought it would be a little more solid.
With Mamdani
53, 54. And it might end up being
so enamored with this guy
in the end
in New York City and try to embrace them, because it is in the end a Democratic town, and you're in a tough spot if your plan is to not be a Democrat.
Is he going to be the face of the Democratic Party?
The Republicans want him to be the face of the Democratic Party. I would say if you were to call up Democrats leaders tomorrow, they would give you, well, we have three good options. We have Mikey Sherrill in New Jersey, we have Abigail Spanberger in Virginia, and we got Zohran Mamdani in New York City. Pick the one you want. We've got them all, right? But I do think that there are Republicans who are going to want that to happen. They do feel like this is a very powerful thing that they can do.
Well, good, make it happen.
I'm not clear on why that's such a great strategy for them. We have not. I mean, Mamdani has just sort of been this unstoppable force since he arrived on the scene. And it wasn't that long ago that when Eric Adams won the mayor's race in New York, this was supposed to be a sign, a national sign, that this was the kind of candidate that Democrats needed to pick, the kind of candidate that voters wanted. And now all of a sudden, when it becomes Mamdani who wins, is that New York is this crazy outlier place and no one should pay any attention to it at all. And it just goes to show that a lot of times people are just kind of making it up as they go along. But I will say that it's not so much that Mamdani is the face of the Democratic Party, but he is absolutely now 100% the most famous progressive in America, and everything he does will reflect on the progressive movement one way or the other.
Is he the leader?
I don't know if
the progressive movement, maybe.
The AOC and Bernie are still very powerful people.
That's true.
He's the one with the most sort of actual governing power, is Mamdani. And he has brought a bunch of new people into progressive politics. And now
I'm going to try to go take a piss before he comes out to speak.
Figure out how to actually produce results that benefit his movement and not, stand in its way. I think it's going to be a really interesting time in New York, and also a very, very, very tough job for Mamdani.
Excuse me. If you were a Bernie Sanders supporter during his presidential bids, what are you thinking tonight?
You're thinking that this is what you were saying should happen all along. that what you were saying from the very beginning was if Democrats hadn't gotten in the way, if Democrats could, establishing Democrats had gotten out of the way, you could have an election about economics and affordability and trying to sort of rebalance the economy in a way that's a bit more fair to people who are really struggling right now. This is the kind of politics that Bernie said he wanted to run, but what ended up happening, that's not the campaigns that he really kind of got to run for president. But there is a case to be made here that this is actually kind of the maturing of that Bernie movement, that folks who were brought into politics by Bernie are now able to be as so talented at running it that they can actually create a situation where they can win a race like this. So I think Bernie supporters are looking at this and saying this is exactly what we have been saying all along.
Let's tease the top of the hour because we are just a few minutes away from polls closing in California, 11 p.m. Eastern time. CNN is reporting long lines in California with polls set to close in just minutes. What do you think happens here if there are long lines in California on an off-year election for a ballot initiative?
Democrats say that favors them, that this is what they wanted to see, that turnout favors them for this Prop 50, for this redistricting fight. And this is one of those things where the voters are acting in a way that people would not have expected when this sort of thing kicked off, especially in a place like California, right? There were some notions at the very beginning of this whole process, and we haven't seen the results yet. We don't know what's going to happen, but that they would be turned off entirely by the idea of partisan gerrymandering in a place where they really were proud of it. They didn't.
Good.
But it does.
Didn't miss the mayor-elect.
Turning out in droves to defend it, which the polls have not suggested that is true, or they are willing to abandon.
We are a minute away from the California polls closing. That's the Proposition 50.
The figures are being put on the scales by the other side, and that is not.
It will allow the Democratic legislature to.
We are waiting for the mayor-elect Zoran
gerrymander the districts
in New York City, and we are just about a minute away from polls closing in California. We're watching closely. Proposition 50. Do California voters say yes or no to redrawing their congressional maps ahead of the 2026 midterm elections? Evan McMorris-Santoro, Proposition 50 isn't just for 2026, though. We're talking about the next 3 elections.
That's right, but it's also sort of a trigger. Like it's kind of this. It's triggered by what Republicans do. It's this whole new approach that Democrats are having to take now when it comes to redistricting. They say they have to take it because of what the Republicans are doing. But we're having this. It is an absolute tectonic shift in the way politics works in this country, because now we are talking about. Do we just draw the lines? I don't know how many times. We just draw them every year. We draw them every month. I don't know. But there is a situation where Democrats thought for a long time that if they led by example, they showed that, they gave voters what they wanted, which was nonpartisan lines and districts that weren't these sort of crazy, weird shapes, that they would be rewarded for that. And then they're watching the Republicans do something different.
In Texas, it began.
Texas, and now Indiana. A lot of other states are talking about doing this.
Indiana, North Carolina.
There are Democrats, sort of
Florida.
Great surprise. I would say probably if some Republicans who were planning this project are trying to come back and push back themselves.
Well, we already have a check mark. This is the Associated Press calling the Proposition 50. It passes. Calling it right now.
Damn.
It's closed 11 p.m. Eastern time in California.
Overwhelming.
Because California notoriously takes a very long time to count their votes. So that's a pretty good win for them.
The Associated Press has seen enough with seconds after 11 p.m. Eastern time.
Yeah, that's it. This is a huge deal for Gavin Newsom, right? Who people think is going to run for president in 2020.
There you go. It's going to be an early night
for this, but it also
we're going to hear Zoran speak, and that pretty much wraps it up.
Which is that people really want them to fight. They want a Democrat Party that fights. That's kind of why we're in this long shutdown that we're in, is that the base has been demanding the Democrats fight as much as they can. And Gavin Newsom is suggesting, fine, let's change some rules ourselves. Let's change, let's do some uncomfortable stuff to fight. And obviously the voters are rewarding him for making that decision.
And what does it mean for his political future?
Well, I would say that pretty much all the marbles were on this for him. Had this failed, I don't think his 2028 prospects would be so good. Now that it has succeeded, it's a huge boon for him. And I think it's a big moment to see, he can sort of launch himself from this into a lot of other conversations because he is now kind of a de facto leader of this fight, right? He has put this fight very strongly to Trump. He's sued Trump a bunch of times. They've fought him in court. And now, he made this deal with these Texas Democrats where they, they had fled the state. They had to go home. And he said, look, I'll do this ballot initiative to make up for what the Republicans are doing in Texas. You guys go home. Big risk. Worked out. So, I mean, that's a good sign. If anybody, if you like Newsom or if you are Newsom, it's a good day for you.
So Texas wants to redraw its maps, potentially pick up 5.
They created two GOP dump districts, and then the other 2 districts are toss-ups. The rest are
predictions are
blue.
Potentially they pick up 5 in response to Texas.
That's the goal.
And then, as you said,
here you go.
Right now, our viewers, the California congressional districts. I
Right.
mean, you can see here 43 Democrats, 9 Republicans currently representing the state of California in the U.S. House of Representatives. Under this proposed new map,
I guess it's 4 dump districts.
4 Republicans, and Cook Political Report saying 2 of these Republican districts become toss-ups.
Right, and this is what happens with a lot of these district lines when they get redrawn, is that you're not actually moving voters around. At some point you run out of ability to make these things completely partisan. But what's interesting about this is that there's no pretense to any of this. We're going to elect 5 more Democrats and maybe more because Texas is trying to elect 5 more Republicans and maybe more. This is a thing that if you are a voter and you don't like this, your voting power is being taken away. That's what this fight is. This fight is we're going to sort all of you into partisan districts and we're going to have a nice predictable election. We're going to know exactly what's going to happen. We won't even need to have a night like this. So you can look at these districts and we can just say, okay, well.
Oh, God, Gavin Newsom's going to speak.
This is a fight that's sort of happening in real time. And as I said, Democrats feel like they have to actually respond. But there is a question of the voters, when they see this map, when it's finally done across the whole United States, what are they going to think about this? Are they going to like this? Are they going to be happy with this? Because, this is a huge change to the way our process is supposed to work.
Well, Republicans are motivated to do this ahead of the 2026 midterm elections because of their...
Oh, it's totally not good. I want to see us
Republicans.
I want to see us have as many toss-up districts as possible.
Mm-hmm. And I would say
I want every district to be competitive
further, right? Because
if it can be.
Historically, the midterms do not go well for the president's party. They're trying to change that dynamic with a ton of money that they've raised. They also had some sort of belief that the Democrats were in such bad straits that they could maybe beat them fair and square. Now, I think if you're a person who thinks, well, let's just redraw the lines, let's change the rules of the election, that makes it more likely that we can win, because Democrats may have some...
We need some sort of dose of a parliamentary system.
That cause.
All right. Well, California Proposition 50 passing tonight on your screen.
All right. We're going to go to...
For Zohran Mamdani.
The Mamdani headquarters.
The mayor-elect of the Big Apple, and you can see his supporters are anxious for him to come out and talk to them tonight. They have been waiting for a long time in New York City. Yeah, he's taking his time. The crowd is warmed up, and we'll bring you those remarks live when they happen. In the meantime, though, let's keep taking phone calls here. Paulette, actually, let's go to David, who's in Riverside, California.
David.
Republican. David in Riverside, California. How did you vote on Proposition 50?
Well, I always vote Republican, which would be against 50. But, I want to say good evening, Greta, and good evening, America. As a Zohran Mamdani, the next mayor of New York City, he is the most dangerous candidate ever in America that I can see to win a major election.
What, really?
Research. He won't deny globalizing the Intifada.
What?
Which is violence toward all Jews. His father is a professor at Columbia University who advocates terrorist suicide bombing as a legitimate form of warfare. Plus, Zohran is for LGBT, transgender, confused children receiving surgery to deny their gender. He's a radical Muslim, communist, and queer rights advocate in one person. This is a warning to America that we need to return to the God of the Bible, return to the love of America.
Oh, my
People
God.
like Charlie Kirk, who was a great political advocate and Christian preacher, was assassinated for his free speech rights on September 10th, just under 2 months ago. It's not too late for Mamdani and America. It's not too late constitutionally because he is not eligible to be president. He was not born in America. We have yet to pick someone like Mamdani for president. Fortunately, we have a second chance. America is coming to the 250-year anniversary. We can return to the people we were when we were founded, the Christian people that we were.
All right,
Thank you.
David, they're a Republican in California. Evan McMorrison Toro. Those remarks, something that you heard on the campaign trail during this election.
There was actually a litany of things. It was an interesting set of remarks because of how emotional and powerful it is. And that is what a lot of this campaign has been about. And the caller spoke about a number of topics that have been very potent and powerful for Republicans very recently. In 2024, they tied Kamala Harris to a lot of her past left-wing positions on economics and tied her to socialism, and that was seen as a very powerful move. Obviously did not work in New York City this time. Different electorate, obviously, but did not really work. The argument about trans rights, hugely powerful for Trump and the Republicans in 2024. And as I mentioned, they really went hard at
Seemed
it.
to fall flat this year.
This evening and today and over the last few months. They spent a lot of money on those issues, a lot of money in those ads. My colleague at Notice, Oriana Gonzalez, wrote this amazing story about the sort of internals of that argument, how much money we should put into that fight. Those trans rights, it was a huge part of the conversation. Voters rejected the conservative position on that, right? I don't know that they adopted the most left-wing position, but they rejected their conservative position on that. And so, and you talk about, the issue, the Intifada, the Israeli issue, another issue that, as you talked about earlier in the night, another caller called in, voters are trying to shift around on that too. There are a lot of things moving around in politics right now, and I can understand why there is such an emotional and really forceful response to that. I mean, we're talking about...
What's the gal at the Mamdani headquarters saying?
A super young guy with very left-wing views is now a very powerful person in America, and if you don't like those views, it is definitely scary.
Better looking than Evan McMorris.
Rapid the dynamics are changing at this moment, right? Because you can think about how many people in America felt the same way in 2024 when Trump won.
Evan McMorris.
Right? To hear that coming from the other side,
Santoro.
how fast things can switch.
Democratic Socialist versus the characterization that he's a communist. The difference?
A difference is significant. I mean, Democratic Socialism is a program that's more about, well, first of all, Mamdani has distanced himself from the DSA itself. Like, he is a member of it, but he doesn't adopt all of their ideas. What he would say is that what he campaigns on is the idea of like making your housing cheaper, making it a cheaper place to live. There was some stuff earlier on in the campaign, right, where like one of his programs he has proposed is a pilot program where the city sets up some grocery stores in places where there aren't one. This was characterized as, he's going to force you to shop at government grocery stores, which would be communist. He is not trying to do that. He's a Democratic Socialist. He wants to provide a different kind of option, a different kind of way of going. But, this is a very powerful word to a lot of people. A communist is the word that the president has used about Mamdani as well. He is not a communist. At least he is not. I mean, I don't know what's in his head, but he's not espoused that he's a communist. But this, this is the kind of characterization that he's had to face, and it didn't defeat him tonight. And we'll see what happens now that he's going to be the mayor.
All right, and we're watching his headquarters in New York City. Zohran Mamdani, you can see his supporters getting addressed tonight and just waiting for the mayor-elect to come out. And when he does, we'll bring you his remarks live here on C-SPAN. We have other candidate remarks as well. If we've missed any tonight, you can find them all on our website, cspan.org. You can find results as well. Dig into the maps on these key races.
Don't play Cuomo again.
On our website, cspan.org/results. All of it there. And as we continue here on election night 2025, we'll continue to talk about the results in these key races: New Jersey, Virginia, the New York City mayoral race, and the California Proposition 50 redistricting plan. that was just declared passed by the Associated Press just seconds after the polls closed at 11 p.m. Eastern Time in California. I can see that at the headquarters there, the crowd is starting to cheer and cameras are flashing here. We'll see. Oh, nope, we don't have the candidate. We don't have the mayor-elect yet. Evan McMorris Santoro.
He wants to hold out until we're just completely done talking about California. He's very nice. Very nice of him to do it.
Well, California went quick.
I know.
So.
I know. We need to have more time. He has to come out.
Yeah. Who do you expect that is there with him tonight?
I've been muted the whole time.
Sort of the progressive wing of the party?
Well, we've seen AOC. She's been a strong supporter of his. Bernie has been a strong supporter, and I don't know if he is there. But we have also seen, some other sort of stalwart.
There were 3 Democrats up for retention votes in Pennsylvania for their Supreme Court. All 3 Democrats won handily.
A lot of folks who ran for mayor.
The retention vote.
Brad Lander, for example, was a strong supporter of Mondami. So I think you're starting to see, at least from the Democratic Party part, his coalition starting to expand. I wouldn't be too surprised if you saw.
It's been a clean sweep for Democrats tonight.
I expect to find themselves at a Mondani rally at the beginning of this thing, showing up and being there.
What do some of these members of Congress do where their districts touch the city, different boroughs of New York City? What do they do? Because it's been not only leadership who's been split about whether or not they endorse or support. You've seen the New York delegation also, Democrats, not all of them endorsing Mamdani.
Sure. Tom Suozzi, a very powerful Democrat.
I feel like I know this woman. Who's this speaking?
Anti-endorsed Mamdani. This is going to be, I think if you're running in some of these districts that Republicans have won in the Congress in New York, they're very happy about this because they're going to want to tie.
And every time, every volunteer went to a door and talked to a stranger. They
it's not synced up. That's what she sounds like.
And invited that stranger to be a part of shaping their vision.
And now, in addition to everything else he has to do, he's got to figure out how to do that because they're there. They're going to run for office.
They're there.
They have to say, but he has to sort of show that he's not the dangerous radical that the caller suggested that he is, and that way he won't be such a liability to those folks if he ends up being that. But this is the challenge for his movement, and this is what it makes it so interesting to see the next few months. It's a challenge for him is to figure out how to be helpful to Democrats who are like, I'd really rather you didn't come around too much.
Every television booker on networks across the country are hoping they can get him on their program.
I think he's going to be very, very busy. Maybe that's what he's doing right now. That's why he hasn't come out yet.
Yeah. It's election night 2025. It's 11:15 here on the East Coast. The polls just closed in California. Proposition 50 has passed there. Democrats have swept here tonight in all of these key races.
Everything.
26% of the vote in on this redistricting plan in California.
You got to go down to some real local shit to get a Republican win tonight.
Associated Press with 62.3% of that 26% vote.
Like a fucking mayor's race in Pennsylvania.
Those numbers will change as the vote percentage changes tonight. And you were saying, Evan McMorris Santoro, that this is super fast for California because it takes a long time to count votes. Think back to 2024.
Oh, yeah. We're waiting all night for these little weeks for these congressional districts to bring their votes in. The momentum was with this pretty much from the beginning. There was a conversation in the very beginning about
hell of an election night tonight.
But when you saw some folks,
I actually told Curiouser that I was sitting in the kitchen. I'm like,
nonpartisan maps.
It's gonna be a pretty slam dunk night for Democrats
of redistricting because the Republicans have changed the rules.
I wasn't expecting it to be this slam dunk.
Again, this was the opportunity that Californians.
It's looking like a couple leftists are gonna
back against the president's agenda.
They're gonna win.
And as we've seen everywhere else tonight, they got a chance to vote. They have done that. There are a lot of races down the ballot that we have seen where also that has happened. Not everything has been called, but the results have come in from a lot of places have shown that Democrats have just every chance they had to ask someone to vote, those people said, okay, yeah, I'll vote for you because I'm mad at the president. It does seem like that's happened everywhere. And this result about these redistricting could not be any more clearly a pushback on the president. That's how it was characterized by the supporters of this proposition. That's what they said you were getting a chance to do. And in fact, it is what you're getting a chance to do because it's the president that is leading this redistricting push across the country. So this is the chance that you can push back against it. Californians were really, really thrilled to do so, it seems.
Let's go through the key races tonight, beginning with Virginia and the governor's race there. Abigail Spanberger becomes the first female governor of the
Commonwealth. To win some Earl Sears.
The percentage vote in 95% in her margin of victory. Ghazala Hashmi also on the Democratic ticket. She wins tonight. And then for
also winning handily.
This race was being watched very closely to see if the
Jones pulling away with it
there would be able to get a victory, get a W, and it appears
now like a 7-point victory.
Big a margin as Abigail Spanberger, but he did get the check mark tonight. And then moving on to New Jersey and the governor's race,
Cheryl Spank Shitterelli,
second female governor of that state. And then ending here with California again, Proposition 50 passes in California. And let's just go talk about the money for Proposition 50, because according to calmatters.org, the yes campaign outraised the no campaign like $97 million to $42 million.
That's true. I mean, those numbers are very, very big, but obviously California's really, really big. But, there were like billionaires that were backing the no campaign too. It's not that hard these days to kind of find money in politics. But yeah,
here we go.
Obviously appreciates the result in the end.
All right. Zohran Mamdani, the mayor-elect of New York City.
Mayor-elect Zohran Mamdani.
Here on C-SPAN.
Hellboy to cap off the night. Check this mustache out.
Thank you, my friends. The sun.
Congratulations, Mamdani.
Over our city this evening. But as Eugene Debs once said, I can see the dawn of a better day for humanity. For as long as we can remember, the working people of New York have been told by the wealthy and the well-connected that power does not belong in their hands. Fingers bruised from lifting boxes on the warehouse floor, palms calloused from delivery bike handlebars, knuckles scarred with kitchen burns. These are not hands that have been allowed to hold power. And yet, over the last 12 months, you have dared to reach for something greater. Tonight, against all odds, we have grasped it. The future is in our hands. My friends, we have toppled a political dynasty.
Damn.
I wish Andrew Cuomo only the best in private life. But let tonight be the final time I utter his name.
Yes.
As we turn the page on a politics that abandons the many and answers only to the few. New York, tonight you have delivered a mandate for change, a mandate for a new kind of politics, a mandate for a city we can afford, and a mandate for a government that delivers exactly that. On January 1st, I will be sworn in as the mayor of New York City. And that is because of you. So before I say anything else, I must say this. Thank you. Thank you to the next generation of New Yorkers who refuse to accept that the promise of a better future was a relic of the past. You showed that when politics speaks to you without condescension, we can usher in a new era of leadership. We will fight for you because we are you. Or as we say on Steinway, ana minkum wa ilaykum. Thank you to those so often forgotten by the politics of our city who made this movement their own. I speak of Yemeni bodega owners and Mexican abuelas, Senegalese taxi drivers and Uzbek nurses, Trinidadian line cooks and Ethiopian aunties. Yes, aunties. To every New Yorker in Kensington and Midwood and Hunts Point, know this. This city is your city, and this democracy is yours too. This campaign is about people like Wesley, an $11.99 organizer I met outside of Elmhurst Hospital on Thursday night. A New Yorker who lives elsewhere, who commutes 2 hours each way from Pennsylvania because rent is too expensive in this city.
The rent is too damn high.
It's about people like the woman I met on the BX33 years ago who said to me, I used to love New York, but now it's just where I live. And it's about people like Richard, the taxi driver I went on a 15-day hunger strike with outside of City Hall, who still has to drive his cab 7 days a week. My brother, we are in City Hall now. This victory is for all of them, and it's for all of you. The more than 100,000 volunteers who built this campaign into an unstoppable force. Because of you,
it's for all of you as well,
that working people can love and live in again. With every door knocked, every petition signature earned, and every hard-earned conversation, you eroded the cynicism that has come to define our politics. Now I know that I have asked for much from you over this last year. Time and again, you have answered my calls. But I have one final request. New York City.
Joni Ernst never answers my calls.
We have held our breath for longer than we know. We have held it in anticipation of defeat. Held it because the air has been knocked out of our lungs too many times to count. Held it because we cannot afford to exhale. Thanks to all of those who sacrificed so much, we are breathing in the air of a city that has been reborn. To my campaign team, who believed when no one else did, and who took an electoral project and turned it into so much more, I will never be able to express the depth of my gratitude. You can sleep now. To my parents, Mama and Baba, you have made me into the man I am today. I am so proud to be your son. And to my incredible wife, Rama, Hayati, there is no one I would rather have by my side in this moment and in every moment. To every New Yorker, whether you voted for me, for one of my opponents, or felt too disappointed by politics to vote at all, thank you for the opportunity to prove myself worthy of your trust. I will wake each morning with a singular purpose: to make this city better for you than it was the day before. There are many who thought this day would never come, who feared that we would be condemned only to a future of less, with every election consigning us simply to more of the same. And there are others who see politics today as too cruel for the flame of hope to still burn. New York, we have answered those fears. Tonight we have spoken.
What the fuck was that?
Hope is alive. Hope is a decision that tens of thousands of New Yorkers made day after day, volunteer shift after volunteer shift, despite attack ad after attack ad. More than 1 million of us stood in our churches, in gymnasiums, in community centers, as we filled in the ledger of democracy. And while we cast our ballots alone, we chose hope together. Hope over tyranny. Hope over big money and small ideas. Hope over despair. We won because New Yorkers allowed themselves to
Sounds like some Obama shit.
Possible could be made possible.
I've heard this one before.
And we won because we insisted that no longer would politics be something that is done to us. Now it is something that we do. Standing before you, I think of the words of Jawaharlal Nehru. A moment comes but rarely in history when we step out from the old to the new, when an age ends and when the soul of a nation long suppressed finds utterance. Tonight we have stepped out from the old into the new. So let us speak now with clarity and conviction that cannot be misunderstood about what this new age will deliver and for whom. This will be an age where New Yorkers expect from their leaders a bold vision of what we will achieve, rather than a list of excuses for what we are too timid to attempt. Central to that vision will be the most ambitious agenda to tackle the cost of living crisis that this city has seen since the days of Fiorella LaGuardia. An agenda that will freeze the rents for more than 2 million rent-stabilized tenants. Make buses fast and free. And deliver universal child care across our city. Years from now, may our only regret be that this day took so long to come. This new age will be one of relentless improvement. We will hire thousands more teachers. We will cut waste from a bloated bureaucracy. We will work tirelessly to make lights shine again in the hallways of NYCHA developments where they have long flickered. Safety and justice will go hand in hand as we work with police officers to reduce crime and create a Department of Community Safety that tackles the mental health crisis and homelessness crises head on. Excellence will become the expectation across government, not the exception. In this new age we make for ourselves, we will refuse to allow those who traffic in division and hate to pit us against one another. In this moment of political darkness, New York will be the light. Here, we believe in standing up for those we love. Whether you are an immigrant, a member of the trans community, one of the many black women that Donald Trump has fired from a federal job, a single mom still waiting for the cost of groceries to go down, or anyone else with their back against the wall, your struggle is ours too. And we will build a city hall that stands steadfast alongside Jewish New Yorkers and does not waver in the fight against the scourge of anti-Semitism. Where the more than 1 million Muslims know that they belong. Not just in the 5 boroughs of this city, but in the halls of power. No more will New York be a city where you can traffic in Islamophobia and win an election. This new age will be defined by a competence and a compassion that have too long been placed at odds with one another. We will prove that there is no problem too large for government to solve and no concern too small for it to care about. For years, those in City Hall have only helped those who can help them. But on January 1st, we will usher in a city government that helps everyone. Now, I know that many have heard our message only through the prism of misinformation. Tens of millions of dollars have been spent to redefine reality and to convince our neighbors that this new age is something that should frighten them. As has so often occurred, the billionaire class has sought to convince those making $30 an hour that their enemies are those earning $20 an hour. They want the people to fight amongst ourselves so that we remain distracted from the work of remaking a long broken system. We refuse to let them dictate the rules of the game anymore. They can play by the same rules as the rest of us. Together, we will usher in a generation of change. And if we embrace this brave new course, rather than fleeing from it, we can respond to oligarchy and authoritarianism with the strength it fears, not the appeasement it craves. After all, if anyone can show a nation betrayed by Donald Trump how to defeat him, it is the city that gave rise to him. And if there is any way to terrify a despot, it is by dismantling the very conditions that allowed him to accumulate power. This is not only how we stop Trump, it's how we stop the next one. So, Donald Trump, since I know you're watching, I have 4 words for you. Turn the volume up.
how did you pre-watch it? This is like we're 10 seconds behind.
Because the Donald Trumps of our city have grown far too comfortable taking advantage of their tenants. We will put an end to the culture of corruption that has allowed billionaires like Trump to evade taxation and exploit tax breaks. We will stand alongside unions and expand labor protections because we know, just as Donald Trump does, that when working people have ironclad rights, the bosses who seek to extort them become very small indeed. New York will remain a city of immigrants, a city built by immigrants, powered by immigrants, and as of tonight, led by an immigrant. So hear me, President Trump, when I say this. To get to any of us, you will have to get through all of us. When we enter City Hall in 58 days, expectations will be high. We will meet them. A great New Yorker once said that while you campaign in poetry, you govern in prose. If that must be true, let the prose we write still rhyme, and let us build a shining city for all. And we must chart a new path, as bold as the one we have already traveled. After all, the conventional wisdom would tell you that I am far from the perfect candidate. I am young, despite my best efforts to grow older. I am Muslim. I am a democratic socialist. And most damning of all, I refuse to apologize for any of this. And yet, if tonight teaches us anything, it is that convention has held us back. We have bowed at the altar of caution, and we have paid a mighty price. Too many working people cannot recognize themselves in our party. And too many among us have turned to the right for answers to why they've been left behind. We will leave mediocrity in our past. No longer will we have to open a history book for proof that Democrats can dare to be great. Our greatness will be anything but abstract. It will be felt by every rent-stabilized tenant who wakes up on the first of every month, knowing the amount they're going to pay hasn't soared since the month before. It will be felt by each grandparent who can afford to stay in the home they have worked for, and whose grandchildren live nearby because the cost of childcare didn't send them to Long Island. It will be felt by the single mother who is safe on her commute and whose bus runs fast enough that she doesn't have to rush.
Flo, I was thinking the same thing. Like, you really don't want to call attention to the history of the Democrats.
And it will be felt when New Yorkers open their newspapers in the morning and read headlines of success, not scandal. Most of all, it will be felt by each New Yorker when the city they love finally loves them back. Together, New York, we're going to freeze the... Together, New York, we're going to make buses fast and... Together, New York, we're going to deliver universal... Let the words we've spoken together, the dreams we've dreamt together, become the agenda we deliver together. New York, this power, it's yours. This city belongs to you.
Yeah, very good luck to you, sir.
Thank you.
I don't know what that song is. Kind of faded out there. Stick with me. I've got a police chase. It's kind of a short one, but apparently it's pretty eventful. We're also going to celebrate the life of Dick Cheney. We found out that he died earlier today. He apparently died last night. That was Mayor-elect Zohran Mamdani.
City, the first Muslim American mayor of the Big Apple. With 90% of the vote in, he has 50.4% of it. Andrew Cuomo, the independent who challenged him for the mayoral seat, with 41.6%, and Curtis Lewa, the Republican, 7%. Joining us is Evan McMorris Santoro of Notice. And we've been talking about the outcome of this New York City mayoral race.
Yeah, she is.
When you take a look at the candidate right there on stage, what do you think about the future of the Democratic Party?
Welcome in.
I mean, this is a triumphant.
We're looking at Mayor-elect
right? He feels
Zohran Mamdani.
The power and energy of that speech was just very plugged in. They're very excited. They have a plan. Now he's running into headwinds almost immediately. We saw the White House.
Hello, you sexy boy.
A version of the New York Knicks logo says "Trump is your president," obviously aimed at Mamdani.
Hope you are doing well.
Tomorrow morning, the New York Post is going to come out, and I think you can see that front page of the New York Post, which is just sort of like
what's in
store
sweep
for him. But
for Democrats tonight.
Let's read through this. On your marks, get set, Zoe. Socialist Mamdani wins race for the mayor. Talk about this picture here.
Well, this is everything that Trump and the Republicans and his opponents have been saying about him. This is a communist takeover of New York City. The red apple with the R backwards. This is he has a lot of hard work to do now that he has won. But I do think that when it comes to the speech that we just heard, he sounds like a guy who's sort of aware of this. Like, his movement is ready to have this argument and ready to have this fight.
Yep.
He said in his speech, people who have, our expectations are very high for us, and we're going to beat those expectations. We're going to do this. We know exactly what we're up against, and we're going to try and we're going to
saying that he wished Cuomo the best in private life, but he never wanted to say his name again. Was amazing.
Bring a coalition together, win.
What a line.
As everybody calls them all kinds of names, they can sort of slough that off and get down to it and get things done that they want to get done. And this is a huge moment for that politics, but also a huge burden for Zohran Mamdani, because everybody is going to be coming for this guy. They want to show that he doesn't know what he's doing, and he's failing, and he's faltering. But he is saying, we're ready to do it. We understand that. We're ready to go. We'll see.
Let's hear from Joseph, who's in Brooklyn, independent voter. Joseph, who did you vote for?
Mamdani.
And what did you hear tonight from the mayor-elect?
He's amazing, and the main thing I voted for him, and I think why most people voted for him, is something that there's no polls out there about that, but there was multiple demonstration, all colleges in New York especially, about the Palestinian in Gaza, and he supported them. So people in their heart, they remember what's going on. Even there is peace right now. People who support weakness people. People suffer in Gaza. That's why I think people came out to support him.
All right, let's take that point.
There's been a great deal of
Democrats won everything tonight.
That Democrats in particular, but young people across the political spectrum, have shifted away from the traditional way that American politicians have spoken about the nation of Israel. There's been much more skepticism about the regime there. Talks about trying to change the government U.S. policy towards that country. I do think it was a huge sort of door opener for Zohran Mamdani. That basically what happened with this, he was the only candidate who stood up there and said very loudly what the streets were kind of saying about this issue. And that
Evan McMorris Santoro knows about the streets.
I think it's a very, very important part of his campaign. And I don't know if we mentioned this before, but some of the folks who have worked in this campaign that also worked for Obama have mentioned the idea that this is kind of like the Iraq War moment, that voters instantly believe you more because you have credibility in this issue where a lot of other politicians kind of sound wishy-washy or aren't on the right side. He walks in saying, I believe in the Palestinian cause. And folks go, oh, okay, well, what else do you want to talk about? And well, now I believe you. I think it was a big part of his victory. And it's one of the things that other candidates, Democrats, are taking away from this. You are seeing a number of other Democrats shifting the position and shifting the rhetoric about Israel in the wake of the primary win and just the sheer total of polling that has shown that young Americans just feel very differently about this than their parents did.
Democrats also successful tonight in California. Steve is in Anaheim, a Republican. Steve, what's your reaction to the Proposition 50 passing in California?
Hello, Greta. Looks like you're pulling a all-nighter here. Okay, well, let me do a little of New York candidate first. He mentioned, because I listened to his speech, he mentioned Guarde. God, I can never say that guy's name right. But he didn't mention Dinkins. These were two socialist Democrats that ran New York.
Dinkins?
Mayor that ran it as well. So everybody needs to kind of lighten up on the communist and
Dinkins was a socialist? I don't
attacks on this
think
guy.
so.
I mean, we don't know. His speech sounded pretty good, but it also sounded like, he's promising way too much. He doesn't have like an Adlai Addison to implement his policies like FDR did. But we will see. Now, as far as the proposition on 50 that passed over here, looks like we got trounced. It looks like 2/3 of the voters voted for this thing. So, the Democrats can claim that they're for democracy, but they're basically taking all the Republicans' votes that are in the city, excuse me.
But why are they doing it?
And ignoring them. So I don't really think this is I think it's going to come back and bite them in the ass, to be perfectly honest with you.
All right, Steve saying Republicans got trounced on Proposition 50. 64% of the vote in. The yes vote leading 64.6% of that, 35.4% of those 64% votes in no.
Let's go to Minneapolis. This is mayoral candidate Omar Fatah.
To change if he does win re-election.
Yeah. They want 20,000 new jobs, 20,000 new residents. They want a lot of improvement in downtown to make
Incumbent Mayor Jacob Fry looking for his third term.
Big chunk to chew off. They all know that, and how to get it done is the question. All right, let's move on back over to Minneapolis. Omar Fateh is now addressing his supporters there. Let's listen to Omar Fateh.
Yes, California Proposition 50 passed resoundingly.
Every single person who believed in this scrappy campaign, who showed up, who worked, and who refused to give up on this city. To our volunteers who knocked in the cold, who made calls late into the night, who came straight from a shift or a class just to help. Thank you. To our partners who stood with us for Minneapolis, where working people are never left behind. Our partners like SEIU, Seitul, Unite Here, Take Action, MFE, and all of the grassroots organizations who stood beside us. Thank you.
Oh, is that enough to get high on?
And leaders across the city.
I think I want to get more high.
Ilhan Omar. Council members Jamal, Jason, Aisha, Oreen, Jeremiah, Robin, Elliot, Katie. Council candidates Soren, E, Marvina, and our friends running for Park Board and Board of Estimate and Taxation. Thank you for believing in this vision and fighting beside us. We go further when we work together, and our campaign has built the broadest coalition in this race because strong co-governance has always been at this core. To our East African team, Mahad Sened, you have been with me from the very beginning. You have brought our people along. We've pushed back against the forces of division and came out victorious. And for that, I'm forever grateful. To our campaign leadership team, Aki, Graham, Ariana, Mara, Raquel, Braden, Kai, Joe, Troll, Noah. Thank you for your hustle, your heart, and your refusal to back down no matter what has been thrown at us. And to my beautiful wife, Kulthum. Your love and patience carried me through every single day of this fight. You withstood baseless attacks on your character and remained graceful and strong. The most important title I will ever carry in my life is your husband. And to my son, Imran. Very early in this race, as soon as I found out you were coming into this world, this campaign became about you. It became about the kind of Minneapolis that gives you every tool you need to spread your wings and enough to uplift you when you stumble. So tonight, this race is too close to call. And that's okay because every vote must be counted and reallocated. And the truth is, from day one, we knew what we were up against. 5 PACs, millions of dollars being flooded into the city. And this campaign has always belonged to the families from Camden to Central, from Lake Street to Little Earth. It's for the new immigrants navigating an unfamiliar land, and to the college kid counting nickels and dimes to grab a bite to eat between classes.
So this is a ranked choice election.
Growing up in Kingfield,
So it's going to go to the second round.
who looks off out their window for a better tomorrow. To the kids in Cedar like Ahmed and Delmar, who should live in a city that invests in them and doesn't treat them as disposable. To the Northsiders like Flo, who worked on Hubert Humphrey's campaign for mayor way back when.
It's a long shot that he becomes mayor, but he is mathematically in it.
Can be. You remind us what the city spirit is, and that is we never quit. This campaign belonged to all of us. The bus drivers, the downtown workers, the maintenance and janitorial staff who worked too hard for little pay. This city belongs to the teachers, the nurses, and the gig workers who are tired of having their wages lowered while their companies make record profits. That's what this fight has always been about, our future. A future where public safety means care, not crackdowns. A future where we treat our unhoused neighbors with dignity.
What the fuck? Damn.
I'll just start by saying the previous system would have had Fateh and Fry in a runoff, right? And now we will have results sooner, but is that the more democratic approach?
I think it's been confusing, but I think voters have figured it out after a few cycles here. Look, I think ranked choice voting does give candidates longer life in the election, but it may not create the decisive debates, the head-to-head competition that we're used to. Change is hard. I have been a critic of ranked choice voting. I think that it belongs in cities. But like, for instance, I live in St. Louis Park. We didn't even have competitive races, but we had ranked choice voting. So I think it may work in some places and not in others.
Yeah, there you go, Randy.
It's a little hard for people to get their heads around if they've never done it and kind of watch these results and how they come in. It can be confusing. I appreciate both of your insights.
I didn't catch him, DJ Dub. Were we talking about this guy?
We just talked about, but let's start with those key elections going on.
This is the meteorologist that said, but I think it might have been a fuck up.
The mayor of New York City, both Fox News and the Associated Press projecting pretty early on that Democratic Socialist Zohran Mamdani is the next mayor of New York City. You can see the numbers.
Okay, hold on. Since they fucked over Fatah, we're going to go back over here where Mr. Gavin Newsom is speaking after the passage of Proposition 50 in California.
Of California, who will be speaking about Proposition 50 and who of course also is somebody who might have presidential ambitions of his own. With that, we'll leave you here from downtown Brooklyn and go back to Washington, D.C. and Meg Kennard as we expect Gavin Newsom, the governor of California, to speak.
Thank you, Philip, for that recap of tonight in New York City and your analysis of Zohran Mamdani's historic win there in the nation's largest city. As Philip mentioned, we are still awaiting comments from California Governor Gavin Newsom at this hour. The Proposition 50 campaign that deals with redistricting in that state, aimed at adding Democratic seats to the congressional delegation, has passed tonight. This is something that Gavin Newsom has campaigned for, something he's been mentioning as he travels across the state and across the country. Newsom is expected to be among the Democrats competing for his Democratic presidential nomination in 2028, and I've heard him mentioning it already along that campaign trail. So, Sagar, we can talk really briefly about what we heard from Mamdani and also maybe what we're expecting to hear from Newsom. This is kind of like the capstone to our election night coverage. But what was like your biggest takeaway from hearing Mamdani talk about his campaign and what he hopes to be accomplishing as mayor?
Reveling in saying that he's going to give the power back to the people of New York. He mentioned taxi drivers. He mentioned bodega owners. He mentioned aunties. He went up and down the line saying this was a mandate for change. We toppled a political dynasty before he went after Andrew Cuomo to a degree. It was the same message that we've been hearing, that power was concentrated, that it was for the rich New Yorkers. It wasn't for, again, the folks who own the bodega or own the other little corner store or drive the cab or work as nurses or whatever it might be. And he made it a point to list various ethnic groups, nationalities, right down the line. The question is, with all these promises that he's made that really electrified people and led to this just incredible rise that he's enjoyed, how does he now pull this off? Right? That's got to be the question that gets asked now. There's going to be a whole lot of work to do. I mean, he's talking about free city bus rides, free child care, government-run stores. How do you pay for that? Kathy Hochul, the governor of New York, has been rejecting his pushes for higher taxes. That money's got to come from somewhere. So I think that's going to start being the question tomorrow is, okay, everybody bought into your idea. How do you do it?
How do you make it reality? And
that's the next step.
That's what we often hear when we're covering presidential campaigns and other campaigns across the country, campaign trail promises, but then what does that look like in reality? And is that something an executive can just wave a magic wand or sign an order and make happen? And
no, not without the money you can't, so that becomes the question.
Definitely. Now, as we're still awaiting Governor Gavin Newsom out in California, I just want to take stock of this evening, kind of take the big picture. We've seen certainly Democratic win in the New York City mayor's race. The Democratic-backed proposal in California was a win for them, as well as the two governor's races that we were following, New Jersey and Virginia. Taking stock of that and spinning forward to the midterms coming up next year, what do you consider is on the minds of Democrats and on the minds of Republicans as they're thinking about tonight and thinking about next year?
It has to give Democrats optimism because they swept everything big. I mean, in addition, there were some other ballot initiatives. We haven't even touched on the Pennsylvania Supreme Court, where 3 Democratic justices who were up for what are called retention votes, all won. Had they not, you could have had a whole lot of partisan roadblocks, for the next year in one of the biggest, most populous battleground states for the presidency. So that all bodes well. But if you look at this and say, okay, now there's a playbook. We can turn around our fortunes from 2024, and here's how we win in 2026. A few caveats. Limited states today, almost all of them were blue-leaning. That doesn't necessarily mean that works everywhere. And then you just have history that the president's party always takes a beating in off-year elections and always takes a beating in the midterms. So we even heard it from House Speaker Mike Johnson this morning, lowering expectations. So we think we're going to win all this? No. Do we hope we can? Yeah. But, they were, I don't want to say writing it off, but not...
Expectation management, though,
yes,
is always
not projecting a whole lot of success. So, I mean, this will get spun any number of ways. The New York State GOP is already proudly saying Zohran Mamdani is now the face of the Democratic Party, and they do not mean that in a nice way. So we're going to see them seizing on that, saying, okay, this is the guy that they've put in the forefront. Is this what you want in 2026? I think we're starting to see the contours of that battle being drawn.
Right, absolutely. Sagar, as always, it has been a pleasure to spend this election night with you.
Where would we rather be?
Right here on set.
364 days.
This bowl is insane.
Thank you so much for being with us tonight. We are still awaiting those comments from California Governor Gavin Newsom, and actually we see him taking the stage now. We will leave you with these live images coming in from California. Thank you for being part of our live stream coverage tonight. Good night.
For the Democratic Party, a party that is in its ascendancy, a party that's on its toes, no longer on its heels, from coast to coast, sea to shining sea. But it was not just a victory tonight for the Democratic Party, it was a victory for the United States of America, for the people of this country and the principles that our founding fathers lived and died for. And so we're proud. We're proud here in California to be part of this narrative this evening. We're proud of...
I've got like a 10-minute police chase still to come, DJ Dub. If you don't want to stay for it, good night, my friend.
An historic president. Donald Trump is an historic president. He is the most historically unpopular president in modern history. In every critical category, Donald Trump is underwater. He promised to make us healthier. He promised to make us wealthier. We're sicker and poorer. And he fundamentally understands that. Why else would he call Greg Abbott saying he's entitled to 5 seats? Why else is he trying to rig the midterm elections before one single vote is even cast? He understands his position at this moment in the United States of America. One thing he never counted on, though, was the state of California. Instead of agonizing over the state of our nation, we organized in an unprecedented way in a 90-day sprint. People from all over the United States of America contributed their voices and their support for this initiative. We stood tall and we stood firm in response to Donald Trump's recklessness. And tonight, after poking the bear, this bear roared with an unprecedented turnout in a special election with an extraordinary result. None of us, however, are naive. This is a pattern. This is a practice. Donald Trump's efforts to rig the midterm election continue to this day. And I'll reinforce that in just a moment. You're seeing him take action all across this country, not just in Texas. You saw what they were.
I just don't have the ability to
what they did in North Carolina.
Soak it at the moment. I just want to be able to smoke out of it.
And inevitably in Florida, they are not
my bowl. It's hers.
Around.
She just
in June of this year
keeps putting weed down in it.
4,000 National Guard federalized in the state of California. We saw 700 active duty Marines not sent overseas, but sent to the second largest city in the United States of America to militarize our streets. We said in June this was a preview of things to come. What more evidence do you need than what happened in Washington, D.C.?
It's pretty, but it's got like a giant chunk of resin right here.
Cities like when we kicked off this campaign just 90 or so days ago in Little Tokyo in Southern California and LA at the Democracy Center, Donald Trump sent Greg Bovino. He sent his private police force that increasingly appears to have taken an oath of office to Donald Trump, not to the Constitution of the United States. He sent them to our kickoff rally to chill free expression, to chill free speech, to intimidate people from participating.
I didn't even expect to have it in here with me right now. So you're like getting on to me about pipe cleaners. I'm just trying to do what I can.
Dodger Stadium and threw a fastball at free speech, right at the head, free expression, to suppress the vote in America's second largest city. Just did that today. People in tactical gears sent out to intimidate a community that is already on edge. But you see, as we speak, people are still in line. People waiting up 3 hours to cast their vote, to send a message to Donald Trump. No crowns, no thrones, no kings. That's what this victory represents. It's a victory for the people of the state of California and the United States of America. And this is a victory that's punctuated with a sober reminder that it's not just the actions that Donald Trump has taken to federalize our guard, to begin the process of militarizing American cities, to intimidate free expression and speech by utilizing ICE and Border Patrol in America's cities. But he also announced today, right when polls were opening, that this election was rigged. That this election was rigged. Of course, those are familiar words.
I'm sure he did.
Donald Trump said after January 6th, that day of love, where he tried to light democracy on fire, he tried to wreck this country, and he called in to the Secretary of State in Georgia, calling up for 11, 12,000 votes, just like he called Greg Abbott, saying he's entitled to those 5 seats. He said this election was rigged, and he's moving to look for criminal prosecution and investigations at the Department of Justice. He is not screwing around. So tonight, I'm proud, but I'm very mindful and sober of the moment we are living in. Donald Trump does not believe in fair and free elections. Period and full stop. This is not complicated, and it's self-evident to anyone paying attention. You start to
He ain't wrong.
All of these actions that continue to this moment and will continue in moments to come. If you think I'm exaggerating, consider his announcement just a few weeks ago to send rapid response teams all across the United States, in all 50 states, tens of thousands of members of the military prepared for urban deployment. A preview of things to come. But back to this state. Our state of mind was resolute. Our state of mind was resolved to stand firm and to stand.
What do you think resolute means?
To not be humiliated, to not fall prey to cynicism, to not fall prey to fear and the anxiety of someone that believes in only one thing, shock and awe, to intimidate and exhaust us.
He's kind of boring me. I want to move on to the police chase.
People strong, standing up, not just for themselves, but for each other and for these enduring and historic principles of our founding fathers. And I'll end on that. Next year is the 250th anniversary of the best
we'll stick with
Roman
him.
Republic, the best of Greek democracy. This fundamental notion of a system of checks and balances, of popular sovereignty, the rule of law. Mr. President, the rule of law, not the rule of dawn. And I hope it's dawning on people. The sobriety of this moment, what's at stake. Tonight, as I said, is an extraordinary moment for our party. But again, it's an extraordinary moment affirming those principles. Our founding fathers did not live and die to see the kind of vandalism to this republic and our democracy that Donald Trump is trying to perpetuate. And so my call tonight, in the spirit of Whitman, we talked about the powerful play goes on. We all must contribute a verse.
The chocolate dude.
And so we need the state of Virginia. We need the state of Maryland. We need our friends in New York and Illinois and Colorado. We need to see other states with the remarkable leaders that have been doing remarkable things meet this moment head on as well, to recognize what we're up against in 2026. And let me make this crystal clear. We can de facto end Donald Trump's presidency as we know it the minute Speaker Jeffries gets sworn in as Speaker of the House of Representatives. It is all on the line, a bright line in 2026.
I just don't know how I feel about him.
Thank everybody that stood up, not
Don't
just
trust
for our
him.
democracy, but stood up for those that have feel bullied and intimidated, stood up for this notion of co-equal branches of government and a system of checks and balances. And I want to thank my wife, who reminds me every single day.
I think he is reptilian.
That this is about those that feel alone, those that feel isolated, those that feel an anxiety and a stress that they never could have imagined in their lives. This was about saying to them, we have your back, we see you, you matter, we care. And I'll just say this, I'm confident as we move forward into 2026 in this country.
I mean, I feel like Democrats could do worse.
Thank
but
you.
I also feel like they could do better. If that makes sense. So that was Gavin Newsom. We ran the gamut tonight. We heard from everybody. It was a short night because Democrats trounced everybody in every race. They won the governorship in Virginia, the lieutenant governorship, the attorney general post. They won 6 seats in the Virginia state legislature. In Pennsylvania, there were 3 Democratic Supreme Court justices that were facing retention votes. All 3 of the justices won re-election. In New Jersey, Maggie Sherrill beat Jack Cittrinelli to win the governorship. Zohran Mamdani wins the mayoral race. He was annoying the shit out of me, Media Winch, and now he's like finally going over there and fucking off, and you want me to get him back. This was a police chase that happened 8 hours ago in LA.
PD units were directly behind, but it looks like they have backed off, possibly going into surveillance mode at some point. I believe we have a LAPD helicopter that's overhead giving some directions here. David, are you seeing that LAPD helicopter outside?
So earlier today, this afternoon in LA.
Yes. Okay, so we do have an LAPD helicopter that is overhead tracking this pursuit. Again, we'll make another attempt here to see if LAPD is directly behind, but it looks like they are in pursuit. It's just they are further back from the white SUV. There was talks that this person might have gotten out on foot, or a passenger has gotten out of the vehicle at some point just south of downtown, and the white Mercedes continued to drive away. So hard to say how many people might be in the car or were in the car originally when this pursuit started in the Newton area of Los Angeles, and now we are making our way southbound on the wrong side on the wrong side of the road.
Making my way downtown.
Gage Avenue. Oh,
whoa.
Making contact twice. T-boned right there in the intersection.
Damn, still going.
Gage and continuing on. So this guy continues to not only drive on the wrong side of the road, but just running the red lights. T-boned twice there at the intersection. Again, LAPD
didn't sustain any major damage though.
This SUV from up overhead in the helicopter, as well as the black and white uniform officers that are about a block behind at this point. And it looks like he's gotten himself into a residential area here along Mission Place near Florence here in Huntington Park. Here we go, going through the red, making the turn. So eastbound now on Florence, hitting the gas. And let me bring up that speedometer here for you guys. Okay, so
I'm not sure what this is.
About 50 miles an hour on surface streets here.
I don't recognize it. Anonymously, are you here?
When we first got overhead, as he was making his way, he drove into a commercial area, and they thought that he was going to run into the business, but he actually drove partially into basically like a delivery door and turned around and made his way out of a situation where he would have been boxed in, and drove right past the LAPD units, and now making his way through the major streets here in South LA on Florence Avenue. And it's just the avenue here is just full of cars as he's trying to weave his way through. And you will push in here. You can probably see some of that collision damage from State and Gage, where he collided with two cars there.
Is this the Toyota?
Tires still intact, so he's still got full mobility here. Ooh, pedestrian there on a bike, nearly misses that guy. And LAPD
it looks like a GMC
relayed that information as well, so they are seeing exactly how he is driving. Windshield wipers.
Oh, War Machine! There was a plane crash.
Hard to
7 people died.
That's in the car as well with this driver.
I don't think it's Toyota.
So who's tough to say if there's anyone in the back seat, but they were saying a 211.
It's like a luxury thing.
That basically means it's some sort of burglary that may have taken place with this suspect, and that's what they could be wanted for. But again, we are still waiting confirmation on what the actual want is, and it looks like maybe part of the bumper from the other car lodged in the wheel well there on the passenger side, and continues to just
making a
go through
U-turn.
these intersections, whether it's a red light or a green light. Okay, flipping around here. Looks like he's setting up for a turn. There is one of the LAPD units you can see there. Now re-engaging, getting closer to this white SUV. And we're picking up speeds once again, about 50, 60 miles an hour to make our way on Gage Avenue. And it looks like something flew off. Maybe that piece of the other car looks like has made its way out of the wheel well and just flew off there on Gage Avenue.
He didn't say anything about going to Florida during his concession speech.
On Gage.
He said he'd take Ma'am Donnie's phone call.
Punched it.
If Ma'am Donnie ever needed anything.
That's a red light pedestrian in the crosswalk.
Oh, wow.
Some people on the sidewalk there. He clips the sidewalk. Westbound on Gage here. High, really picking up speed here. Nearly 80 miles an hour, 80 plus miles an hour at this point.
Almost 90.
For any of the red lights, just continuing through. And you can see somebody that was trying to make their way through the intersection there and about to make a turn, and luckily they slowed down. There's another red light that he's gone through there, and you can see the amount of traffic that was on the other side of the road because he had just made his way eastbound on Gage. Ooh, through the intersection, clips another vehicle there. Wow. It is not stopping for any of these red lights, and these intersections are busy at this time of the morning, going into the afternoon at this point. Pedestrians in the walkway. It's a very congested area, and just bad news for somebody that is not willing to stop and driving at these high speeds. Oh, nearly missing control. Fishtailing there. LAPD, you can see, was on the opposite side of the road. There's another one. Here we go, another intersection here. Going to weave around, probably go in the opposite direction here. And he is indeed doing that, riding on the double yellow. Just head on to other vehicles here on Gage Avenue.
Rich, when he did that U-turn,
Wow.
is he heading back into the direction where he was coming from?
Yes, we are back in the Huntington Park area. Ooh, another collision there on the sidewalk through the fence.
Oh.
You
Nearly
gotta keep
missed the
going
pole.
after that.
Okay, doors open. Driver's out.
What?
Okay, running. It looks like that might be a school, as a matter of fact.
That dude's probably not allowed near schools.
Okay, here we go. LAPD is aware that he's out on foot. They're trying to catch up to this guy. There he is. Okay, so LAPD, they're gonna jump out. They're gonna chase him down this sidewalk here. Now he's running into a residential area, not the garage. And he goes inside the garage. Hard to say if he knows who those people are, but the LAPD
Welcome in, Niggy. I was getting ready to raid out here in just a little bit.
And
we got about 10 more minutes.
Going into the home itself. And who I would find it hard
This
to believe
was a police chase that happened
just saw it.
earlier today in LA. We'll go back and watch a little bit more of it.
Westbound.
This dude was wild.
Really picking up speed here. Nearly 80 miles an hour, 80 plus miles an hour at this point.
We've been doing election coverage.
Any of the red lights, just continuing through.
Democrats with a
make their way
pretty much clean sweep tonight.
Luckily, they slowed
on
down.
all of the major elections.
There's another red light that he's gone through there.
We heard from Mayor-elect Zohran Mamdani.
Because he had just made his way eastbound on Gay. Ooh,
Governor-elect
clips another vehicle there.
Mikey Sherrill
is not stopping for any of these red lights, and these intersections are busy at this time of the morning, going into the afternoon at this point. Pedestrians in the walkway. It's a very congested area, and just bad news for somebody that is not willing to stop and driving at these high speeds.
Over 70.
Oh, nearly.
An area that's probably 45.
LAPD, you can see, was on the opposite side of the road. There's another one.
Maybe 35.
Here we go, another intersection here. Going to weave around, probably go in the opposite direction here. And
I think they said burglary.
On the double yellow. Just head on to other vehicles here on Gage Avenue.
Rich, when he did that U-turn, is he heading back into the direction where he was coming from?
Yes, we are back in the Huntington Park area. Ooh, another collision there on the sidewalk through the fence. Nearly missing the pole. Okay, doors open. Driver's out. Okay, running. It looks like that might be a school, as a matter of fact.
Once again, this dude probably shouldn't be near a school.
Okay, here we go. LAPD is aware that he's
maybe on some registry he's not allowed near a school.
Okay, so LAPD, they're gonna jump out. They're gonna chase him down this sidewalk here. Now he's running into.
He might as well come in.
Residential area, not the garage.
Not built for running.
And he goes inside the garage. Hard to say if he knows who those people are, but the LAPD quickly making their way into that residence, into that garage, and hopefully they have stopped him from going into the home itself. And I would find it hard to believe that he knew where he was running, just saw an opening and ran right in there.
Wow, that was so brave of LAPD because he had just gone underneath and they went in no matter what, not even knowing if he was armed or not.
Amazing they didn't have guns drawn.
Yes, exactly. But they knew. But they also knew they were going to have an even bigger situation if this person had actually made it in the home.
They saw him and knew he was an old, bald, fat man.
Was inside the house.
With scrawny ass arms.
Was partially open there. But here they are. They have the suspect in custody here. Not much to conceal, as you can see. He's hardly wearing pants at this point.
Yeah, about a dozen officers bringing him into custody there after he bailed after crashing and ran into that garage.
And Rich, we're assuming, I guess we can't assume, but there may be other people.
You make an ass out of you and me.
Have you heard anything?
There's a possibility. I did not see anyone else run from the vehicle. Clearly we were staying with the driver there, but I'm just tracking the movements here of the LAPD as they were trying to make their way down the street quickly. Looks like they're going to tend to the other people that were possibly in the vehicle. It looks like there's a young child there being held by that man right there with holding his head, and a woman there that appears to be walking with a bag. So there's a good chance she was probably near the crosswalk at the time of the crash. And this
kid come from?
Might have been in the car that he collided with. Again, let's go back down here and see where our suspect is. It looks like the driver right there, detained, cuffs on, and they will put him in the back of one of these cruisers here in just a moment. Let's go back over here to where the crash happened as we circle around, and we'll see exactly the damage that took place right here on the corner. Again, I believe this.
He clipped that car pretty good.
This campus here is, yeah, this campus here is a school. Forgive me, I don't have a name for you at this point, but you know,
it was the Jaguars.
I'm glad this is over.
The Jaguars.
And did not make his way onto campus, because that would have made for an even bigger situation as well.
Did he take his shirt off in the midst of the chase?
But there's the car that crashed.
Like, oh yeah, I want to rub my titties while I run from the cops.
Another car.
It's Randy from Trailer Park. Oh my God, it is.
They were in the car, but see somebody here on the sidewalk with a little one.
Rich, I think it's
okay.
The baby is crawling away.
Malabar Street Elementary School, possibly.
Okay. It does appear to be an elementary
Don't challenge
school,
me.
Right here on the corner of Gage and Malabar, and it appears everyone's going to be okay. They may request fire department just come over here and make sure that these people right here are fine, but it appears that they are going to be okay, and our suspect is now in custody as this pursuit has ended in a crash right here at the intersection.
Well, the car that he basically, for the most part, T-boned, and then that car also ran into, it looks like.
Okay. You don't have to ask me twice. I'll take off my shirt. But you challenged me on, like, crime news. Like, this is where you come for crazy videos of crime stories. I got you covered. This happened in LA.
Graphic and disturbing dash and body cam video just released by the LAPD of a deadly collision involving a police cruiser and a man on a skateboard. This video is from an incident on September 19th. LAPD officers were running lights and sirens on their way to assist in a search for a parolee. The deadly impact happening right in the center median of Figueroa Street in Highland Park. The video is disturbing. 30-year-old Jerry Estrada, a graduate of Santa Monica College, was nearly home after leaving work when he was hit. Paramedics tried to save him, but Estrada died at the scene. The tragic incident remains under active investigation.
Having your titties out is male privilege? Yeah, I'll agree with you on that one. Ding dong, the dick is dead. As someone who got into politics in the early 2000s, it is with great pleasure that I get to report to you that Dick Cheney has passed away.
Flags at the White House are at half staff in remembrance of former Vice President Dick Cheney. Cheney's family says he died Monday night from complications of pneumonia and cardiac and vascular disease. He was 84 years old. Cheney served under President George W. Bush and was considered one of the most powerful vice presidents in U.S. history. He was the architect of the war in Iraq and war on terror following the September 11th.
Really? Right in front of Riri and her fish?
Of the executive branch. Jared Hill has more.
Following 9/11, Dick Cheney was a prominent player in the war against terrorism.
There is no doubt that Saddam Hussein now has weapons of mass destruction.
That statement helped lay the groundwork for the invasion of Iraq, but it proved to be false. Critics accused Cheney and others in the Bush administration of deliberately deceiving the American public to justify the Iraq war.
Does that violate terms of service?
Influential advisor to President Bush.
Can I play with my titties on stream?
Integrity, sound judgment,
and experience.
Richard Bruce Cheney had been a player in Washington politics for 30 years when George W. Bush happened to be his running mate.
I have been given an opportunity to
I thought it was disrespectful to
who has the courage
play with my titties
and the vision
while they eulogize him.
to be a great president. Governor George W. Bush.
Cheney's resume was impressive, starting as an assistant in the Nixon White House.
If that's what you want to call it.
Ford's chief of staff. 5 terms as Wyoming's representative in Congress followed. At age 37, he suffered his first heart attack. Cheney's health did not prevent the first President Bush from making him Secretary of Defense. He was awarded the Presidential Medal of Freedom for his handling of Operation Desert Storm. He suffered 3 more heart attacks before becoming vice president.
In terms of the kinds of activities I can engage in professionally, there are no restrictions.
Cheney was an avid sportsman. While hunting in Texas,
That's not true, Holiday. You can pee on Pornhub.
Harry Whittington survived, but Cheney was criticized for failing to disclose the accident in a timely fashion. After leaving, he was openly critical
Oh,
of the
God.
Obama administration.
Curiouser might actually want to do that. That would be funny.
Vice President Joe Biden over how to battle al-Qaeda and try terror suspects. Mr. Cheney defended the use of waterboarding on terror suspects as necessary to protect the nation.
I got 33 right now.
Cardiac problems and had a heart transplant 2 years later. Cheney once said his heart issues were always on his mind, but they never seemed to slow the career politician who many consider the most powerful vice president in American history. Jared Hill, CBS News.
Barton Gelman joins us now.
I've shaved it.
The Cheney vice president.
I've got pictures of me completely smooth.
Cheney and President Bush are as closely linked, really, as any president and vice presidential duo in modern American history. What does that do for Cheney's legacy?
Well, Cheney's legacy is that he was, in his own preferred adjective, he was a very consequential vice president. I would argue more consequential than some presidents have been. And he was that in part.
Oh, I know it's not the same thing.
Qualities, and in part because Bush, especially in the.
But I've been smooth. I'm just saying that.
A great deal. George Bush is a guy who was in charge of and wanted to declare big goals. And he did not understand or really care to understand a lot of details about the bureaucracy. Cheney was a rare combination of a zealot on policy with very strong views, perhaps even extreme. A combination of that with someone who had
Angler
for understanding the bureaucracy and operating in it. Normally the zealots can't find a light switch. When you have a guy who really knows how to.
Oh, I didn't shave nose to toes.
Really strong views. That's a person who moves to
chin to toes.
How would you compare the Republican Party of today to the Republican Party of Cheney's decades-long career in Washington?
I've not gotten rid of the Fu Manchu in a decade.
It's a big difference, and Cheney himself saw it as a big difference. He was, at the time of his service in government, perhaps the strongest high-ranking proponent of a unitary executive authority, and he believed strongly that the president had to be free to defend the interests of the country. Even
I'm not sure what that's a euphemism for, Winch.
Public opinion at all, which is unusual for a politician, and he stretched.
I probably need to watch my posture.
He did not.
I'm shirtless.
Party does countenance obvious, direct, clear law breaking, and he certainly never contemplated defying the judgment of a court. He did deeply believe in the Constitution, in his own understanding of it, and he was a patriot. He was not corrupt personally, despite what I've found to be unfair and untrue accusations about Halliburton. And he was, although he was willing to lie
bullshit
every now and then, he fundamentally was honest about his views and opinions. He was a guy who believed that the public elects a government.
Yeah, fuck this dude.
That it's sort of like choosing a surgeon. You make your choice and then you let him or her decide where to make the cuts.
Well, we could probably fill a whole half hour. I got more questions like the lying for expediency, but we'll have to leave it there. Thank you, Bart.
Wow, lying for expediency? Is that what you want to call it? That's not what happened at all. Our media, man. That's one of the biggest problems, and I don't know what to do with it. I ain't got the fucking power.
Sheriff's office has a new tool to help them solve cases. An otter. Yes, you heard right, an otter.
She said otter. Reporter Angela Rozier introduces us to Splash the otter, shows us how the animal can help in certain investigations.
Well, the sheriff here in Martin County says this is an innovative tool they can use to help solve the cases.
Sorry, I feel bad.
Splash was the otter of the hour here at the Martin County Sheriff's Office Thursday morning. You can't blame him.
Look how shiny.
He posed for photos. Makes sense. He has his own Instagram account. He loves getting a pat on the back and even kisses. The 2-year-old Asian small-clawed otter isn't just another pretty face. He has a very particular set of special skills.
In Florida, we have a problem with alligators. They grab remains and they stuff them somewhere, and very hard to find because most of the time we're diving in water that is, less than 2 inches of visibility. So everything's tactile. We're touching everywhere, and we miss them. We can't find them. He doesn't have that problem, so he can go right down there and show us where it is.
Splash is trained in human remains detection, and he's part of the dive team. He and his trainer are with Peace River Canine Search and Rescue, a Florida-based nonprofit organization. Sheriff John Butensiek.
I think I'm okay with that.
Training makes him an
a lot of police usage of animals I'm not okay with.
And again, we have 1 or 2 missing individuals a year that are in bodies of water. And if we can't find them immediately through regular diving techniques.
He likes the flesh.
Splash has been in more than 20 missions.
I'm trying to put the odds in our favor so we get more recoveries, and that's what the otter's for.
He's still young and has plenty of work left to do.
I think we'll be good at 10 years for him, and then he'll retire on the couch and watch Animal Planet, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah.
In Martin County, Angela Rozier, WPBF 25 News.
Has a new tool to help them solve cases. An otter. Yes, you heard right, an otter.
She said otter. Reporter Angela Rozier introduces us to Splash the otter, shows us how the animal can help in certain investigations.
Well, the sheriff here in Martin County says this is an innovative tool that can
a lot of stingers there.
Sorry, I feel bad.
Splash was the otter of the hour here at the Martin County Sheriff's Office Thursday morning. You can't blame him. Just look at that face. He posed.
He's adorable.
Makes sense. He has his own Instagram account. He loves getting a pat on the back and even kisses. The 2-year-old Asian small.
I'd give him kisses.
Isn't just another pretty face. He has a very particular set of special skills.
In Florida, we have a problem with alligators. They grab remains and they stuff them somewhere, and very hard to find because most of the time we're diving in water that is, less than 2 inches of visibility. So everything's tactile. We're touching everywhere, and we miss them. We can't find them. He doesn't have that problem, so he can go right down there and show us where it is.
Splash is trained in human remains detection, and he's part of the dive team. He and his trainer are with Peace River Canine Search and Rescue, a Southwest Florida-based nonprofit organization. Sheriff John Butensiek believes his specialized training makes him an asset to search and recovery efforts right here.
Yes, we will.
Yeah, fuck those sheriffs.
1 or 2 missing individuals a year that are in bodies of water. And if we can't find them immediately through regular diving techniques, we absolutely will do that.
Splash has been in more than 20 missions.
I'm trying to put the odds in our favor so we get more recoveries, and that's what the otter's for.
He's still young and has plenty of work left to do.
I think we'll be good at 10 years for him, and then he'll retire on the couch and watch Animal Planet, I guess. I don't know. But
in Martin
if that's what the
WPBF 25.
If that's what the otter wants to do,
tool to help them solve
I
cases.
encourage it.
An otter. Yes, you heard right, an otter.
She said otter. Reporter Angela Rozier introduces us to Splash the otter, shows us how.
All right, we're gonna rate into producer Dave and Echoplex Media.
Well, the sheriff here in Martin County says this is an innovative tool that can use.
It's been a fun night.
Sorry, I feel bad.
Light one up, tip one back. It's all right to have a little fun before we hit the sack. I'm JustinFREAKIN.
Thursday morning.
We'll see you tomorrow night on the Troll Patrol live.
He posed for photos.